looking through the big pieces. Wasn't me.
Just checking.
Good morning. Good morning. Wow, that was really good. So can we try it again? Good morning. Good morning. A lot better. Good. All right. Can we welcome to our? Hang on. I got somebody else talking to me right here. There. Welcome to our July 12, 2016 Calaveras County Board of Supervisors regular meeting. Can you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So for the first time in a long time, we didn't have any closed session agenda items this morning, so we got here at 9 o'clock today. That was kind of good. And we will move directly to public comments. Any item of interest to the public that is within subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agenda items may be discussed or addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the board of supervisors. If public comment is completed before 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If the public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. So we'll have 3 minutes for public comment this morning.
Hello, everybody. I'm here to apologize today. It's not often that I make a mistake, but occasionally it happens. And this is very heartfelt that I apologize to Megan. She can keep her job. For a long time, I dated a beautiful blonde attorney, so I'm really good at this. I've done it before. Megan, I'm very sorry. I didn't know you were not involved in it. I didn't know that that opinion didn't go across your desk when it happened. Here's a candy bar.
Candy bar.
This show that I am very sorry. Hopefully it will get to you whole. I was, and this morning what it was is, what can I do here? I'm looking across my desk and I'm saying, what do I have here that Megan would like? And I thought, well, the candy bar was of least value. So you are very, very welcome. I have 3 minutes. You guys want to talk about anything?
What's the date on the candy bar?
August 16th. So I'll bring one for you guys too, but there were 4 on the desk, and we have more than 4 people here. If I could count this high, I'd tell you how many people you have here. Debbie, I never get to spend any time with you or converse with you out of due respect, but it's good to see you. Mike, of course, good to see you. Steve, it's always good to see you. He's like the Boy Scout of the group. Always wants to do good for people, and I think that I hope people see that you're a good man. So, thank you, Chris. It's good having half conversations with you. I really did have to finish cooking dinner, but yeah, good man. And Cliff, of course, very good man. I, always very concerned about the public. And have to commend you on that. And Shirley. Seems like I've grown up with Shirley. Older sister. Shirley, it's always very good to see you. And now Megan. Smiles as well. So, have a good day. My time is up, and it was good seeing you all. I won't stick around. My mother told me years ago to stay away from drugs, and I plan on doing that. Good day. Thanks.
My name is Peter Race from Gentleman. So long as we have just casual talk, I'll take 3 minutes up. One of the things I like to mention is that beside not being aware of having contract for legal notices, how long is it going to take this organization to get that legal notices straightened out? I know it's a very complicated issue. It takes a lot of work, but maybe whoever is handling it, it's above their pay grade. Either replace that person who's supposed to be handling that, or get it straightened out, folks. How many weeks and months you need to get this, so putting bid in for illegal notices in this county. I mean, it's bad enough that somebody ignored the lapse of the contract to start with, and for all these years, the suckers like me and behind me were paying 45% more than what the next bid was. Hopefully it was an oversight and not intentional. You five are the ones who are accountable, like it or not. You don't take orders, you give orders, because you're the only group that will be accountable. Another thing is that, so I don't get anybody too upset with me, you got to take a look at in the future, folks, what we're getting into. 2 years ago, a group of labor went on strike, longshoremen, so we were short of Christmas trees. No big deal. They wanted more money, they got it, bless their hearts, good for them. But we're facing the same problem, because it was not, didn't make too many headline news. Panama Canal opened. And those big super tankers, they're going to stop by in the western states of California, western states, period. Stockton and all along the longshore people, they're screwing themselves.
30 seconds.
Thank you, ma'am. Think about it in the long run. By overpricing, taking short-sighted, selfish greed, going to be very expensive in the long run, because we're going to have a whole bunch of longshoremen out of jobs, because they're just going to price themselves out of the business. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
House of Gallup Taxpayer Association. 2 items. One is we did interviews for the 2 candidates for District 1, and they're both very good interviews. And they're now uploaded to YouTube, and it can be accessed from CalaverasTaxpayers.org. And also on the same page is the questionnaire the taxpayers provided for all the candidates, and of which there were 7 candidates and 5 responded to the poll. And that's also interesting to look at. On another item, our group is concerned about federal intrusion into local policy-making powers of the Board of Supervisors, and this is particularly in the area of land use planning. And we've sent an email and also short videotape explaining the problem. This has to do with rules connected with HUD that require the county to change its way of zoning and planning for densities and a whole bunch of other things that is not the prerogative of the federal government to be involved with. And that leads us to another question, is we really need to have training on the Constitution. We think that public officials, anybody that takes the oath to swear to the Constitution, must at least read it, and they should take a course on it, because this shouldn't, this really shouldn't even be a question. And so we ask you to not accept any funding with strings attached from HUD or anybody else that attempts to take over the functions of local government. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tanya Dawson from Valley Springs, and I just wanted to read something. Imagine you have a lifelong friend called George. One day, you and George are approached by an old mutual friend, Oliver. Oliver explains that he's had a run of bad luck and is raising money to cover tuition fees for his kids. You want to help Oliver out, so you give him some money. To your surprise, George doesn't offer Oliver any help. You try to persuade him, but it's no use. Imagine yourself in this situation. Do you think it's okay to use the threat of physical force against George to get him to do the right thing? Now imagine a slightly different situation. This time, a group of your friends take a vote. 6 out of 10 are in favor of threatening George to get him to help Oliver. Does this democratic process make it okay to threaten George? One last change to the situation. This time, imagine that many thousands of people have democratically agreed as a group who we'll call the agents to do whatever is necessary to take money from George and give it to Oliver's family. The agents don't explicitly threaten George at first. All they do is send him a bill. Like everyone else, though, George knows what will happen if he doesn't pay the bill. First, he'll get more letters demanding payment, and the bill will get bigger. Eventually, if he still doesn't pay, agents with guns will break into his house and take him away against his will. Almost everyone pays their bills without protest. They know the agents are prepared to use as much force as necessary to overpower you if you resist. Do you think it's acceptable for the agents to threaten violence against George if he doesn't give his money towards helping Oliver's family? If we approve of state programs that redistribute wealth, we must also approve of threats of violence made against peaceful people, because this is how funds are collected. On the other hand, most of us feel uncomfortable about threatening peaceful people when we imagine having to make the threats ourselves. If we feel negatively toward the idea of threatening George personally, can we really be comfortable with the threats made against him by agents of the state? Some people believe that voluntary interaction and spontaneous order are realistic and preferable alternatives to state coercion as a way of organizing society. This was written by Thomas Kay, and there's a YouTube video of it as well. So just keep this in mind when you're voting on things that redistribute our wealth and the process of how it's happening. And we really should be able to make those decisions for ourselves, what charities we want to give to. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments?
Bill McManus, Sanford Hill. Just like to endorse what was said previously about the Constitution. It's important that we understand how our country was formed and the value and function of our laws and everything else. Besides that, maybe we step back a little bit or step down one level and encourage all public officials, in fact all citizens, to respect and obey federal law, which is there for a reason. It's been proven constitutional. It's part of the body of law that supports the foundation of our Constitution. So maybe everyone should consider doing that. I think that would be a good first step. As I continue here, all of the efforts of the county is trying to pretend that the current ordinance is working will soon be for naught. The Committee to Ban Commercial Cultivation has filed its initiative. Signature gathering will commence soon. In the approximately 3 months we will have, it should be no problem to get the needed signatures from the thousands of citizens who know this board has sold out the pot to the pot industry. BanCommercialCultivation.com is the website. Check the papers for updates. We look forward to a March special election where we will put an end to the misery you have visited on our citizens. As we speak now, the same problems continue. The urgency ordinance and all of its incarnations have failed miserably. New grows are going in all the time. Existing grows are being expanded. There's absolutely no regard for anything that has happened up to this point. And it's now been 2 years since the board has tried to do something. And the end result of that is it's a huge mess, and it will continue to be a huge mess. We intend to try to rectify that problem. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay. So we'll move on to our regular agenda.
Okay, item number 1 is to receive a presentation providing an update on the services of the Mountain Valley Emergency Medical Services Agency.
And today we have with us Dr. Kevin Mackey, who will be doing a PowerPoint presentation, and Richard Murdoch from Mountain Valley Medical Services. And then we have to...
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, members of the board. I've been asked to present in front of you by Supervisor Ponte on update on community cardiac arrest. Just a brief introduction about who I am. My name is Kevin Mackey. I'm a full-time emergency physician in Sacramento County at Kaiser Permanente South Sacramento, but I also serve as the medical director of Mountain Valley EMS Agency. A little bit of a background about Mountain Valley, if you don't know. We are a 5-county regional EMS service. We service Alpine, Calaveras, Amador, Mariposa, and Stanislaus counties. By California Code of Regulations and the Health and Safety Code, that service is required to be provided by a medical director, and I serve in that role. I'm boarded in emergency medicine and also boarded in pre-hospital emergency care. I've been doing this role with Mountain Valley about 8 years, and it's been a huge rewarding experience. And one of our focuses over the last several years has been community cardiac arrest survival, and I thought I'd do a short presentation today on how Calaveras County has done and show you some data. So, go to the next slide. So in our service area, there's about 500 to 600 cardiac arrests per year. And in Calaveras County, there runs about 50 to 60 per year. That runs about 1 every 6 days. Cardiac arrest is possibly the most time-dependent emergency that happens in our communities. It requires individuals to get engaged in the care of the person suffering from the cardiac arrest very, very early on. Next slide. But of everything we know about cardiac arrest and survival of cardiac arrest, these are the two things that really matter the most. Time to CPR when someone starts doing compressions, and also time to what we call defibrillation, use of an AED or electricity to get the heart started again. Next slide. So we have very highly trained individuals that show up, and they are very important individuals that show up with a lot of equipment. But oddly enough, if the last 20 years we've done scientific research on cardiac arrest, the only thing that matters, really, is when someone does CPR and when electricity is delivered. That's it. Even as a physician, I can't offer something better than that. Scientifically, all the medications and drugs I bring to their side, everything else, all my skills and knowledge, nothing else makes a difference that we know of in cardiac arrest. So let's talk about cardiac arrest survival in Calaveras County. Slide. The first and most important thing when you're going to look at something as important as cardiac arrest, you need to measure it. You need to have a reliable way of measuring it. So we enrolled in 2012 in the Cardiac Arrest Registry to Enhance Survival. It's called CARES. The acronym is CARES. It started out of Emory University by a grant from the Centers for Disease Control, CDC, and has moved under the Heart Rescue Project Foundation and has all those individuals in the bottom of it now involved in it. What this means is it's a protected database that we can enter every single cardiac arrest that happens in our communities. We have done this in these communities since 2012. We really got robust in 2013, and we have full years data of 13, 14, and 15, and we're starting in 16. So the numbers I'm going to show you for Calaveras County are real numbers, pulled right off of our pre-hospital care reports, and includes inputs from the hospitals as well. Mark Twain. So these are some of the things we measure in CARES. And we don't need to read the list exhaustively, but I want to point out that we do measure our bystander CPR rate. We measure where the arrest happens, if an AED was used. We measure what our first arrest rhythms were, and we measure things like medications given. Next slide. But the most important things, there's some acronyms in here I'll explain, and please stop if you need me to clear anything up. ROSC means return of spontaneous circulation. This means that the person regains a heart rhythm. If they're admitted to the hospital, or did they die in the emergency department? If they survive their admission, did they survive to discharge? And then most importantly, when I was a paramedic for 12 years before I went to medical school, I thought getting a person to the hospital with a heart rate was the touchdown. That's not. The touchdown is really, can they go home? Can they kiss their kids? Can they balance a checkbook? Can they go back to work? Can they survive their event in some neurologic fashion? CPC scoring is a cerebral performance category, a CPC. A CPC score of 1 is the best. That means that they're completely neurologically intact. A CPC score of 4 means they're neurologically devastated. So we measure that as well. So that's the target. We want to know did they survive their discharge, and did they survive neurologically intact? That's the goal. So here's our recipe. This is a simple recipe. Get someone, anyone, on the chest as soon as possible. Remember, I told you that's the most important. Get an AED to them early. HP CPR means high performance CPR. This is a highly integrated form of CPR that our rescuers do. I'm going to show it to you briefly. Don't let them move. The moment you move them from where their cardiac arrest happens, the quality of CPR dramatically diminishes, which diminishes survival. So we teach our providers to stay on scene for up to an hour doing CPR and performing rescue maneuvers. Post-arrest EKGs, and then we cool them down. Next one. This is it. This is the magic sauce right here. You're looking at them. That dispatcher is the key to the entire process. In Calaveras County, we have not had a single neurologically intact survivor since 2013 unless the dispatcher gave CPR instructions or a bystander started CPR. Not even one. That's very important. It's part of what I wanted to present today. Go ahead. So, they're the easiest, fastest, cheapest way to get a bystander on the chest. Everyone calls 911 at some point for a cardiac arrest. And that dispatcher is the key to getting things going. So let's briefly run through high-performance CPR. I'll make this brief. Go ahead. Next slide. It's basically called pit crew CPR. When you watch a NASCAR race, the guy who changes the right front tire is the guy who changes the right front tire. He doesn't come into the next pit stop and do the gas. He's really, really, really good at changing the right front tire, but he's terrible at filling gas, right? You want the right person doing the right job and do it really, really well. Next. So this is our pit crew. When our rescuers arrive, they have an assigned task. Our rescuers in Calaveras County, all the way down to the volunteer, have been taught in this concept. It's extremely complex, it's hard to learn, but once you learn it, the survival rate dramatically rises. I'm going to show you those numbers. Go ahead. Go ahead, skip that slide. So let's see who's most likely to survive. Okay. The Epstein bystander criteria, this is the one we pay attention to. Go ahead. Witness collapse. Was this person seen to collapse in front of someone? Next. Did they get a bystander intervention? Were they found in what we call a shockable rhythm? That's where an AED would work. So let's jump to the results. This is where the sauce is. 2013, this is the first year we really started to track this. This is just Calaveras County. I'm going to flip over my numbers to make sure I got it accurate. I think the number is 41. There were 42. 42 total cardiac arrests in Calaveras County in 2013. These are people who dropped and had their heart stopped outside the hospital. 6 of those were non-cardiac, meaning that they were traumatic arrests, a vehicle accident. If you look at the numbers, jump down to Epstein bystander, not even one. We didn't have any witnessed that got bystander CPR and found in a shockable rhythm survivors that year. We did have a community CPR rate of about 45%. So about 45% of the time, someone did CPR. Next one. 2014. This is the year after we did high-performance CPR training. This is the year after we engaged all of our personnel. And look at that. 75%. So let me give you a little bit of a background to 75%. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the highest in our region, and that was the highest in the country. 75%. Not big numbers, but 75%. And most of those came out of Ebbets Pass Fire. Ebbets Pass Fire does an absolutely phenomenal job on CPR. They always have. They've always been engaged. And all the rest of the providers, now that they're engaged as well, doing a wonderful job. But Ebbets Pass was one of the first to jump into the game. Next one. And in 2015, you see that number? Because there's small numbers. It does drop back to 0. And we think that this is because the high-performance CPR training requires such intensive training. And we have a lot of changeover of personnel. Next. So this is the summary, just to show you. This is all comers. So this is 500. If you look at the column on the left, 587 cardiac arrests total in Mountain Valley for 2015. Jump down the Epstein bystander survival rate. That's 43.2%. The number to the right, that 5,071, is how many happen in California that are in the CARES registry. We are 6% better than the entire state of California, and we're 6% better than the rest of the country. So in our region and in your community, we are doing a better job than the rest of California and the rest of the country, is the bottom line. Next one. So what can we do today? This is very important. I hope I've driven home the message, the importance of being involved with the dispatcher. The dispatcher is really, really the key to the entire process. We've had challenges because anytime you have law enforcement dispatch, they're pulled in multiple priority different directions. That's just a nature. It's not unique to Calaveras County. It's not unique to California. It's throughout the country. If you have a law enforcement as your primary dispatch, their priorities are scattered. We have been working with law enforcement up here to get their dispatch to come to our QI meetings where we can review their cardiac arrest. We're talking about 4 a month, 5 a month. This isn't a large number of cardiac arrests, and we have struggled to get them to get engaged with our QI program. It's very simple. It's very, very simple, and it's very easy, and it doesn't require a lot of work. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you knew this, but to be a dispatcher for law enforcement, you are required to do medical continuing education as part of your training and ongoing commitment to being a dispatcher. We're not asking them to do new work. We're asking them just to shuffle the work in a different direction. That's it. But we need to get them to the table, and we've had a really, really hard time doing that. We don't know why. We've asked, we've offered. They're just pulled in a lot of different directions. But as I hope I've shown you, they are the key. They are the key to the survival of citizens in this community to surviving cardiac arrest. We need to get them to the table. Fortunately, we have community CPR campaigns. Cash C is Calaveras, Amador, Survive a Heart Coalition. They're going into our schools and training them in CPR. And that's another key, doing CPR in our schools. Last slide. Tomorrow, AEDs in public buildings. I would love to get our sheriffs to get simultaneously dispatched these rare calls because they're usually on the street and they can get there faster than anybody else. And they can start CPR if someone hasn't started CPR, or they can take over CPR. Again, this is a very successful campaign in several parts of the country. Fortunately, I do have one call from Calaveras County. It's happened in the last 2 months. We have a survivor, and guess who did CPR on the survivor? A sheriff. A sheriff did. Correct. AEDs in all the sheriff's vehicles, and then Pulse Point is an app we can talk about. So that's way too long. I meant to be about 10 minutes. That took me longer than I thought it would. But there's my contact information. If anyone has any questions for me later on, I'd be happy to, and I can take questions.
I have a question now.
Sir.
You said that you have a slide for Ebbets Pass? Or is it just...
That's the entire county, sir. I can pull out Ebbets Pass specifically. I can pull out any provider.
So but you're saying that Ebbets Pass has a very good percentage rate?
Yes, sir. I think I know why. The reason why is I think it's the community makeup, honestly. It's not just dispatch, it's a community makeup. Apparently, if you're a retired firefighter or retired physician or retired police officer, you like to retire in Arnold. Apparently. So you really can't drop very far from someone who knows CPR already. And so that might be part of it.
So, but there's no data supporting that, right?
That there's someone who responded to the side that was a firefighter?
No, that wasn't.
There wasn't. No, sir. We don't ask them what their training or their background is. A lot of the survivors are honestly people who dropped in front of someone who already knew CPR.
So, but Ebbets Pass has a real good record on survival rates. Does that also mean that the dispatch is working in that area?
Not necessarily. And Ebbets Pass came to me when we started this in 2012 and said, we want to be involved early. And if you do a quality project in any large scale, you're smart to start it in a small area and try to break it as much as you can and fix it as much as you can before you roll it out to a larger area. So Ebbets Pass was a testing ground for testing high-performance CPR and the training in high-performance CPR. So we trained the entire department, and we tested it and broke it and tested and broke it until we got it perfected. So they were really the first to the table to do high-performance CPR measures. And it wasn't a week before my phone rang, and it was Matt O'Donnell from Ebbets Pass that said, oh my goodness, Chief Bogger, they called me and said, this is amazing. I've been running cardiac arrest for 15 years, and this was the best one I've ever run. It ran smooth. Everyone knew what they were doing. The uncomfortable part, and the part that the sheriffs did have a hard time with, was how long they stayed on scene and the fact that we don't transport individuals that don't survive. That's a big thing. So by not transporting someone who doesn't survive the event, you've done a lot of things that are another discussion, but most importantly, you have reduced the risk to our own providers injuring themselves by transporting someone who's not going to survive the event anyway. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Hope that answered your question.
Yeah, I was just curious because it all starts with the dispatch, right?
It does. It does, but dispatch, again, I've been involved in these QI meetings in these counties for 8 years, and I know, I'm not pointing fingers. They just have a lot of things to do, but this isn't a big workload. It's really not, and it's something we will step in and help them with. We do this in a huge dispatch center in Stanislaus County that dispatches 2 large counties, and their dispatch center is present at all of our QI meetings with their cardiac arrest data, and they run numbers in the 400s. It's not asking a lot.
No, my point was is that if it's passed, they have a very good percentage for responding, survival rate, and all of that, and it started with dispatch.
No, it started with the fire department and high performance.
So the fire department got the call first, or dispatch did?
Well, dispatch got the call first, sir, but dispatch has struggled to get someone on the chest. What my point is that the people, the citizens of Arnold, seem to have a higher knowledge of bystander CPR because of who retires there, and also the response times for Ebbets Pass in general, right in downtown Arnold, is very quick.
Right. So they have their own district too, right? They have their own zone there?
They do have their own zone up there, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Doctor? Hi. I'm Mike Oliveira.
Sir.
I represent District 3, Arnold.
Yes, sir.
I've also worked the street as a deputy.
Yes,
Very
sir.
familiar with Ebbets Pass Park. You're absolutely right. We have a phenomenal park. When it comes to dispatch problems, I think I'd like to hear from the Sheriff's Department. I believe Supervisor Ponte is a member of the Committee for Mountain Medical Services. So
Yes, sir.
I am concerned on your comments, but I'm going to defer to Supervisor Ponte, do a little research and bring back some information that you've raised my curiosity on.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for being an ER doctor.
Oh,
Used
thank
your
you, sir.
services twice.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
And I'd just like to say I do serve on the EMS committee and have for the last 3 years, and it's a good working committee, board. Dr. Mackey, I thank you for your time. You also have been instrumental in helping Calaveras County develop a program that's unique in regards to the kind of mid-level, what's the title of it? Not paramedic, but...
Critical care paramedic?
Yes,
Yes.
out in the field.
Yes, ma'am.
And would you talk a little bit about that program? I know there's been a lot of trial and tribulations with that, but that's a really unique program. And hoping to get it, it is off the ground in Calaveras County, but get a graduate out of it.
Yes, ma'am. So critical care, let me back up and start a different way. When an individual comes into a hospital and they're critically ill, and that hospital may not necessarily have the resources or the availability to treat a particular condition, I'll use an example. A person that's suffering from pneumonia that's in what's called septic shock, and they really need the level of a tertiary hospital. So that would be a down in the valley, UC Davis or something like that, need treatment. That patient needs to be transported. Getting that patient transported out of that hospital is extraordinarily challenging. First of all, critical care transport units available in the valley rarely will transport out of the mountain communities. And in the winter months and in the fog months, we can't fly them. And so that makes it challenging as well. So we can train up a paramedic through additional training, which ALA has trained about 8 so far. And then those 8 individuals sit for a board examination that's administered out of North Carolina, and they pass the board examination, and then you can turn that ambulance, which normally was just an ALS transport unit, into a critical care transport unit. And it services the community extremely well because you can transport these critically ill individuals that desperately need tertiary care down the mountain more efficiently. So we've been working for a couple of years to get that off the ground. We've written protocols for it, and it's working well.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor. We have public comments on that, the last agenda item, please.
I'm Jason Robitel, Fire Chief with Calaveras Consolidated Fire. I do agree with the presentation, as we have seen in my district alone, some incredible results contributed to pit crew CPR. My neighbor, my former Little League coach, I wave every morning because he was in cardiac arrest. One thing that we need to also is the value of staff fire stations. We had, instead of waiting for volunteers to respond to firehouses, if our stations are staffed, they can deploy quickly. We were on scene within 2 minutes, did start compressions, as well as early defibrillation, and resulted in him able to celebrate holidays and wave to his neighbors. This is a model, as we touched on, is Ebbets Pass is the model. It's fire-based EMS. As you can see, that pit crew CPR, everyone needs to be working as a team, as a unit, and it's proven fact when you have fire-based EMS, when crews live and work together in the fire stations, that communication is easily translated to the scene, and they're working as a unit. When you have fire-based EMS, those paramedic providers not only function in a single role, but we can also use them during wildland and suppression activities, structure fires, and searches. So there's a lot of value. Calaveras Consolidated Fire is putting a measure, and we're going to hopefully pass down the consent to put paramedics on our fire engines as a first response in the Jenny Lind and Valley Springs stations. And we're going to put that out to the voters, and hopefully they see the value in having that. We are the busiest fire district in the county. We do service a third of the county's population, so we're looking forward to having that opportunity in the future. Appreciate the presentation this morning and future conversations about it. Thank you. Have a good day.
I'm Will Moore from Rancho Calaveras. I'd just like to point out in the physical structure of the room is that the person doing the presentation is standing in front of the screen, blocking out about half of the audience. I don't know if this is a public presentation or just for the board, but I just thought I'd point it out.
Marty Crane, Valley Springs. We talk about emergency preparedness all the time. Sometimes we get on it, and sometimes we let it slide till the next day, and sometimes the next day is when the Butte fire starts. I just wanted to say that I think we are all very pleased with how things have evolved in the Ebbets Pass Fire District. I'd like to say that there were, I believe, a couple of measures that they put on the ballot many years ago that the community recognized and supported, and that is, in large part, I believe, why they are able to do a lot of what they can do. If you want them to come in time, jump on your chest, and save your life, you need to make sure that they're there and not in Stockton at their primary job. You need to make sure that that you have not stood in the way when they went after grants to do this and to do that and to bring in this equipment or that equipment or provide this training or that training. And if you did stand in the way, maybe you should put your name on their list so that they don't waste your time saving your life when they get there. But they would never do that. They're there to save everyone. And so I just want to make sure that everyone realizes that it's up to us, the voters, to pay for what we expect to be there for us when we need them at our most vulnerable time. So I agree there's an item coming up on the ballot, and we should take a good look at it and remember how much is our life worth? How much is your family's life worth, and how much is the life of your friends and neighbors? Thank you.
My name is Peter Race from Jenny Lynn. I'd like to support the chief on this issue wholeheartedly. There were certain issues that was going to be put on the ballot before, but most people put together firefighting, what we're getting from the state, Cal Fire, and local fire. A lot of people just say, hey, we're paying enough on it. So that's why one ballot measure kind of failed. But let me say I fully support the idea, and I would very much hope that this body will take a good look at it again, make it so people have a choice. This guy over here, my chief, I know he's going to be there. But he's going to have to sit on his butt and keep massaging my chest when I have a heart attack till an ambulance shows up. There's ways to lessen the cost, better responsive, because those big ambulances are not going to go up on back roads without four-wheel drive. My chief and a couple of those captains have a four-wheel drive vehicle. They can reach you, throw you in a bag, and get you down to the closest hospital. A lot more efficient and financially a lot cheaper, because you would put the additional money financing that four-wheel drive Suburban to get your body down to the hospital so somebody can, do the right thing. And folks, most of you have constituents out in the boonies, and that ambulance not going to make it in time. It's the one individual out in the boonies that's going to need help, that ambulance is not going to get there. The chief will, or a captain or lieutenant, whatever rank they have, they will be there. They have the same trainees that an ambulance service will give.
30 seconds.
But to give an exclusive to one organization, this county, substantially more expensive and not as efficient as what we're having right now. Take a look at that fire district that has its own service to take care of people right off the bat, right then and there, and don't have to wait for another agency to show up. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments on this issue? All right, we'll move on.
Okay, item number 2 is receive a report from the board chair, department heads, Cal OES, and FEMA update on the Butte Fire recovery.
Good morning, Brian Moss, Administrative Office. Just some brief comments this morning for Butte Fire Recovery. We received a report from Environmental Management this morning. They don't have any updates. So as you know, they were in charge of the debris removal and the ash removal, so on the property. So that's going well. I know they're working on the insurance end of it right now. So the next issue is requests for proposals were due yesterday for contractors to come in and actually remove burned trees. So I know Public Works is going to be reviewing those and hopefully choosing a contractor here very, very soon, so they can actually start moving on removing burned trees. The board is probably aware that we actually have trees that are being marked right now by the arborist. Tetra Tech has been going out and putting white CCs on trees. There was a lot of confusion on that at first. We've since put together with our PIO a website, and our IT department a website for burn trees as well, and talk about burn trees as well as tree kill, which is a separate issue as well. But with that said, there's going to be a meeting tomorrow night in Mount Ranch from 5 to 7 to discuss the markings on the burn trees and the burn tree removal in the public right-of-way, as well as education on requests on right of entries for properties that have trees that may actually impact public infrastructure and public right-of-way. So those are my comments for today. I don't know if we have any department heads here today to comment.
Where's that meeting at, Brian?
It is at the Mountain Ranch Community Hall.
And that's tomorrow,
That is, that's tomorrow,
Okay.
right, from 5 to 7.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works Director. A little off subject, just wanted to let the board know that Public Works has deployed AEDs in all of our foreman trucks at our installations, and we've trained all staff in the use thereof. So if there are any other departments in the county that want information on what we've done, our purchases, our deployment, our signage, and our training, we're perfectly willing to share what we've learned. As Mr. Moss indicated, the arborist has been hard at work since the second week of June. We have approximately 1,800 trees identified, marked, and mapped that are what are considered right-of-way trees for removal. There are approximately 6,000 or more right-of-entry trees, what we call right-of-entry trees, private property trees. We cannot identify those with specific GPS coordinates until we get a right of entry from the owners. The right of entries have been sent out in the mail, and we are starting to receive calls and signed forms that will allow us to deploy our arborist onto private lands to identify and locate dead trees that have the potential to impact public right-of-way, also give us the ability to get onto private lands for environmental permitting, as well as the actual removal of the trees. I've gotten a few, or the department has gotten a few complaints that the arborist has marked some trees, some right-of-way trees, that appear to still have some green on them. Not being an arborist myself, but having watched trees die for most of my adult life, we don't believe that Public Works Department is in a position to second-guess the finding of an arborist. And so we will be discussing tomorrow in Mountain Ranch, and we will be discussing with those citizens who believe that we have mismarked a public tree. But the bottom line is we believe, or I believe, that these trees that have been marked by the arborist will be coming out. What we do with them after they are felled is certainly open for discussion. So if there's potentially some sort of a secondary use for those trees, we can certainly explore that. Mountain Ranch meeting tomorrow night that Brian talked about. There will be presentations by Public Works, by the arborist, by Calaveras Recovers. They'll also be there. Again, that's from 5 to 7 tomorrow night in Mountain Ranch at the community center. Is
that my phone?
I hope not. No. Good. In terms of the tree removal contract, the construction portion of the removal, we went out to bids on the 27th of June. Bidding period closed yesterday afternoon. We received 4 proposals. 2 were from local county entities. 1 was from a Tuolumne County entity, and 1 was from a contractor who previously did tree removal work for PG&E, responsible for the removal of approximately 27,000 trees along utility corridors. Public Works staff is currently evaluating those, and we will be bringing forward a recommendation for award of contract on the 26th of July at the next meeting. We hope to have trees starting to be felled and hauled by mid-August. We anticipate that the 1,800 or so trees in right-of-way will be handled within 60 to 90 days of contract execution. The right of entry trees will take a longer period of time because, of course, it takes longer to send out right of entries, get right of entries coming back, resolve the changes in ownership that have occurred since then, reaching out to the sheriff's office to make sure that we have escort if we have to go on to parcels that have apparent illegal grows on them, and among other things that we are working out. So the removal of the right of entry trees will be a longer process than the removal of right of way trees. We will go as quickly as we can. Next, what's next for Public Works in terms of disaster recovery? After we bring the contract for hazard tree removal to the board, we will seek permission to go out with a project management consultant contract that will allow us to have a contractor in-house or extra hire in-house that will help us with a large number of RFPs that we need to get out, including execution of the FMAG and the HMGP programs, the grant programs for erosion and sediment control, as well as the variety of roadway recovery projects that are going to be performed over the next 2 to 3 years. Estimates for the road recovery are between $10 million and $30 million within the county. So that's quite large. That's as large as my entire bridge replacement program that's currently in process. So it's nearly a doubling of the Public Works capital program that will be occurring in the next 3 years. So the department needs additional help. Any other questions on fire or fire recovery?
Mr. Close, let's get back to the right of entry problems. Is there any means that Public Works can use for the non-responsive other than a time limit to make this process go on the scheduled time?
We are hoping that the process of going through the right of entry will mirror the process of right of entry that was done by Environmental Health Agency during the debris removal for burned structures, meaning that we're anticipating a 70% approval of our initial mailing. Then we'll follow that up with resolving the inaccuracies between current tax rolls and current reality to try to pick up another 5 to 10%. The remaining numbers, we will just physically reach out and hope to have personal contacts, because that seemed to be the absolutely most effective way of getting the recalcitrant or the property owners that were a little bit standoffish. In the end, we do have the ability to do a code compliance, but that's essentially our path of last resort. We're looking for cooperative relationships and not an antagonistic relationship, and we think we can get there. We don't have anywhere near the 1,200 properties that were dealt with by Environmental Health, and in the end, there were only, 2 self-haulers, and then 1, I believe, or maybe 2 properties that are actually going to code compliance for not being cleaned up. So that's an outstanding record. And that was a much larger type of a project, much more intrusive of the private property owners than removing trees along county roads. So I don't anticipate there being a significant issue with this. It'll just take a little bit longer than the ability to go through and mass cut down trees along county roads. Any other questions? Did I answer your question?
A couple questions. Is the work done for the arborists on the public roads?
Yes, it is. It's completed, and we've transmitted the information to Calaveras and FEMA, as well as transmitting our drive-by assessments in terms of numbers of trees on private property.
Okay. And then if it's on private land, you're trying to get the right of entry for the arborist, et cetera. Can that private landowner cut down his tree if the arborist says it needs to come down? Or does it have to be with the contract?
No, absolutely. It's privately owned.
Okay.
But that process, if the private property owner elects to do it themselves, is not a reimbursable item. whereas we have participation in the public assistance program that gives the county reimbursement for that work.
Okay. So kind of what I'm hearing up in the area, and probably Chris does too, there's just been a lot of folks up in that area, a lot of people coming onto other people's property, whether they get right of entry or not, why they're there, et cetera, et cetera. So there seems to be some concern if the private property owner can take care of their own tree, if the arborist is, saying it needs to come down. So maybe tomorrow night's meeting that can be maybe mentioned in a Q&A kind of fashion.
I will take care of that. Thank you, Supervisor Pani. Anything else?
No, that's kind of in general what I'm hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Director Krovitz, I have one question. You would hope that we'll never see a disaster like this again, but you still want to be prepared for it. Going forward, if we were to turn the clock back, when we obtain the right of entry forms to enter, to clean the properties, if we could make things perfect and go back, could we have put in those initial forms also a clause that says we need the right to clear trees that are dangerous going forward, so that we wouldn't have to go through this entire process again?
If I understand your question, what you're asking, when we went out with the right of entry for debris removal of burned structures, could we have gone out at the same time with a right of entry for removal of burned trees?
Correct.
Yes, had we had a contract in place with the arborist to be able to have done an initial drive-by assessment of those parcels and those trees. In the immediate aftermath of the suppression of the fire, our first efforts for concerning tree removal were to take down those trees that had burned so severely that it was obvious that they needed to be felled and treated. That is the pile of logs that you see here at Government Center. After that, we had standing trees, and we had a requirement from FEMA for reimbursement that an arborist must make the determination that a tree was mortally wounded as a result of the fire before it is eligible for removal. And so there's actually a double contracting standard that is required for hazard tree removal. The first contract with an arborist, because we don't have an arborist on staff, and the second contract for the removal of the trees themselves. So it's a two-step process. Yes, it could have all been done in one fell swoop, but there's still a difference in removing debris where a structure is burned and removing a tree alongside a county road. I do believe that the double process is probably cleaner and simpler. In hindsight, the best thing that we could have done was a better public outreach to let the victims of the fire know the processes and the recovery that were available. And I felt like staff didn't have all the answers and all the knowledge and all the experience in the aftermath of the fire. And we hadn't had a fire in 15 years. So with the high level of staff turnover, one would expect that staff was learning as well as the victims of the fire.
And I understand that, and I'm not being critical. I'm just trying to get the roadmap for setting it up as we go forward. And to me, what I'm hearing is when we initiated the right of entry forms, we could have saved ourselves time at this point had we also understood we were going to have to come back and clear trees. And right now, with the exceptional amount of beetle kill that we're seeing, I think it behooves us to be prepared.
Yeah. And it certainly would have been possible if we knew everything today that we knew then, that we would have sent out two right of entries, one for debris removal and one for hazard tree removal along county right-of-way. Because the right of entries have got to be specific to the work that's going to be performed as a relationship to that right of entry, including the dates of cessation, dates of begin, dates of end. When we move ahead with the hazard tree removal, the tree mortality due to drought and bug kill, we will make sure that we have enough duration in our right of entries to cover 1, 2, 3 processes of removal over a period of a number of years, because the mortality that we're going to see in the next 12 months will will again be repeated, either more or less, the 12 months following that, the 12 months following that. I believe that we're going to have tree mortality due to the drought of the last 5 to 10 years that will be going on for decades. And so that piece is going to be very important. We could go through and take out all the dead trees that affect county right-of-way today, and 3 months from now we'll have a whole new set of them. So while one was a very fast-moving disaster, the fire, the tree mortality disaster is a very slow-moving disaster, and will take a number of years to kind of solve. Trying to get a one-size-fits-all for everything doesn't always work.
I understand. Thanks for letting me take you off subject just a shade.
So I'd like to comment on that a little bit too. Right from the get-go, we were having a tough time finding out information, even from OES and FEMA. OES and FEMA are two different entities, one state, one federal. The debris removal right of entries were started off as OES, correct?
They actually started by going out of our own environmental health agency.
But it started off as an OES. You have to have the language to be able to get your reimbursements, and that has to be approved by either FEMA or whoever's giving you the reimbursement.
That was through Cal Recycle.
Yeah, the program itself, we didn't have to go out for the debris removal program that environmental health managed. They did not have to go out for a contract with an expert to identify the nature of the problem. They directly contracted essentially with Cal Recycle for a contractor. The contractor was under the direction of Cal Recycle. Different structure to the two programs. And yeah, there was, with that program, I wouldn't call it a misstep. They were initially mobilized under a state disaster declaration, and then they had to backtrack and remobilize under a federal disaster declaration. So
for your tree removal, for your right of entries?
Yes.
I mean, we could have, if we would have got the information, because that actually has different language in it that FEMA requires regarding the right of entries than the state required right of entries for the debris removal, correct?
That's correct, but you also have to consider the difference between the Butte Fire and previous large wildfire fires in California. Majority of those wildfires, the trees that were killed in those fires were on public lands. And so you're dealing with a single owner. The Rim Fire, single owner for the most part, Forest Service.
So
whereas
even still, the federal requirements for reimbursement are different than the state requirements for reimbursement.
That's correct.
So,
and essentially the compliance requirements for the agency for Calaveras County are different under those two programs.
so if we'd have known, we could have sent out another, if we had all of the information up front, we could have actually sent out those right of entry forms simultaneously and had it done.
Sure, I'm in much better position to respond to the next emergency. I'm not looking forward to it.
Right. So, I think that public needs to realize that the game changes constantly.
Well, it changed for FEMA and Cal OES as well with the number of private properties that were affected by the fire. The insurance recovery requirements took them a number of months to figure out, and once they figured it out on the debris removal portion, they had to go back and relook at the entire thing again under hazard tree removal, because there are people that have insurance on their land with no structures on it that will potentially fund tree removal. However, it's up to the landowner to decide which are the most important trees that they want to remove. So, for example, I heard of a landowner 2 days ago that received a $10,000 insurance payment for the removal of trees. Now, this landowner is on 20 acres and has literally hundreds of trees. The $10,000 isn't going to even begin to cover it. Does that landowner want to identify or utilize that $10,000 payment from the insurance company to take half a dozen trees off of adjacent to public right-of-way, or do they want to use that $10,000 to get those trees that are hardest to remove? because the trees along public right-of-way, if the landowner already has spent the money on tree removal with the insurance, they would be fully covered. So, it's not just that the county didn't know all of the rules and regulations. The state and federal agencies didn't know all the impacts that were specific to this event as well. We're all learning as we go. The miracle to me is that we're as far along as we are.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions from board?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I assume I will see some of you tomorrow night. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Just a couple additional comments, questions raised by the board. One of the things that the arborist is going to do, Tetra Tech, is we're going to actually stake the properties as well as sending out the right of entries. And when they do a stake, they'll have a stake on the property. It'll be in an enclosed, waterproof bag, so that if they can't get a hold of the people through mail or other means, each property will be staked. There will be a press release similar to the one you saw today in your mail, talking about tomorrow night's meeting. It's going to be the same idea, a photograph of the stake, and this is what the public has to look for, and I'm sure that will be discussed tomorrow night. The other issue, I had a conversation with Will at Tetra Tech. One of the things that they noticed on the lake fire is when they would have some green on some of these trees, people would say, don't cut the trees because they're still alive, even though the arborist said that the trees were on their way out, only to find that a few months later, indeed, those trees are dead. So that's the other important message for the public. Even though a tree may appear that it's coming back or still has a little bit of green, if the arborist has already done his work and taken a look at the bark and the other layers of the tree, he's going to be able to determine as to whether that tree is going to make it or not. So that's the other important message. Any questions?
Yeah, I do have a question. So is there if somebody's really, during this disaster, people lost a lot of things and they become, attached to certain trees,
Absolutely.
along the roadway, even though it's in county right away, it's still, part of their, landscape and part of what they love about the place, and they're happy that this one tree survived, and now here we come and we're going to cut it down. Is there a way for the folks to, get a second opinion, have an arborist come of their own? Because there's not, you realize this, there's not overwhelmingly trust in the government. And they see this as maybe somebody wants that tree to make money off of. And so they don't trust the process, which is understandable. Even if it is completely, upfront and correct, is there a way for the people to appeal that process if we could make that happen?
If somebody wishes to, and actually we do have somebody on the public that is bringing up that exact case, and they wanted to bring out their own arborist to take a look at it, we're certainly open to that. The issue is, especially on the trees that are in the public right-of-way, we don't have an option. Certainly if somebody wants to bring an arborist, that's fine, but we don't have an option from a risk management standpoint for a tree falling down on infrastructure, a car, a person, etc. So we really are obligated to take care of those. Now, to take this one step further, what if an individual says that they have a tree on their property that they think is going to survive and they don't want us to cut it down? I think that would require some sort of indemnification, et cetera. Would have to talk to counsel about that, but certainly I'm sure there would be a way of working with the public on that as well, saying, well, even though it's threatening public infrastructure, it is on your private property. That's something we could look into in further detail.
If I do get calls, or anybody here gets calls like that, who should we direct their calls to?
I would say that the people you should talk to is Tetra Tech, and Will at Tetra Tech, and I can get you that information. Okay.
Well, we've established a burn tree hotline. Telephone number, area code 209-754-6767. And that's up and running, and we can respond to any calls that we get. great. Thank you for doing that. Thank you,
Mr. Clovis, that's for burn tree removal, correct?
Yes, that hotline is not for tree mortality, not drought kill. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, you'd have to get a couple more lines.
Yeah, that's the next disaster.
The truth is, I was thinking that line was for tree mortality myself, so I didn't bring it up. So anyway, any other questions?
I just want to make a comment that there's a couple of loggers that I talked to up the area, and most of the trees that they're removing right now, most of them already have a beetle in it. So it wasn't going to be long before that kind of went through that area anyhow. And I would just say that for anybody that has that tree that they're attached to, it would be really wise to make sure it's healthy before you put too much emotion into it, because we have a serious beetle infestation, and it's going to be taking out a majority of them anyhow. So.
And in addition to that, just kind of trailing behind that, the other issue is if a tree is dead long enough, then they get the wood borers in there, which is different than the bark beetle that initially kills a tree. And then, unfortunately, the wood is no longer marketable. So there are several factors. I'm learning this as we move along. Several factors at hand. So the sooner we can get those trees down, whether they be burn trees and or tree mortality trees, the better.
Not to mention that the market for wood is severely being impacted by this.
Absolutely.
And within a year or so, it'd be great if we could just give them away properly, by the looks of it. So
no, we're working on it.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you. Okay. Any public comments?
Morning. Mark Bolger, Mountain Ranch. I just wanted to build off something that Chris had mentioned. I don't know if it's always a distrust of government. I think a lot of the bad taste in people's mouth is the savage cutting down that a lot of the subcontractors did for PG&E. I was personally told that they had arborists that had picked trees. Was not the case. They came through, specifically a lot of out-of-state subcontractors. I had some really great local people that had worked on the property that did an amazing job. But a lot of neighbors and a lot of other people I've talked to in the burn area had the same experience that I did. And obviously we need to clean up the roadways. I mean, I don't think anyone would argue with that, but I would encourage, the county, public works, all the other different departments to take that into consideration, that there are a lot of people that did get their property brutalized by people that were here to, do a job, not necessarily do the right job or the job that needed to be done. So anyway, thank you.
Well, we always get a better result from local, people that are local and your neighbors, basically. So we try to make that happen if possible. Okay. Any other public comments?
Bill McManus, Hanford Hill. For many years, I was a licensed contractor, general contractor, involved with a lot of interaction with the county, many times, almost every time, involving someone from the county coming out to do an inspection, plan check, whatever. There was always some sort of interaction there. Now, I don't know if I heard Mr. Krovitz correctly, but what I thought I heard was that when county officials go out to some properties, they have to be escorted by the sheriff's department. Now, in all my years of dealing with code compliance or building inspectors, I never remember a sheriff's officer having to escort that person out to my job site. And I was just wondering if this is a new development. Is this something we should be concerned with? Do we have enough resources in the sheriff's department to escort every building inspector and code compliance person out to these sites? Is there maybe something else that's going on that you could address? Anyway, I just thought it was curious, and I just wanted to make sure that I heard Mr. Krovitz correctly. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Anthony Worcester, McCollum Hill. I have a very short comment. I think what you folks are saying is if the trees are not within or threatening to fall within the county or state right-of-way and they're burned, and an arborist has said they should go, they don't have to go if they're not threatening the right-of-way. In other words, as I understood it, and just correct me if I'm wrong, if it's on your private property and the arborist says this tree is not going to make it, it's got to go. The landowner has the option of cutting it themselves or letting the tree stay until it is closer to death. Am I correct?
You want to address that? As long if it's in or threatens the right of way, the option is to remove the tree. If it is not threatening the right of way, then that will be entirely up to the landowner as to what they want to do with that tree.
That's great. Okay, thank you. I have a orange tree, and one of my engineer friends in Hawaii is also a certified arborist. So I consulted her about it about 1.5 years ago. She told me there's nothing that can be done. It will die. It may last another few years, so naturally the tree is still there. It's still bearing oranges, but not as many. And so I just wanted to make sure that it's only the ones that are a threat to the right-of-way. Thank you.
And as I understand it, the arborist is only going to be looking at the trees that are going to be threatening public right-of-way, whether they be in the right-of-way or whether they require a right of entry on private property that threaten a public right-of-way.
Right. Okay. Any other public comments? All right.
Chair, I have a question on the board. I'd like to speak to Sheriff DiBasilio on the issue brought up regarding sheriff escort on properties. Good morning, Sheriff. How are you?
Morning. How are you today?
Good. As I understand it, I think I recall that Mr. Krovitz mentioned there will be some instances where you'll be escorting our county officials onto suspected marijuana grows. If that is the circumstance or that is the case, tracking those expenses, will that be charged to reimbursable on FEMA for those services, or will that go towards the marijuana enforcement end?
My understanding, per County Council, is it cannot go towards the enforcement of marijuana out of the fees because it does not directly correlation with those fees, which makes sense to me. So if it can go to FEMA, then it would go through FEMA.
Okay,
so
those are where there's suspected illegal marijuana grows. Maybe you can confirm that, Mr. There we go. Thumbs up. Okay. Thank you,
Sheriff. Just a little comment on that. There was a gentleman that I was involved with, Jesus Maria, that wasn't a grower, and we had to have the sheriff escort people to his property too. So, many times actually. So it's been requested that we take a 5-minute break.
Let's start from scratch here.
So, you want to announce it?
Item number 3, approve a letter supporting Senate Bill 450, which allows specified counties to implement a new method of administrating elections in California.
And
morning, Rebecca Turner, Clerk Recorder and Registrar of Voters. I didn't have enough to come talk to you about today, so I thought I'd throw another item on there. This bill, SB 450, is supported by Secretary Padilla, and he's been looking at a new voting solution for a couple of years since he's been in office, essentially. And this is a vote center model where it would be an all vote by mail with vote centers open for 10 days prior to the election. The reason our county has started to look at it is same-day registration has passed, and the way we currently run elections in 2018 with same-day registration, it'll be extremely difficult to have a paper roster and then have same-day registration, because people could vote at the polls that day, and without there being a system or some kind of database for the poll workers to have at the polling place, same-day registration is nearly impossible. So we're looking at solutions right now of how we can comply with the law in 2018. So SB 450, with VoteCal implementation, it's now going to go forward with same-day registration. So this, over the course of this last year, we've been implementing a statewide voter registration system. Prior to that, all counties were on a single county voter registration system, and we didn't match up statewide. So this last year, we've been implementing the statewide system. And once that is decided, the system of record, same-day registration goes into effect. So it's already been passed, and we're just waiting for it to basically say, hey, you're going to start doing this, which by 2018, we're going to be doing same-day registration. So somebody could register to vote the very same day they go to vote. And the way we currently print rosters, we print them a week in advance. The rosters are not going to have anybody who was registered to vote that week later, and there's not a really simple solution to say, hey, just add these 100 people onto your roster that day. So it's going to be kind of a mess going into 2018 if we don't figure out some sort of solution. So SB 450 is essentially kind of a factor that would help solve that, because we'd have vote centers as opposed to polling places, and vote centers would be required to have the election database on site, and then you'd be looking at the real-time election database rather than a post-dated paper roster. So with SB 450, everybody would be mailed a ballot. We'd have a vote center open for 10 days prior to the election, including Saturdays and Sundays. So that's also a convenience to the voters. The jurisdictions that have already implemented the vote center model have shown significant voter participation, an increase in voter participation, which is also a great. And then, so at this point, I'm just asking the board to support the bill. And prior to actually going forward with the bill, even if it passes, it's going to go before legislation when the session opens back up. And prior to us even having involvement, we still would have to have a detailed plan, and it would have to go through a public process screening. So we couldn't just say, come June 2018, I'm going to start running elections differently. The public would have to be involved, and we'd have to have a detailed plan about how we would move forward with it. So at this point, I'm just asking you to support this bill. I'm hoping that it does pass. We would be listed as one of 13 counties to go forward with it in 2018 if we meet all criteria to participate. So are there any questions?
Question?
Yes.
Rebecca, and part of this detailed plan, would that be the cost factor?
The cost factor would be involved. Okay. To date, I have done surveys, which is why we're listed as one of these, because our cost factors, being a smaller county, is equivalent to what our cost factors currently are for an election. And initial cost is going to be higher, but after we pay for this, the systems and everything that can make this possible, it will probably end up seeing that it actually costs less money, because we won't be hiring as many poll workers. The poll workers will be trained, hopefully be able to work year after year. And they will be paid at a salary basis, but instead of 16 polling places, we'll have 3 vote centers that are open for 10 days. So,
well, I certainly, like the thought process going behind it there. Easier access for voting and the voting centers versus, in special areas, and, just encouraging easier access for people to vote. So, we're a very mobile society, so. We no longer stay in one area for long periods of time to be able to vote in that area.
I have to say I give kudos to Secretary Padilla for being forward-thinking and trying to fix the problem before it hits.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, very nice. Well, I'm supportive of this.
Question, Mr. Turner. We're going to be opening up voting centers, according to this bill passes, 10 days prior to Election Day.
Yes.
Correct? And we're going to man that with employees, correct?
Correct. So the law requires that if your registration is over 50,000, you have to have a vote center for every 50,000. So we are under 50,000, so 10 days before the election, we'll only have the elections office would be our vote center, and that's what would be open.
So there's no hard building cost. We can use the office there.
That one office. But then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday before the election, we'd have to have a vote center for every 10,000 registered voters. So that would require us to have 3 vote centers open throughout the county for those 4 days, Election Day and the 3 days prior. And that's where our costs come in, because we do have to man those.
So we won't have the district voting centers open going forward if this passes, correct?
If this passes, it gives us the ability to opt in, which means at that point in time, we're one of the 13 counties that could opt in. But to do that, we have to make sure we meet the criteria that's required by law. And part of that criteria is going forward with a public process to lay out a detailed plan and make sure that anyone who has the public in general, voters, anyone who has a say in the matter, make sure they let us know what their concerns are and that we address them prior to going.
Open and public process, educational process to allow people to weigh in on that.
To weigh in on their concerns on.
That's pretty cool.
Has any other state done this?
Right now, Colorado went live with this same model in 2014. And San Mateo did a pilot program the last election cycle, and both showed really great results. So.
One more question, Mr. Turner. I notice we have 13 counties if we elect to support this. Where's the rest of 58 counties at on this?
The other 58 counties will not be allowed to participate till 2020. So,
It's a pilot program for just the 13 counties.
It's essentially a pilot program. It's not a pilot program because San Mateo already did the pilot program, but it allows that in 2018, us and 12 other counties would be able to participate if we. So it's an extension of the pilot program.
And we'd be ready to go in 2018 if this bill does pass.
If the bill passed and we got it together in 2017, yes, we'd be ready to go. So
Can we
that
get
would
it together in 2017?
That would be my goal.
Okay.
Just following up on what Supervisor Kearney asked, so if we move to this model, would we not have the polling stations open in all the small communities? Those would not be there anymore?
No, so those would be issues that would have to be addressed.
Okay,
For
so
how
I wouldn't support that. I think those are critical to our democracy, so I would not support that.
We've actually run through different ideas how we could address that, because I do think there's areas that still need us to be there. So all the ballots would be mailed to them. The issue would be how they return the ballots. So that might be we have drop-off locations in each of those. We don't have a full-service polling place, but we have a drop-off location.
I know when you're dealing with like a larger and from a management level, I do understand the efficiencies of doing a mail-in. I just think that having polling centers is key, especially in our rural communities. I think that anytime you shut things down, like post offices, schools, et cetera, you start to lose pieces of your rural community. So I would strongly support not going in that direction and continuing to keep our small polling centers open.
I totally understand where you're coming through, and one of those ideas that we had going with it, and this would need to be addressed again with our detailed plan, is the money that would be allotted to us. We potentially could retrofit like a blood bank bus to be a polling center, and those 10 days where we're only required to have one vote center, we could potentially have that stationed at the different small towns coming down the Highway 4 corridor and 26. So those were some of the ideas we tossed back and forth, because in our office, everyone there is from a local community ourselves, and we understand why our voter turnout is always higher in Calaveras County is because we're a tight-knit group. whereas opposed to the state, it starts getting in the bigger counties. So I don't want to lose that tight knit, so I think that would be part of our detailed plan is how do we still address those needs in our small community, but also bring elections up to date. So those are just some of the ideas we talked about.
So as I see it, then, we can agree or not agree to this here. But if we do agree to it, then what it would become basically is a study session on it in the future to address public concerns. And if we can work those public concerns out, then we could probably qualify for it. If we can't, then we don't.
Nothing happens.
But
Exactly.
at least it's an option.
At this point, we would be supporting the bill moving forward into legislation. Whether or not it passes through legislation is another story, and whether or not after it passes through legislation we choose to participate, even though we're listed, we're not required to participate. We just have the option to participate if we come to a conclusion or a plan that everyone agrees upon.
Right. Okay.
So.
Question, Mr. President. I'm sorry, Chair. If we elect not to participate, why this letter of endorsement, will we be removed from the program then?
Nope. We'd still be one of the counties that have the option to participate, but we wouldn't, we're not removed from the program if we don't endorse it.
You are simply asking for a letter to support the Senate bill.
Yep.
Public comments, please.
Peter Ray's gentleman. There's a lot of details in here, and you probably read it all, and you're very familiar with what this whole thing's saying. But I question, how can you endorse a bill, okay, without knowing how the people feel about the proposal? Let's have the hearing, see how your constituents feel, and if you feel it's a good idea, then send the endorsement. I had a lot of questions, and a young lady I trust and respect highly. Some of those things bothers me, because I'm an oddball, I realize it, and I'm suspicious, distrusting. But there's a lot of issues going to be coming up. We're going to need how many buses? 2 buses? To go around, pick up ballots? We all need 1 vote center per 10,000 registered voters, 1 center for 50,000 registered. There's a Motor Voter Act involved in here, same-day registration involved in here, and public and stakeholders' decision involved in here. If you love it, bless your heart, go for it. But if you're here to represent the public, let's have those hearings before you put your butts on a line endorsing something in Sacramento. You've been around long enough to know that if it smells like dead fish, it is dead fish, okay? Are we being used? Folks, it's not that simple. And it's not going to make voter registration and casting your ballot any faster. You want to make it faster? Have the public buses go up and down, concentrating those centers. Make it easier for public to go and vote. This is not that simple. There's more to this than just what it's, it might be easier for some clerks of election. But there's a lot of iffy things in here. Take a look at who's endorsing it. There's a list of people who are endorsing it. Thank you, ma'am. Have the hearings. Then put your name to this particular. Once you know what it is and you feel comfortable with it and your constituents support you on it, do it. But right now, it's an idea that, hey, I'm going to make everybody happy and rich. All I got to do is take it away from somebody else. It's not that straight, folks. Be suspicious. You're dealing with Sacramento. You should know it by now.
Al Scala, Taxpayer Association. I think Chris has got a good point that we have a system now that works pretty good. And it would be best to get feedback from your constituents before writing a letter endorsing this because of its complexity and possible problems. So we recommend that you do not endorse this without having your study session first. Thank you.
Marty Crane, Rancho, Valley Springs area. I've worked the election polls for over 20 years, and I also, through my work with the Volunteer Center in our volunteer transportation program, and then we're in and out of the nursing homes and stuff, we realized that an awful lot of our senior population is not even being reminded that Election Day is coming. Many of them, they registered many years ago, but then they moved into a nursing home and they never got re-registered or whatever. So that's an issue. But having them all registered voters get one in the mail is a great first step. And I love that Rebecca is continuing to work on keeping our rural community feel and figuring out a way to that happen. And we can do that through input in the study sessions. But this is an opportunity that we don't have to later on participate in, but we certainly could if we want to. So I'm in favor of supporting this. Thank you.
Hi, Susan Morse, Angels Camp. My way of background, I worked with the Election Integrity Project in California for 4 years, not currently since I moved up here. But I went to the Future of California Elections Summit in 2014 and actually heard the representative from Colorado speak. Maybe some of you were there, I'm not sure. But there were various registrars of voters, and Mr. Padilla was there, and anyway. One of the concerns that I heard about this when they were presenting the Colorado model at that time, and the one thing that she emphasized, and it was a woman, and I don't remember her name right now, but she emphasized that the way this will work is the accuracy of the voter registration database. And I don't know if you know that, or the people here know this, but in California, we have been the only state in America who does not have a single statewide voter registration database. We have 58 different ones. Now, being a Silicon Valley state, it's kind of amazing. But it's a very convoluted system. We have lots of voter registration problems. And the big deal here is, from what I understood then, and I don't know because I haven't looked into this that carefully yet, is that a lot of this will be computerized, and it's based on a statewide voter registration database. Now, we have something new called VoCal. It's been up now. It ran, I think, simultaneously with county system in the primary. Depending on what happened, I think they're planning on it for November. But nobody knows yet if it's working. And this woman made it very clear in Sacramento, the lady from Colorado, that if our voter registrations aren't accurate, because a lot of this now will be interactive and be computerized, it could be a disaster. And so my caveat to each one of you is, we need to be sure that our voter registration information is accurate. We need to be sure that VoCal, California, has a statewide voter registration database that works, so they know who the duplicates are. They know that the deceased are removed. They know that the felons are removed. These are really important issues because we can all have a voter experience and we can all enjoy voting, but I think we also want our vote to count. So that's my input at this time. I'm sure I may have some more, but please take that all into consideration.
Okay. Any other public comment?
Good morning, Tanya Dawson from Valley Springs, and there really does need to be a study session on this before we endorse it, and and stand behind that. I'm really concerned this is going to open the door to voter fraud, that the ballots can be stolen, and there's just not enough known about this yet. So I really would request that we not endorse it and that we do have a study session first. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comments? Board?
Well, like I said all along, I support it, and I'm going to make a motion to approve the letter as presented to support this.
Okay. Have a second? We're right in the middle of a vote right now. Do I have a second? Okay. Rebecca? When is the bill to be put into, voted on through the state?
My understanding is right now the legislative session, they're on break or recess, summer break, and when they come back from break, they're going to look at it.
So do we have a timeline on that?
I don't have a timeline for when it's going to be looked at again. I don't mind bringing this back if you guys want more information or thought on it. My main reason for being here today is that we are going to have an issue in 2018 if it isn't addressed on how we're going to deal with same-day registration. So as long as everybody is aware of that, that was my primary focus with coming today, and making it publicly known that by 2018 we are going to have to come up with some kind of solution, whether this is the solution or not. If the bill doesn't pass, obviously it's not going to be the solution. So.
Well, how about then if we will pick a day and do a little study session on it, let the public be involved in that, and that'll give people more time to research it since you brought it up. Thank you for bringing it up, and it'll give people more time to research it between now and then we can have our educational process before we actually vote on supporting the bill. Okay, does that sound pretty good?
I don't know if you can put it on the elections department's website or something to draw a little public attention to it. Maybe we can help do that for you. I think it has merit, but I believe in the voter participation, and a lot of things were expressed today about needing to know, and I think that might help the cause a little bit. So if you can put a note there and say, hey, take a look at this, and maybe we can help draw attention to it so they can go look.
We can definitely add a link to our website, so
yeah,
it's a good idea.
Thank you for bringing it forward.
Right.
I think it's important to know.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Welcome.
Thank you.
Supervisor Edson, if the board will consider hearing item number 6 next, we have Scott Anetto from UC Cooperative Extension to do a presentation to the board, and I expect that item number 4 may have a lot of public comment, so in order to move his item along and have his presentation so he can get back to business, I request that we hear number 6 out of order next.
Sounds good.
Item number 6, approve renewal of the July 2011 University of California Cooperative Extension Multi-County Partnership Interlocal Agreement and authorize the County Administrative Officer to sign all related documents.
And before Scott gets going, I thought I would just give the board a little background on why we are where we are today. Prior to 2010, the Farm Advisors Department was a department within the county, with the Farm Advisor actually being an employee of the UCC Cooperative Extension, while the remaining employees were county employees, which led to some challenges. So the counties in the region looked at a better way of doing things where we could save cost on the overall administration, et cetera, and entered into an interlocal agreement with Amador, Calaveras, El Dorado, Tuolumne, counties with UCCE to provide those services that the Farm Advisor does. It was a 5-year agreement that was up in June of this year, but in the contract it allows for a 5-year extension, which we have received a letter from the University of California stating that they request to do that. At recommended budget hearings, I mentioned that one of the things that the Farm Advisors the group was looking for was, because budget costs had gone up, a 7.5% increase to the contract for 16-17, but that was not included in recommended budget. And the board asked that we provide more information about the budget, about the cost involved, the programs, and hence I asked Scott Onetto here to join us to give that, and provide some of that information to the board. Scott?
Great overview. Thank you very much. I took my presentation. I'm kidding. Thank you so much for allowing me to come this morning. Again, Scott Onetto. I'm the director for the University of California Cooperative Extension, covering the 4 counties, as Shirley mentioned, basically El Dorado, Amador, here in Calaveras, and Tuolumne. I do apologize for the amount of bulk that went into your board packet, but I did print out, and I'll pass around a copy of our annual summary for this current fiscal year, last fiscal year 15-16. So you have a hard copy too for your enjoyment of reading pleasure. And I also did bring some extra copies for anybody in the public that may want them, and I'll leave them up here when I'm done, just so they don't slide off. So, as Shirley mentioned, I have basically 3 things that I came to you all this morning with. One, I did want to just briefly sort of cover in synopsis some of the programs that we're working on here locally in Calaveras County through Cooperative Extension. So I'll give you a very brief summary of some of our programs from 15-16. Then also I am here to ask for a renewal of our 5-year interlocal agreement that did end the end of June of last month. And then lastly, I would like to have you consider our budget request for this current fiscal year, 16-17. And so if the board doesn't mind, I would like to respect this gentleman's comment. If I could present from there, just so the public can see the slides. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
No clapping, please.
Hopefully this one's on. Okay, I can hear it, so it's perfect. So just to give everyone a quick summary, so Cooperative Extension is the local arm of the University of California, where we bring basically research-based information from all of our land-grant colleges here in California, which is basically UC Davis, UC Riverside, and UC Berkeley, to the local residents. And this is a very huge partnership, and I really want to emphasize that partnership. It's the University of California, but also working in collaboration with you all, the county, and our federal partners, the USDA. So without any one of those partners, we would not be here in the local community doing our work. So I really wanted to emphasize that. Really quickly, we basically have 5 major programmatic areas that we cover in all of our county programs throughout the state of California. Basically, they cover agriculture, natural resources, youth development, which more is just commonly called 4-H. We have our Master Gardener program. We have a nutrition, family, and consumer science program, and here locally, that's kind of divided up into 3 major programs. One, our Cal Fresh program, which I'll talk a little bit about in a second, Food Corps, and our Master Food Preserver program. So I'm just going to give basically one slide of each one of those 5 program areas just to kind of give you a snippet of some of the things that we're currently working on. And this doesn't cover all of the things in each of these areas, but it's some of the new stuff that we're working on. So in our agricultural program, one of the key things that we're charged with is providing agricultural producers with the latest in research-based information, and also providing technical assistance and support. And so some of the things that my colleague Lynn Wunderlich, who is our viticulture advisor, is working on is a relatively new identified disease here in Calaveras County. It's also throughout many of the foothill counties as well, but it's called red blotch. And this is, like I said, a newly identified virus that is really showing a very wide distribution throughout the foothills, and it's affecting all sorts of things from quality of wine to production. And so we're working on that. She actually was involved with identifying the vector for that disease. And so doing a lot of research with some of our colleagues from campus on that particular disease. We also have some new powdery mildew weather stations. Sounds very exciting, right? So basically these weather stations are situated throughout our 4-county area. And these are stations that we work with collaborators, so grape growers, as well as other agricultural groups in the county, whether it be Farm Bureau or others. And basically these weather stations help growers predict basically the onset of diseases. In this case, we're really focusing on powdery mildew because that is by far probably one of the most common as well as most expensive diseases that growers are doing to prevent. And so these weather stations, we have one here that just went up, I believe, last year at Ironstone, and basically it provides real-time data to our growers so they can go onto our website, and basically the website tells you whether or not the index is high, medium, or low. So should you spray or should you not spray for powdery mildew? And what we're finding with these weather stations is they're actually saving anywhere from 1 to 2 to sometimes even 3 sprays throughout the growing season, which may not sound like a lot, but when it costs, a couple $100 sometimes per acre to spray, one spray savings a season can be considerable if you have 20, 50, or 100 acres of wine grapes. And then the last one is we're also doing some water use work in vineyards as well, and that is just that picture on the right. So this is that weather station index for powdery mildew that I mentioned. I'm not going to go in all the detail, but basically you can go onto our website. Growers has live data, and it shows basically this up and down vertices of data, and basically there's a table at the bottom that says whether or not it's a low, intermediate, or high risk for powdery mildew, and whether or not you should spray and what you should spray with. So it's a great resource for growers, and it's just one of many models that we have on that website. For our natural resources program, basically we're providing forestry, wildlife, rangeland management, watershed management, and other natural resource information to clientele and stakeholders. A couple of things that are kind of highlights for this year is we just concluded a 10-year study called the SNAP project. This is the Sierra Nevada Adaptive Management Project. It's a long name because the university likes long names. Basically, this is a project that was in collaboration with the U.S. Forest Service, a very large multidisciplinary project throughout many forests throughout the state. And one of the reasons I'm highlighting it is a couple of my staff were extremely involved with this project. And so I think it's a 1,000-page report that was finalized from this project, and so I'm not going to go into the details, but if you want more information, check out our website for a synopsis or the full bulk report. Of course, hearing lots and lots of stuff about wildfire, post-fire management, and we have been very engaged in that as well. As many of you know, we had a workshop immediately after the Butte Fire here in San Andreas and had about 150 participants of those affected by the wildfire. It was a whole day workshop talking about all the different aspects of wildfire management, but also just resources for private landowners. And we've put together a number of pages on our website for post-fire management and outlining some of those resources for landowners and directing them to a lot of county departments as well as some of our federal folks that are also here doing local work. We also this year collaborated with Calaveras Big Tree State Park and offered a program called the California Naturalist Program, and this is basically an educational series of workshops that are designed to basically sort of get volunteers that are doing volunteer work in the natural resource area up to speed on natural resource issues. And so this year we had conversations with Calaveras Big Trees, and they have actually a fairly robust volunteer program. And they identified that this would be a really valuable program for their volunteers. So we bring in speakers from all over the state to discuss all sorts of issues, from forestry management to fire, to some of the wildlife, just anything and everything that you can think about when it comes to questions that would come up in a setting like Calaveras Big Trees. And so we did that this last fall, and it was very, very well attended, and it looks like Calaveras Big Trees is going to want us to participate in doing that program again. And then also we're doing some extensive programs on Forest Service, looking at, on the Stanislaus specifically, on two different things. One on grazing and its potential impacts to water quality or perceived impacts to water quality, and also some post-fire livestock grazing work. Because many of these federal agencies, as you all know, we have a lot of permittees that graze on Forest Service as well as BLM for summer grazing, and when we have devastating things like wildfire, there isn't really a lot of good research for decision making when it comes to when do we bring cows back on. And so usually it's sort of this umbrella policy of anywhere from 2 to 5 years, but it's really not based on any science. So myself and a number of colleagues are collaborating on a very large project across multi-counties throughout the Sierra Nevadas, really trying to identify and work with landowners and also our federal partners to get some quality science that can better drive policy decisions on what are those parameters to look for to bring animals back on and when. And then on the last thing here is on disseminating information on tree mortality. There was some discussions earlier on already about this topic, and I guess I would just put a plug-in for, again, going back to our website. We do have a very robust page just on tree mortality, again, pointing landowners to all sorts of resources. And so the question had come up, I believe, from Supervisor Wright about second opinions and what homeowners might be able to do or can they do if they have questions. We get tons and tons of questions from landowners on bug kill trees and just questions that they may have, concerns, what should I do, can I use insecticides, all of those things. So they can continue to contact our office. I would also suggest that they go to our website, but then there's also one other plug for the California Forest Pest Council. It's a nonprofit made up of forest professionals throughout the state, and they actually have a hotline. So if you want to talk to a licensed professional forester, you can call their hotline, and they'll put you in touch with a forester, and you can talk to them if you have some specific questions as well. So those are all really good resources for our local residents. In our 4-H program, probably don't need to say tons about this program because it seems like wherever you go, there's 4-H kids in their green and whites just doing amazing things. This program is a youth-based program, basically geared to creating and developing responsible, self-directed, and productive members of our community. And it's basically a learn-by-doing program, and they're doing amazing things. If you go to fair, if you go to any community events, you see 4-H kids, and they're just really, it's a proud program that we are very proud to be associated with and administer at the local level. We've got some new stuff going on, and you can see from the bullet points here, new summer camps. We just did this new project here a couple months ago called Lego Build-Up. It was over in Angels Camp, and basically it was open to the public, so whether you're in 4-H or not, just youth were allowed to come and play with Legos. And that may not sound all that interesting, but if you're a kid nowadays, Legos have gotten even more cool than they were 30 or 40 years ago. There's robotics kits, so kids are making and building all sorts of robots to do some pretty amazing things. Then they have to program these robotics. And so really trying to get kids interested in science and technology is one of our guiding principles. And then the other chart I threw up here, and I apologize if it's small, but you'll see it in the annual report, is our 4-H enrollment across the 4 different counties that I administer. And one thing that I'm very proud of our 4-H staff is that we're starting to see some trends in increase in enrollment in our 4-H programs. Not huge increases, but increases nonetheless. And the reason I'm proud of that is both statewide and nationally, 4-H, a lot of programs and youth programs in general are on the decline. And we're one of the few counties, or multiple counties that are seeing increases. And so I really think it's our local support as well as our staff that are making 4-H fun, and as well as all of our volunteers and our youth themselves are making it a very viable and productive program. Master Gardener program, this is basically a volunteer-based program that we are bringing research-based home horticulture information to our local clientele, which is basically the residents of Calaveras County. Volunteers, basically members of the community, we train and through a very intense 16-week course, and then they in trade for that training, they become volunteers and they extend research-based information to the public. You can see some of the stats here. This year we trained 84 new volunteers. We've got just over 400 active Master Gardener volunteers in our region. You can see the number of classes they taught this year and how many. We have a very detailed tracking. It's almost like they went back and got another job. We've got, they have to track their hours on a monthly basis on an online system that we have. And we have very strict requirements to maintain their active status in terms of how many hours they volunteer. And so you can see the volume of hours that these volunteers are contributing to our program. Here in Calaveras, if you're not familiar with their demonstration garden across the campus here at the Government Center, just a phenomenal opportunity to teach the public. So they have open garden days there, typically on at least once a Saturday a month. They've also collaborated this last year with Calaveras Grown to now offer a farmer's market there. And so they're just doing some really amazing work. And then you can read about some of the work that they've been doing with the post-fire efforts as well. So lots and lots of great stuff. Our nutrition program, basically providing, again, research-based information in food and nutrition to our local clientele. I mentioned it's kind of broken up into 3 programmatic areas. First is our UC CalFresh program, which is, this is a federally funded grant program to basically bring nutrition information to folks that are on CalFresh funds. So these are food stamps. And also all of the schools that qualify for free and reduced lunches. Our educators go in and work with the teachers to make sure they have good nutrition information to extend to those kids. And so lots and lots of kids are being reached, lots of schools being serviced, very, very active in a lot of the school gardens here in the community. So we're very, very proud of this program. Our CalFresh budget, and you'll see in our annual report, is just around $800,000 federal grant. So it's a very, very large and robust program. And then one last one that I do want to mention is our Food Corps program. This is another program that I am just extremely proud and delighted to say that we have this opportunity here locally. This was, if you're not familiar with Food Corps, it's a branch of AmeriCorps that started, I believe, in 2009. There's roughly 13 states that have Food Corps service members. It just came to California, I think in 2011 or 2012, and I apologize, I don't remember the year, but we were one of the pilot counties to have food Corps service members, and this is our third consecutive year bringing a food Corps service member to here in Calaveras County. And so it's a very nominal amount that we pay. We pay roughly $5,000 to go towards the food Corps' stipend. The food Corps program pays the rest. And so for a $5,000 commitment, we have a full-time staff person working with our local schools, extending nutrition information. And so it's been a phenomenal program, and we're really, really proud to be able to bring that here to the community. And then the last part of our nutrition program, which is another program I'm really excited about, is our Master Food Preserver program. And this is very similar to our Master Gardener program, where we basically train volunteers in the community to extend research-based information. And this program is geared to extending that research-based information on home food preservation, so safe food preservation practices. It's not easy, but it happens. People die from not safe food preservation practices, and so it's critical that our folks are extremely well trained to be able to make sure. You may have your great grandmother's recipe for putting up some tomato sauce, but if it's not done correctly, you can kill yourself and you can kill your loved ones and family members and others. So this program, we based on just input and need from things that we were hearing at things, different events that we've been at, workshops, public events, fairs. People wanted this program, and we've seen a resurgence in the interest for people to bring back this sort of idea of preserving home foods. And so kind of was, through the 40s and 50s and 60s, this is what people did. And then through the 80s and 90s, nobody did it. But now we're seeing this resurgence, and people want to learn how to do it correctly. So you can see we trained 15 new volunteers this year. We offered, roughly 38 classes. And you can see some of the classes that we listed. This is just some of the favorites: jams and jellies, preserving fish and game meat, survival and camping foods, all sorts of classes. The picture on the bottom left is just next door at the senior center. And then you can see just some of the training classes, as well as some of our folks at a community event. And then we also, two other things that our Master Food Preservers are doing is this year, actually they've been doing it for multiple years, but this year they offered 3 fair judging workshops, and basically they're the only ones doing this in the whole entire state of California, basically offering full-day training for fair judges. So all of the county fairs, state fairs throughout the state of California, there's entries for home food preservation, and they're getting judged. Well, those judges don't really have a formalized training process, and so we have formalized that process and are offering those fair judges throughout the state to come and get trained on what to look for. So for quality control and all of those things. And so we offered 3 this last year just because each class kept on filling up. And so people from all over the state of California came to these 3 workshops. And then the last thing that the Master Gardeners do, which is pretty critical, is they offer free pressure can or gauge testing. So again, if you're in this and you're doing this, you know that you need to have your pressure can or gauge tested every year. Our Master Gardeners or Master Food Preservers are set up to offer that service for the public for free every year. So they can just bring it by our office and we'll do it. So in highlight, we are the local link for delivering basically research and educational programs in those 5 program areas. You'll see in our program summary that our operating budget for this last year was $3.5 million across the 4 counties that I oversee. We acquired just over $1 million in grants. I've got a team of 25 outstanding professionals in academics that work across this 4-county area, and we have just over 900 volunteers across all of those volunteer programs that I mentioned. So very, very proud of our volunteers and our staff and what they're bringing here to the local county. I put up a pie chart of our budget just to highlight the importance of all of our partners between the county partners here in Calaveras to our university partners and our federal partners. It's all of those pieces of the pie that bring us here to the local level, and without any one of those slices, we would not be here. So it's not just a matter of, a shrinking budget. We've got to have all of those pieces in order for us to have the programs that we do. So I am asking, as Shirley mentioned, as part of our budget request for 2016-17, I am asking for a 7.5 increase. And I put up this table here just to give you the kind of a perspective of the last 7 fiscal years. And this is direct support from Calaveras County to our programs. And as Shirley mentioned, we formed this multi-county partnership, this collaborative partnership in 2011-12. So in the fiscal year 2011-12, that's the year we formed this. And one of the reasons we formed this was, there was lots of reasons, but we saw shrinking budgets, and we saw that there was opportunities for collaboration and for streamlining processes, and we saw an opportunity for budget savings. And so you'll see in 2011-12, we were able to save the county 11% by forming that multi-county partnership. The following year, in 2012-13, you'll also see that we had a budget reduction of 15%. And as those that were here on the board, but also the public prior members, times were not good then. Budgets were still shrinking. And one of the things that I saw as a way to potentially reduce our budget was, at that time in 2012-13, I had an opportunity to share a position between our 4-H program here in Calaveras and in Amador. I had a retirement in Amador of our 4-H program, and to try to save some money in my Amador County budget and in my Calaveras County budget, I decided at that time to see if I could do a cross-county assignment, basically having my 4-H staff person here in Calaveras basically cover 2 counties. And so I put that in place in 2012 and 13, and that position is an 80% FTE, so it's an 80% time position. It's not full-time. And so she stayed at 80% and basically took on 2 counties rather than just the one. And as doing that, I basically was able to save some additional funding here of roughly 15%, as you can see there, because instead of the county paying for an 80% position, now Calaveras was paying 40% and Amador was paying 40% of that shared position. I tried that in 2012-13, and it didn't work. If you go back and look at that graph of the 4-H enrollment, you can immediately see in that year I saw a decrease in 4-H enrollment. Whether or not it was directly attributed to this or other things, I got input from my 4-H volunteers as well as my county partners that it was not working, and so. I decided in the following fiscal year in 13-14 to bring that position back just to Calaveras County. So in 2013-14, I brought that 80% position just back to Calaveras County, and we hired a new 4-H position in Amador County to cover that program. And it's working well. I mean, that's, in ideal situations, that's how I would have it in every county. I'd have a single person covering a single program, but when budgets are tight, you have to do what you have to do, and that's what I tried. So you'll notice from that when I brought it back, I didn't at that time approach the county for that sort of reinstatement of those funds that we cut from that year, just because I was trying to figure out if I could cover it some other way. But here we are going into the end of this interlocal agreement into next year, And as Shirley knows from the meetings we have with our partners across the 4 counties, I'm going into a fairly large deficit going into this coming year, and so that's one of the reasons for the request of the 7.5%. So. With that, that's my last slide. I hate to end a presentation on budgets, but that's where we're at, and I just wanted to be honest with you all. So I'd be more than happy to take any questions from anybody.
Questions from the board?
I just have a clarification. So the increase that you're asking for, is that going to fund the 4-H for Calaveras County at 1.0?
You know, no, it'll stay at 8.8 FTE. Yeah, and for a couple of different reasons. The person in that position is currently at 0.8 FTE, and I think enjoys being at that percentage. We also have sort of a matrix that we use for staffing levels for our programs. We look at number of volunteers, number of youth participating in the program, and so we try to stay relatively consistent across the state. So we don't like to see in County X a full-time person, you know, supporting a program of, say, 200 people. In the next county over, it's a full-time person, and they're overseeing a program with 2,000 people. So we have a pretty clear matrix of this is the size of the program, this is how much FTE it is, and basically that 0.8 fits in within where it should be on that matrix statewide. So there's no, just try to keep it consistent.
When you mention some of the programs you see that, you know, highlight my attention, and I'll take tree mortality as an example, do you network then with our local ag department and public works and other agencies?
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know, this is another resource for people to go to and direct the...
Oh, certainly, on a daily basis, yeah. So work very, very closely with Kevin Wright at the Ag Commissioner's Office. Of course, some of you may know any of the applications that come through for Williamson Act contracts here in the county. Part of the process is a feasibility report that I create. So those applicants come to me, and I work very closely with Kevin and the rest of the committee, and I do that analysis for each one of those requests, and then send that feasibility report on to the committee. And likewise with many of the other departments, whether it's in our nutrition program or worked very closely. Director Krovitz was very helpful in participating and collaborating with the workshop we offered. So lots and lots of collaboration.
So do you do that in your role as farm advisor?
Correct, yeah. So I'm my assignment is half-time administration as the director for cooperative extension across those 4 counties, and then I have a 50% appointment as a farm advisor across those 4 counties as well.
Okay.
Spread pretty thin. And so as Shirley knows, and maybe perhaps the rest of the board knows, I recently just put in a request, because right now we have a fairly good-sized team of academics covering those 5 program areas. We have a forestry advisor. We have, in terms of farm advisors and doing agricultural work, it's myself at halftime, and then Lynn Wunderlich, who's our viticulture advisor. She pretty much does viticulture and tree crops. And then I cover a lot of the other agricultural commodities. So we're fairly thin in that. And then I have a youth development advisor that works with our 4-H program, and then we're currently, we have a vacant nutrition advisor position right now that we're going to be recruiting for here very soon. With that said, we're still very thin in agriculture, and so the university every 3 years puts out a call for positions for statewide, and so that process is happening right now, and I put in for 2 requests for positions to help support our clientele here in this region, one of them being a livestock animal science advisor. So with agriculture, with livestock and beef production being one of our #1 commodities across many of our counties, it's one that we could do a lot more work in. So that was one position we put in for, and then I also put in for another farm advisor, basically one to help cover a lot of the other agricultural commodities. So
thank you.
I'll hear this fall on whether or not those positions get funded.
You had a budget slide at the beginning of the presentation, and it showed the the amounts that the different counties put in?
Yes.
That's based on our population, right?
It's kind of based on population, size of program, and also historical budget support. And so they, in an ideal world, I guess they would all probably be about the same, but our programs in Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne are all roughly about the same size in terms of number of staff and FTE. Our program in El Dorado is, again, because of the size of the county and also the size of the population, our program is a little bit larger there. And so that's kind of some of the differences that you see there. And so when we formed this multi-county partnership in 2011-12, it was kind of hard to go into that, into those meetings with all the counties and say, okay, well, you've been contributing this amount, but, now we're asking, the same from everybody, even though it's not the same, in terms of size of program. So we tried to keep it relatively of what the actual costs were and what the size of the program were and the staffing levels in each of those counties. So you can see from there, the Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne are fairly about the same. The one in the Tuolumne is a little bit more inflated this year because we're doing a special project specifically for them, and so that increased the budget. And so it's without that special project, it drops down to being closer to here in Amador. So it looks a little bit more inflated than it normally is, just because of that special 2-year project that I have with them.
Indirect county support, is that something else we're paying into?
Yeah, so indirect county support is some of the in-kind support that the county is providing, and it ranges from county to county, but it's often facilities, so, a place to have our desks and sit down, and it's utilities, it's often the IT support and phone lines and that kind of stuff.
So that's not necessarily a check we're writing, that's gratis type?
Correct.
That's correct. That's the indirect support. And if you notice over where the modular buildings are, there's a modular building over there where that houses the staff for UCC Extension.
Yeah, so we're right here on Government Center over by basically between here and the demonstration garden.
And actually, that is even prior to the interlocal agreement and the regional approach, we were paying for an office on Highway 49 to cover the cost, and we provided the electricity, we provided the IT support, we provided the copiers, and we paid for the staff with the exception of the fire advisor, who at that time was Ken Jacobs. So those indirect costs kind of carried over, only we're not paying the rent because we're housing them here at Government Center in one of the modulars.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, I noticed that we have an income or revenues doc. Where's our expense doc?
Where's your expense doc?
Where's our expense doc?
Your expense doc. So
they were attached.
Yeah, you should have a fairly detailed expense budget. Yeah, showing all of the line items that break down basically our county budget.
Okay, a 7.5% increase is based on anything, right?
Yeah.
Your total expenses.
Total expenses, correct.
And the proportionate share of the overall budget. It's an increase over the current year of $9,567.
Yeah.
Is the increase. And if you notice, the regional approach was really something that has worked tremendously well. It has saved the county money because if you look back at the cost, prior to that, we were expending over $200,000, and we have dropped those costs drastically over the years. But things do get more expensive. There are increased costs, just like for the county, there are for the interlocal agreement. So that is why they're asking for an increase for the first time in a number of years of 7.5% to cover those increased salary and benefit costs and services and supplies.
So what are some of the things that you're currently looking at for how soon you can bring back the cattle grazing in the forest? After a fire.
Yeah, after a fire. So we've just started this project. And so it's fairly early in data collection, but as I mentioned, sort of in policy right now is anywhere from 2 to 5 years is what the Forest Service or BLM kind of hangs their hat on of sort of that's just what they do. From what I can tell you on working with the Forest Service on the rimfire and more recently in El Dorado County on the King Fire is that we were able to get permittees back in the year after. And so not to say that I'm, necessarily advocating for that, but that is just what conditions are. As, for those that have seen what in terms of what recovery can happen in terms of vegetation recovery, how rapid it can sometimes be. Sometimes it can be very slow. It's going to depend on all sorts of situations, depending on severity. But in many cases, regrowth can be quite robust immediately after fire. And so I think there's parameters that can be put in place that can be monitored. And if those parameters are met, then I think that should be justification for either allowing or disallowing animals to come back on. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be, I think when the research comes out, it's still very early, but I don't want to necessarily see, okay, the magic answer is X years or Y years. It's going to be, okay, here's the things that you look for, and if these conditions can be met, then allow the animals to come back on, or don't allow the animals to come back on. Okay. And I think one thing that we also learned, maybe just to follow up, is, so again, just going back this last year, King Fire, this is 1 year after, Forest Service was receptive. We worked with the Forest Service and the permittees to identify sort of areas of concern, which often there's a lot of areas of concern immediately after a catastrophic fire, whether they be cultural resources, water happens to be, water courses have tendency to be very, very high areas of concern. We identified those, worked with the ranchers and the permittees to figure out how they would basically work with those areas of concern and work around them so they could address those areas. And they were able to do so very, very successfully. And so this year, the Forest Service is actually looking at doubling what some of the historic numbers are for allotment numbers, just because of the amount of increase in vegetation. Often the numbers that they are, the historical numbers I'm bringing back on aren't even making any impact on the amount of vegetation regrowth. So I think there has to be that possibly being part of the conversation as well as, if you want to use animals as a tool for vegetation management, what does that look like as well? So not just the time, but also the numbers.
Wasn't it true also that a lot of these fires burn so hot that many of the areas are
denuded?
Doesn't grow back.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's the other part
when
to
the
it.
animals are loose, in those areas, they actually break up the soil and allow that
Yeah,
to grow back.
and that's some of the conversations we have been doing, in those areas where the intensity is so hot and you get some of those hydrophobic conditions of the soil where nothing does have a tendency to grow back for a period of time. That's certainly a valid concern from Forest Service as well as just anybody vested in the overall health of the forest. And so that was one of the concerns the Forest Service raised is, they don't necessarily want animals, tromping around some of those areas. And so we worked very closely with the permittees to basically come up with a system of monitoring. This year we're probably going to be using GPS tracking collars, but we wanted to monitor the livestock across the landscape to ask a valid question, are they in fact even going into those areas? And if they are they spending much time in there? What are they doing? All of those kinds of things. And so last year we had the permittees basically just keep very, very detailed account records of their animals because they're out there every single day herding and watching their animals. And so they basically kept track of, on June 10th, I saw 6 animals there, I saw 12 animals there, I saw there, and they do that every single day. And so at the end of the season, we could very nicely put on a map saying, okay, this was where the animals were released, this is where they were at throughout the whole grazing season. And it turns out that at least for that last year, and this is, again, not enough data, but the animals did not spend any time really in those burned areas because there was no vegetation and there was no feed. Yeah, so they were basically, if they were in those areas, they were very quickly moving across the landscape, often going to a place that they had memory of, oh, I know this is my routine. Every single year I get dropped off here, and I go to pasture X, or then I go to pasture Y, and so they were still trying to do those navigational routes. So often they would try to move through that landscape, but they weren't spending any time there. They were simply trying to get to their destination. And that often can sometimes pose a problem as well, because we may not want them in where they, that might be a very sensitive spot now. Some of those pastures that got burned, we found some arc sites, and so or they did, and so they don't want animals there right now till they can get new fences up and all those things. So just all sorts of challenges, but it's, again, working with the permittees, but now also trying to figure out how to retrain the livestock so, they're not necessarily going to the same places that they always do for year after year.
Well, they probably don't have too long memories, right? Because they usually get processed before then.
No, some of these animals are going up there for 8, 10, 12 years. Some of these heifers and cows, they may have. Yeah, they're shipping the steers to the stocking yard. Most of these are mother cows going up there, and they're having their babies either up in the mountains or taking the babies up, and so they're training those replacement heifers those same exact traits. So unfortunately, it is a very learned response, and they've been going to the same places for often 5 to 10 years.
They're pretty good at it.
Yeah.
Okay, can I have any public comments, please, on this?
Al Segala, I'm speaking as an individual. It seems like one of the major agricultural crops in our county is cannabis. And we just discovered that it's 3 times more than we thought it was, and it may even be double that again. And not all neighbors appreciate cannabis growers. And it's kind of like a love-hate relationship, I guess. Some of the several objections that the neighbors have about this crop. One of them is the odor. Is there any way to get the stink out of the plant? And also, there's considerations about water use, and then pesticides and herbicides, and other questions that relate to that, almost calling for expert agricultural testing and evaluation, but we don't seem to have very much of that. And I was wondering if your organization is considering looking at this in the future. Thank you.
Great question, and I can tell you it's not an easy question to answer. So I can tell you what I've been told. So again, if you remember our funding model, we get funding from the county government, from state, and also federal. And because my funding for my position, I am a University of California employee, and I am funded directly through the Farm Bill, through federal flow-through dollars, and also state funding. And because of that, our organization has taken a stance at this point that we cannot advise on the cultivation of cannabis until some other federal laws can change. So I agree with you completely. It's a very difficult subject at the point that we're put into, because we are being approached with those questions. And I think there's a lot of work that could be done from everything from many of the topics that you brought up. There's just tons of work. I mean, as with any agricultural commodity. So unfortunately, that's just the position that we're in at this point.
Marty Crane again. Thank you so much. This was an excellent presentation and an overview. And I just wanted to say that I went through the Master Gardener program many years ago and served as a Master Gardener for many years. and then the Master Food Preserver program, and assisted where I could with the Valley Springs efforts in 4-H. And as a child, I was in 4-H. What I wanted to say was we track and look at our data all the time. And I noticed, I forgot how many volunteers you said you had,
About 900 across our region, yeah.
900. But I suspect that there's a piece of data that we are not tracking. And I no longer am an official master gardener because I didn't have time to
get all those hours in.
But that doesn't mean that I and so many others who have gone through the program and made connections out in the community and taught. Like, for instance, I worked with the schools to start the garden programs in our schools. It was a difficult challenge, but hey, people are doing great things now, you know, and it's not me, but it's them. But we all build on what others, whatever. And there were a couple of teachers that started the garden, and then I built on that, and others built on. So anyway, what I'm getting at is that after you've gone through the training, which, by the way, there's so much to learn, nobody can learn all of it. Nobody. And that's the first thing they tell you on day one. But you learn where to go find the information and how to research it. So once you are no longer a master gardener or a master food preserver or 4-H or whatever, that doesn't stop you, because you're now out there advocating and teaching and sharing what you learned. And it's all about education, obviously. And the more people are out there that are teaching their children and their neighbors, and the better. And so I would be interested to know how many master gardeners you have trained since you started, because that's how many you've got out there doing the work quietly under the radar. And same thing with the other programs. And one thing I'll never forget, in the Master Food Preserver class, which I think everybody should know this, we have a lot of ag and hunters and farmers and putting away food and everything. And then when there's a power outage and they've been gone on vacation, they come back and they call the hotline and they go, oh, my power went out. My freezer, I had half a side of beef in there. Is it okay? We had one response. I don't know if it's the same, still not, but is your life insurance paid up? That was the response, whether or not it was safe to use. So anyway, thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Janice Bassett from Valley Springs, and I'm the director at the Valley Springs Youth Center. And Jennifer Gerlitz helped us establish a after-school 4-H club, and the kids learned, we have a lot of resources that the youth center can offer to the 4-H, and the kids did projects, and we really enjoyed our connection with 4-H, and we'd like to build on that and continue it. So, thank you very much.
Our big friends and influence people. I'm Peter Reyes from General Inn. My understanding is you're getting federal money from the taxpayers, you're getting state money from the taxpayers, and you're getting additional money, and you want $127,000. Correct? Okay. Now, when was the last time your organization had an audit, independent audit?
All of our programs have audits on a regular basis. We just had a huge federal audit.
You haven't made it public yet. There's a big bitch about it in Sacramento. You can't account for your money. Disclosing it. But that's not yours because it goes above your head. A couple of things over here that you folks might have seen. I'm sure you've seen it because you read this whole damn thing. Number 5, honoring the Director of UC Operative Extension County Partnership for a duly authorized represent. The Director report the representatives of counties. The Director range of authority will specifically include, but will not limit it, to allocation of resources by the counties. Now, could you please tell me how much this county donated to your whole family? To federal government, to state government, and your local government. And you want another $127,000. what have you accomplished? I mean, your good intentions are wonderful. I love it. If you're going to go to heaven, you got all the
Chair,
credentials.
a matter of order. Would you ask the speaker to address the board and not the speaker?
Yes, sir. I'm addressing the board. Maybe the board can answer me. Please. Would you please explain number 3 on page 6B? Would you like me to read it to you to make it easy? It's in English. Maybe I can do it. Authorize the university to expand such fund as the university judges to be necessary for delivery cooperative. The counties acknowledge that such funds from each county shall be commingled and managed by the new university as one account. So you want more than what they're already paying you. It's going to commingle with it. And I really want to appreciate the help that this organization is giving to all the volunteers.
30 seconds.
Volunteers for no charge. And you take a look at the expenses of this organization. Now, also, I would like to remind you, in a couple of agenda I'm down, it's going to show what kind of financial shape this county is. That's coming in a couple of down. Do you have $127,000 when the county is this poor and this bad shape? Do you feel comfortable that you're getting your money's worth? Now put it all together, the federal, state, and local money, plus an additional from the 4 counties. I'm sure they're nice people, they're going to go to heaven or wherever they prefer to go, but it's still coming out of your pockets, your constituents' pocket, not just the back, front, or rear pockets.
Thank you, Peter.
You're more than welcome, folks. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Board? Back to the board. Any comments?
I've already asked mine.
I made my comments and support the program, and I think there's a wonderful programs in here, and I know I have personally, as well as family and friends, been involved in many of these programs, and it's nice to see the canning kind of projects come back. So I also know that you're very involved in the county fair and opportunities there, and have made yourself available to the community in regards to questions. You mentioned the farm advisor. I know with 4-H, Master Gardeners do a wonderful job. So I'm in total support of this program, and I appreciate the budget presentation and can support this particular increase.
Good. Steve? You good?
Yeah.
Chris?
Great
So,
program.
there's a couple other programs that I really like. Of course, the 4-H club, 4-H program. And I've watched those kids over the past 4 or 5 years anyhow. A lot of them were little buggers, and then they're now bigger buggers. And, and many of them are still with the program, and they're learning so much about how to be responsible and just, good citizens. Ag Day is something that I really enjoy up here. I had the opportunity to go to Ag Day, and it's just, it's when they bring in the busloads of kids, and I know it's fair. It's I've done it at the fairgrounds, and it's a cooperative of a lot of groups. But 4-H clubs, the 4-H club has a big impact, or a big showing there, and they show their animals, and it's a really great. I don't know anywhere else that does something like that actually. Yeah. And so, and then also at the junior livestock, this last fair, the kids learn their animals, and they get to learn about life there. What it's all about. It's kind of heart wrenching to watch them. They got their animal in their pen, and they're crying because they know that in just a couple of minutes they're going to be separated, and it's not going to be pretty after that, but that's life, and they learn a lot about that. So I also know that, I have a couple fruit trees, and every once in a while I go out there, there'll be a little box on it, and they're looking for certain types of bugs and stuff that I know nothing about. So I actually appreciate that because they put a little report on there, and it helps. I think this big county, there's a lot of stuff to be monitored. And you're talking about the different molds with grape industry. The cattle industry, I know that you're involved with that. So industry-wide, actually, for our biggest industry in the county is agriculture, next being tourism. And after that, let's see, what do we know? Not much. So I certainly appreciate the support in those efforts. There's a lot of things in here that I'm not really in favor of, but it's good and bad in a lot of things. So I'm supportive of it too. So can I have a motion, please?
I do have one more question. Sorry, Chair. Sir, could you tell me where the positions of Amador, El Dorado, and Tuolumne County is on this issue?
Sure, in terms of the budget? Yeah, so I haven't gotten final word from all the counties, and so I can't give paint a perfect picture or know exactly what it's going to look like. I have been in conversations with the CAO in Tuolumne County, and they were putting forward the increase. The last I heard back was they weren't sure they'd be able to fully fund the 7.5%, and that's partly because of this other special project, I think, but they were going to be probably putting in an increase. For Amador and El Dorado, I haven't heard anything back yet, so I don't know what their positions are going to be.
Have you made a presentation to those counties?
I have not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve the renewal of the July 2011 UC Cooperative Extension Multi-County Partnership Interlocal Agreement and authorize the County Administrative Officer to sign all related documents.
I have a second.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Yeah, so 5-0. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, for coming and doing that great.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you could throw the 4-H club, some more money, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to go back to number 4 now. I know it's 12 o'clock, and maybe we can do the presentation, and then we'll break for lunch.
Okay, item number 4, adopt resolution certifying sufficiency of county initiative measure to regulate the cultivation of cannabis for commercial and non-commercial activities within authorized zones in the unincorporated areas of Calaveras County and ordering election and consolidation with November 8, 2016 general election, or pass the ordinance without alteration.
Becca Turner, County Clerk Recorder and Registrar of Voters. We received the petition for the regulation of the cannabis on May 31st. And we basically did the certificate of sufficiency. We checked 500 of the signatures per Election Code 9118 and found that 72% were good. So if we apply that 72% to the full count, then there was roughly 2,300 signatures that were valid. So we did not do a full count. So at this point, we're bringing forward to you your options for going forward. The election code allows you to adopt the ordinance without alteration 10 days after it's been presented to you. So today's the day that it's being presented to you. So you can adopt it without alteration, submit the ordinance to the voters without alteration, or you can order a report pursuant to Elections Code 911 at the regular meeting at which the certification is presented to you. So that would be today. My office recommends that you either adopt it or put it to election today so that we could start the time period for arguments and rebuttals to that. I believe there's been also talk about withdrawing the ordinance. To my understanding, under Election Code 9604A, that it cannot be withdrawn after it's been submitted to the election official for signature count. So unless something further has been found on that, I really don't have anything further to present.
All right. Is there any other staff reporting on this?
Sheriff DiVasile, good morning, folks. I have some concerns that I'd like to reiterate. I've reiterated some of these to you folks in the past. I spent a couple days out in Colorado last week and got an eyeful, to say the least, on what's going on with their cannabis industry. In regards to this initiative that is on the ballot, it takes away the sheriff's ability to protect the citizens of this county by not allowing us to do background checks on misdemeanor people. It does not give me the opportunity to do background checks on folks who are tending to the property with an absentee owner or petitioner. Let me get to my notes here, which I have quite a few of. I don't want to take up a lot of people's time because I know it is lunchtime, and I'm a big proponent of food.
We can hold off for lunch, or you just go right ahead.
But I'm a big proponent of food. I like to eat. The background checks is one thing. It was brought to my attention that we don't do background checks on people who have tomato fields. We don't have background checks on people who grow grapes. However, those people don't carry guns. The people, not all people that have marijuana grows are carrying guns, but there are a lot of those. Those are the ones that I'm looking for. Those are the ones that I need to be able to combat. So it's unfortunate that the good folks that have their legal marijuana grows are sucked into the bad folks that have illegal marijuana grows and carry guns. That's not my problem, but it is my concern, and it is a concern of mine because of the citizens of this county. We need to address our dispensaries. The ordinance that we have for dispensaries is over 11 years old. There are some sections in this ordinance that allow for dispensaries in different areas that we shouldn't have. We need to put a cap on how many dispensaries we have in this county. Colorado has a dispensary every 1,000 feet. They call it the Green Mile down on South Broadway in Colorado. It causes a lot of problems. We don't need that many dispensaries in our county. There's a portion of this initiative that wants to move marijuana into an agricultural category. It is not an agricultural product at this time, and until the government decides that it is an agricultural product, I don't think we should let it be moved into that area. It changes the whole realm of things. This ordinance allows multiple indoor cultivation permits. It allows cultivation with other commercial businesses. Does that include dispensaries? Does that mean we're going to have dispensaries in front of warehouses with a commercial grow behind it? I have an issue with that. There's no requirement for indoor growers to show that they've complied with the May 10th ordinance. It allows indoor growers to do a little bit more carte blanche of what they want to do. It allows anyone that does not have to be a resident to live in a temporary dwelling for up to 2 years in our burn area, and they have changed that from the quarter-mile area that we talked about to a 1-mile area. We have people in Calaveras that are living in trailers. We have to start dealing with that. We don't need to expand that. I think that I was okay with the quarter-mile that you folks put into place. They've taken that away from us. They did not address the generator problem, so now I'm going to have an issue of the noise ordinance problems that are going to be coming about in the middle of the night for people running their lights and whatnot. To do a summary abatement, they're requiring a county council to sign off on it prior to eradication. And according to Ms. Stedfield, that could take up to 90 days. Is that correct?
No, summary abatement is something that can happen quickly. The original language to seek counsel prior to summary abatement was something that we had originally included in the draft urgency ordinance. Summary abatement is different than the timelines for the traditional abatement process.
Okay. And I had quite the conversation with Ms. Stedfield and Barbara Guick yesterday about the legal ramifications that may occur to the county as far as lawsuits that might come about us doing eradications, and the fact that the billing purposes towards the ordinance, if it goes criminal, that money that you folks have collected for the fees goes away. We can't charge from that. That was correct. If it goes criminal, we cannot collect fees through the regulation, through the fees that were collected for the ordinance. Is that correct?
No, for the application fees.
Right. We can't collect any. If I have something that occurs on a grow and it's not directly related to the regulations, then we cannot collect those fees back.
The regulatory fee the regulatory fee covers enforcement of the urgency ordinance, which is separate from the initiative language. That would cover anything that would be enforcing the ordinance. So that would be that would include criminal or civil enforcement. What I can discuss offline with you is the difference of what we were.
It goes back to that homicide thing.
Correct. A criminal investigation outside of enforcing the actual ordinance.
Okay. The ordinance allows multiple indoor cultivation permits for the same parcel, whereas the emergency ordinance does not.
So the initiative allows?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the initiative, yes. And I was a little confused in the ordinance. It talks about, in one section it talks about indoor and outdoor grows up to 15%, but then another section talk about the 100 square foot, 200 square foot. So I'm not an attorney by any means, and this thing bounces around like a yo-yo for me. So I was a little concerned about that, and again, I'm not real clear on it. That's something that might need to be cleared up for me. And I'll give you the sections right now. If I can find it. It's under section 1795.290. Section E talks about personal cultivation or primary caregiver cultivation is occurring out of doors, included within a greenhouse or similar transparent or translucent structure. The cultivation area shall. Number 2 says the total canopy area is defined in Calaveras County Code, RR. That's 1795-150 RR I couldn't find. It says canopy occupied more than 15% of the parcel's total square footage. And if you go to the next page under J, it says the following additional requirements apply to sites for personal caregiver cultivation of cannabis. Talks about the 100 square feet total canopy site and the 200 for the 2. So again, maybe it's me, I'm confused because these both talk about operation of personal caregiver cultivations. So that is just something that I saw. I just wanted clarification on
Is
that.
it on the initiative or on the?
This is on the initiative that they put on.
Well, it could be because they were still operating under 215 on that. I mean, there's a
Yeah, but 215 is gone with this initiative. Right. 215 is gone with MRSA. 215 doesn't exist in that aspect. Again, the generators weren't even discussed. And then this initiative is going to allow manufacturing. I don't personally think that manufacturing is a good thing for our county. It also allows for distribution centers, testing zones. Again, my personal opinion is they should not be allowed in this county. From what I've seen in Colorado, it's going to cause a lot of problems. The dispensaries were something that the ordinance, that our current dispensary ordinance says that we can have it in CP areas. They're trying to expand it out to M4 areas, which I think is a mistake. Again, I go back to, I think we need to limit it where we have these and how many we have. This just opens up a lot of doors. Again, this is written by folks that want to have commercialized cannabis, and again, I'm not opposed to the commercialized cannabis. I think it's here. I think we need to deal with it. We need to regulate it. But this takes a lot of the horsepower away that you folks had given me originally to protect the citizens of this county. So I'm opposed to the initiative in its entire, not to its entirety, but to the things that I've spoke of. The misdemeanor issues, the fact that I can't do backgrounds on people that are working on the sites. I have an issue with that. And again, not only is it an officer safety issue for my folks that are going out to and do these inspections with code compliance and planning, and just the fact that we're checking these other facilities that are not legal facilities, they have not paid their fees, they have not registered. We don't know that till we get there. The process that we're going to have to go through to get all that information downloaded so that when I punch in an address, I know whether it's a registered site or not, is going to take some time. We're getting numerous calls from the public wanting to know that is this site registered. Folks, we have over 700 registered grows, commercial grows. It's going to take some time. County, you folks have given us 4 additional personnel to start doing our background checks. I know that planning has received more personnel. It's still going to take some time. We need to know who's working on these sites. Colorado actually has a program to where it's like being in the industrial business. You have an ID card. Everybody wears those. It tells you who they are and what their job title is for that particular facility. I've had some folks from the Cannabis Alliance wanted to know why. I need to know why these people are working on these sites. It's hard for them to get help. Not my problem. My problem is keeping this county safe. And if I don't know who's working on these sites, again, it's not tomato fields, it's not grape fields, it's people that do carry guns. I have an issue with not being able to check these folks. Again, I've addressed these concerns with you folks before. Honestly, I'm not real strong opinion on any vehicle that gets us to where we need to go. We need to have a vehicle in place, whether it's this initiative, whether we keep our emergency ordinance in place, or we put something on top of this. I don't care. Marijuana's here. We need to deal with it. We need to regulate it. I'm a full proponent of that. It's how we do it and how quickly we can do it, and what powers you give the Sheriff's Department to keep this community safe. And that community involves you folks. You live in this community. I need to be able to keep you safe too. So we need to have something in place that protects everybody, not only the growers, but the citizens. And this initiative, in my opinion, does not do that. Find a vehicle that works, and let's make it work. I know that you're going to talk about the tax initiative. I know that that's coming down the road. I have other things I needed to deal with. We had an explosion this morning in Vallecito. I have to go deal with that. We need to have a tax initiative. That tax initiative needs to pass. So to the public, we need to pass that tax initiative. Again, find us a vehicle. Find me a vehicle that will keep us safe is all I can ask you at this point. Any questions for me?
No. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sheriff?
Yes.
We have access to information now throughout the county for doing your job as sheriff?
Yes and no. Because there was so many registrants, the information is coming into the planning. I've got people that are working with planning to get the information so that we can start doing the background checks. It's going to take time, Supervisor Oliver. It is going to take time.
But that process is in place.
It is in place. It is moving forward. Planning has been very getting us the information as quickly as they can get it inputted. And we've actually gone beyond that. We're not waiting for them to put it into the computer so that we have access. We've actually I had folks over there yesterday at the planning department actually making photocopies.
Thank you, sir.
We're killing trees that we don't have to do that, though.
So along those lines, I have a follow-up question. So I know it's going to take time, and we don't know how much time, but at one point, that information will be in your database as to who's registered?
Yes.
Okay. So when you want to do these background checks, and you want to go to the full extent of who's working and who's transporting and all of those kinds of things, is that information still critical to you for those who are registered?
It is and it isn't. The information, the person that is in charge of that grow, that is important information, obviously, for everybody concerned to know that they're supposed to have that grow. The people that are working on the grows, I need that information to know whether I'm dealing with a felon, a convicted felon or not. Because these folks can be coming from Florida and be a convicted felon, and I have no way of knowing that they're here in our county. They could be a sex registrant. I have no idea knowing that they're. It is not going to impact the grower's opportunity to grow. What I'm going to tell that grower is that, hey, Bill, you've got a convicted felon. He can't work for you, period. Doesn't mean I'm going to revoke their permit. It doesn't mean they're going to get shut down. It means that that person is not going to be able to work for them. My intent, again, and I've reiterated this to quite a few people, my intent is not to stifle them. They want to be entrepreneurs, let them be entrepreneurs. But don't make it unsafe for my community. So it will not affect them in their ability to have that grow. It's going to affect that person from working for them. And again, it goes back to they're having a hard time getting people to work for them that can't comply. Not my problem. You know, if you own a trucking business, which I used to own, if people couldn't pass a drug test, they didn't drive. This is the same thing. I'm not changing any of the rules. Anything else?
Any other questions for the sheriff?
Yeah, I do. I had someone in the community bring up to me that they felt you did not have access to all the info in the filings that you needed. Do you feel that you have?
Yes, I do. Yeah, planning has been very cooperative with us. They're not holding anything away from us. It's just timing. It's just getting the people to get over there to get the information.
Okay.
And they've hired additional people
They have.
for inputting all that information.
They have.
Well, that was my response to them also, but I want
We have hired an extra hire in the planning department to input all that information into the database that the sheriff will and his staff will have access to. As Sheriff DeVasilio mentioned, he's getting 4 extra hires to start working on the background checks and had people over scanning the critical information prior to input into the database so they can already start working on this. But you have to remember the magnitude of the number of registrants we have, and it is going to take a little bit of time to process that. In addition to that, I'll be coming back to the board with HR to ask for additional positions for the Sheriff's Office. We met yesterday afternoon and talked with Sheriff Planning, Environmental Management, Building, and a variety of departments, both there and in our department head meeting, to make sure that we're looking at the short-term and long-term needs of county departments to manage and administer and enforce the ordinance.
I just wanted to chime in just to remind everybody that today's item is about a voter-sponsored initiative. It's not about the urgency ordinance. Yes, there is the interplay of how a voter-sponsored initiative, whether it's passed by the board, whole cloth versus or sent to the ballot and passed by the voters, how that may affect the urgency ordinance. But I just wanted to remind the board that today's board item has to do with an initiative, not the urgency ordinance.
Sure, but also the sheriff is going to take off because he's got an emergency situation up in Vallecito, so the questions are halfway decent anyhow. You know.
I'm not saying that he can't answer the questions. I'm just reminding the board of the action item in front of you today.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Comments, concerns?
Questions?
No more. I'm good.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Okay, so we're going to break for lunch for 1 hour. We'll come back for that. Yeah. So we'll be here at 1:30, okay? Okay, let's begin again. So, is there any other presentations by the staff? No?
I have some questions to clarify, if I could ask at this point.
Well, we're gonna. What we'll do is give the proponents a chance to speak, and then we'll bring it back eventually for that. Okay? Because it is a public hearing, and we have to follow the rules there. Okay. So, proponents of the initiative, you can come up and state your case, Ed.
I'm Barden Stevenow from Murphy's. Board members, thank you for hearing me. I want to say first that I represent a silent majority. It's a majority of the voters out there. It's neither pro-grow or ban. It's neither one. We started this initiative, and at least I did, due to the pressure of distressed neighbors, the interest in jobs, in my case, and the situation the county has itself in the way of taxes. So funding an enterprise the size of you fund and running every year into a headwind and a deficit or taking from other funds doesn't seem to be a very good future. So let me congratulate you on what you've done so far. The urgent ordinance has, which you've reviewed twice with 4 votes. I checked with real estate agencies around the county and one title company, and the deals, there's probably been 60 properties that were abated from the fact that you passed the urgent ordinance. 60 real estate deals fell through the cracks, either at the title company or at the real estate agent's level. So one of those was a woman that got me interested in doing this initiative, and she was worried, a young housewife, worried that you might know her, Mrs. Hitchcock. She's been here before, concerned about her property on Skunk Ranch Road, her children, and within a very short distance and low brush cover was of somebody trying to put together a deal to grow, and she was concerned. So that fell out. So that's one small example. As to the sheriff saying that this is a pro-marijuana driven initiative, I can flatly say that's not true from my point of view. He is now faced with, there are about 1,000 growers that we estimate now. And if you take 900 of them as commercial, you have already set the stage for him to have 600 people under the tent. They're registrants. They're going to appear, and they're going to have to give him their background check data. That means that his cup is 2/3 full, because the other 300 he is not going to have a background check on when he goes to abate them. So I feel that he's really trying to do the right thing. But I see no motive in growers that have registered hiring employees or themselves proposing mischief or doing mischief in any way. They've got a big business to protect. Why would they be a threat? So, that being said, I know that this ordinance has wounded your ordinance and our ordinance, which is a compilation of your old draft ordinance and the urgent ordinance, with as few omissions and additions as we could figure out on short notice. That ordinance will hold the, I'm sorry, basically, what you've done is you've set it up so that you have an ordinance that's extremely tight for growers. And reading on the internet, there are growers that wish they didn't have to sign up. There are growers that wish they were in counties that banned it. They're out there, and you've tightened that up. You've tightened it up for the neighbors. And I think your cup's half full, not half empty on this ordinance. So what I would suggest today is that you vote this ordinance in now, and you avoid all of the risk that goes with taking it further into the weeds, so to speak. You're going to have growers that are not going to be happy with this ordinance. We don't know who's going to push for it and who isn't. So what I'm saying is you vote for it now, and Mr. McManus has given you a perfect out, a perfect path to the future.
Excuse me just for a second, okay?
Yeah.
This is a public hearing. This is a proponent. So he has more time than just 3 minutes. He's a proponent. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Anyway, Mr. McManus gave you a brilliant way to solve this riddle. If you voted in now, he has promised you to bring a voter initiative up in March. So you have 7 months to see how this is working, and then this voters can vote on his initiative, and if it's not working, they'll vote it out. If it is working, they'll vote it in. They'll vote it down, rather. So either way, you win if you push this through today. It's and that gets to one last point I'd like to make. If you have any kind of a bobble and you try to put through a county-driven ordinance, the CEQA process will be unbelievable. You already have an ordinance that's protecting the environment, but as you know, the John Buckleys of the world will come knocking at your door and will gridlock your organization, any attempt you have to pass it through CEQA. Basically, we have something that was already existing, and you've addressed it, and I urge you to keep on addressing it as in the area of responsibility that you hold. You are elected by the people. This is a representative democracy, and the wisest and surest choice is for you to vote this in today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Arthur Hodge, and I've been working with the proponents on drafting this, and thank you for giving me a little extra time. First, just a moment of background about myself. I come from a law enforcement background. My father is a captain on LAPD for 30 years. He's a commanding officer at several divisions, and I've witnessed in family, friends, the tragedies that can happen when law enforcement personnel are not protected. And my heart goes out to all law enforcement issues, especially in these days when people who are in law enforcement are really putting themselves on the line with what's happening in the world. So I start with that background. We went through this ordinance and took the county's initiative and adopted every material provision that we could find and placed it into this with the goal and advantage of, number one, allowing the county to move forward with something without continuing divisive debate. It appears that the county generally agrees that we need to regulate this. The question is how. We need to move forward with something. This is something that's workable, and it incorporates the very provisions that the county had envisioned. But it gives us an advantage. As Mr. Stevenow stated, we'll be able to bypass the CEQA studies and also bypass CEQA litigation. And I'm not familiar myself with the gentleman who was mentioned, Mr. Buckley, but I do know from my own experience, CEQA litigation could tie up any county Board of Supervisors drafted ordinance for years, and I think that's a known thing. The other point that I would like to make is in the issue of enforcement. I heard the sheriff making some valid points of concerns of going out to check on permittees or applicants or to check on grows, and the concern about having from his, I didn't quite understand what he wanted, whether he wanted to check additional people or check for additional crimes such as misdemeanors. I respect his concern because his forces have to go out in the field and put into reality what we're talking about in a classroom here, and has to go out and knock on doors and meet people that they don't know. And that's why we put into the People's Ordinance a provision in each of the sections for operational requirements that will allow you, as the Board of Supervisors, to adopt additional protective measures, such as increasing the background check situation, adding a check for misdemeanors. I heard also the other point that the sheriff took issue with was that the generators don't have a noise baffle. Apparently. I thought that was in our ordinance, but to the extent that anything like that from a public safety, health, and welfare or community situation, it can be addressed. And I'll point you to the specific provisions right now, if you bear with me. First, in the outdoor section, if you look at section 17.95.230, subsection R, and that appears on page 15 of the initiative. And I apologize, I gave my copy to council. May I retrieve that? Thank you. Subsection R for outdoor applicants, it states that the applicant must meet any specific additional operating procedures and measures as may be imposed as conditions of approval by the county to ensure that the cultivation is consistent with protection of the health, safety, and welfare of the community and will not adversely affect surrounding uses. That provision is, we also place that into the indoor operational requirements in section 1795.260Q, and that's on page 20 of the initiative. I'm not sure about the council packet. And looks like we did have an error. There are two sections Q.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Could you give us just a quick second to
Yes.
catch up with you?
I'm sorry.
We can't turn our pages on the computer. The last section was 17.
Thank you. Yeah.
9.20.
Yeah, we're going to 260, section .260, subsection Q. It's actually the second subsection Q. We had a typo in there, it looks like. And that, again, repeats, meet any specific additional operating procedures and measures as may be imposed as conditions of approval by the county to ensure that the cultivation is consistent with protection of health, safety, and welfare of the community and won't adversely affect the surrounding uses. So the way that this initiative works is 10 days after it's adopted, there's a registration period. The registration period requires people to come in and just file a notice of intention. And there are 4 main things that they do, but they come in and say, we intend to apply. Here's the property. Here's the name of the people. They already have their notice of intention or their application on file already, so we have some other information. Then the county can take as much time as necessary to formulate the application. This actually mimics the urgency ordinance in that it doesn't go into effect for a full year. It gives the county time to prepare its application process. We're still protected by the urgency ordinance during all that time. The third section is in the manufacturer and transportation and distribution, which is section 17.95.330, subsection M. And I'll wait for everyone to get there.
Forget it.
The iPads are slow turners.
Page 28.
And I won't bother reading it, but it's exactly the same language. So my point here is that we put into this the ability for you all or your successors to craft any additional necessary operating procedures to protect the community. We don't know right now what will be necessary to protect the community in the future. It would be closed-minded to try and put everything into this now. Whether it's appropriate to check people for misdemeanors or not, that's not a question I can answer. You can vote on that and decide if you want to put that in. If you don't feel that the county existing noise ordinances adequately govern the issue of baffling and noise for generators, then pass something else. That's my point here, that the concerns, everything that I heard from the sheriff this morning is either respectfully not in our ordinance. We don't mention adding dispensaries. I don't know where the sheriff got that from, but we don't add any dispensaries in this initiative. We also don't we don't have any comments that he had about the agricultural product and how we're going to somehow bring this into an agricultural status. These are just the same language that's in all the county ordinances have been brought forward. So I would open myself up to any questions. I don't know if you all have questions. I would try to answer them. I've discussed a lot of these things over the past few months with county council. I've had an open dialogue with her as well as the various groups of interest here, and Mr. Steveno principally leading the charge here as a member of the community who's not in the cultivation operation business, but who's someone who knows a lot about this county and is well respected. So I thank you for giving me time.
Hello, my name is River Class. I'm from Murphy's, and I'm a proponent. Again, not a grower or have anything to do with it, just a business person in our county. And as Mr. Steveno said, I think that what happens in a place like this is a lot like Yelp. I think you get to hear a lot of one side and a lot from the other side, and not from this enormous amount of people that are in the middle, those that actually do the voting. That's what I hear. And that's what I hear where I live, where I work, is the amount of support that this has. Not because of the product, but because of what it's doing for the community and what it can do. So I don't think that I'm actually talking to you guys in a way to dissuade you or to persuade you into a vote. I imagine with something as big as this, 3 or 4 of you is who I'm speaking to, and you know what you're going to vote. So I'm just wanting you to know that you should have courage to continue what you started, which was fantastic and very well thought out of. there is a huge group of people that will continue to support because of the fact that they see and they feel it very strongly that the tide is rising and all boats in that bay are going up. The economic jobs that are ancillary to all of this production is tremendous. I've lived here long enough to feel all of the booms from Greenhorn Creek to the housing to any one of the things that have come and gone in our county. This one is one that has the chance to not be a boom, but to be an actual part of our community, a part that touches and raises all sections and allows for jobs and taxes. Two things that this county can use forever, not in a boom. So I don't need the whole moment. I just want to put this piece out in front of you. For those that do know what you're voting, please continue with that. You have all of my support and a huge group of people. Thank you.
Okay, any other proponents? Proponents is somebody actually worked on the initiative, okay. Any other proponents? Okay. All right, now we get to have public comment. Okay, so we get 5 minutes of public comment.
Per person or total?
Hi, Jim Trammell. I live in Mountain Ranch. I've been there 13, 14 years. And I would like to invite you out to my place. I have just 3 acres. We'll walk from our house up to the top of the hill, and I'll start showing you the groves around us. Not only on each side of me, back of me, 3 and 4 deep. The hillsides are just messed up between the fire that way, the groves this way. I had on Wednesday a D8 bulldozer come in on the property next door to me. A D8 is a huge piece of equipment. It has to have special passage to get down the highway. And just came in and started at the bottom and just tore everything up from where I'm standing to where you're sitting, tore in a road, which the county had actually came in and there was a fire and came in and cleaned things up, and now where the county cleaned up, the D8 bulldozer went through and just tore everything apart, went up the hill behind me, made a U-turn up there, came back down, made a U-turn down below, so now there's 2 dirty roads coming up to my back door, running up, and then another circle up at the top of the hill. Took out every tree that there was in front of them. Right now you can still see the roots before they get it buried. They took out live trees, dead trees. It's all gone. And will be, I suppose, in the next few days, they'll come out and cover up what they've done. But if they weren't a grower, and I would go down to the county and complain that a big D8 bulldozer came in and bulldozed down oak trees, I think I would have gotten some action. Now, nothing. They're all too busy. So, anyhow, that's what my place looks like. Grow sheds across the road, and growers 1, 2, and 3 deep that I can see, and I'm sure that there are more behind those. But that's my view from the top of the hill. Thank you.
Public comments?
Furman Brown, Angels Camp. Oh, what a fine board of supervisors we have here. And I really think so. But you voted to pay $172,000 for an EIR permit that benefits the private industry. I have never heard of an EIR being paid for by public funds or taxpayers' dollars. Even the hospital over here has to pay for their own EIR. The public funds don't pay for that. Did you know that this push-through proposal today cuts next year's license fees from $5,000 to $2,500, that's a big reduction in fees, and everybody thinks it's going to be a great industry. This is the most lucrative industry or business that I've ever seen. This industry should not cost the taxpayers $1 or 1 penny to monitor, control, or prosecute. This industry has to cover its own expenses. You know, people say, well, you're opposed to business. Well, I'm not opposed to business, but I am opposed to business at other people's expenses, like the quality of life, where some people are afraid to be in their houses today. We have one person here, I just talked to her beforehand. She's afraid to live there. She's going to sell her house because she's been threatened by people on her road not to go down any further. I can tell you several incidents in Bar 20 where people are accosted from moving forward. Well, that's one thing. Another example, a little county of Humboldt County, as you know, is a cute little place. My daughter happens to be in pharmaceuticals. That's legal drugs, by the way. And this is the first time that their company has never had a rep in Humboldt County. Why is that? Because the good doctors have now left Humboldt County because of the quality of life in Humboldt County. I can verify these numbers. Well, do you supervisors really think that you represent your district's people? Got to throw in fact. If you represented all of them, we wouldn't have a runoff and we wouldn't have a recall. But you know, you've got to listen to the people. So you supervisors today are trying to push this through because I think you're afraid of the citizens' reaction and the vote in November. I thought this was a democratic country and a democratic county. Let the people decide in November, not you supervisors today. Thank you.
Next.
I'm Will Moore from Rancho Calaveras, and I don't have any real stake in this game, but I want to respond a little bit to a couple of things the sheriff said. I'm not sure that he said what I think he said, but I think he said that everybody who works at one of these things should have a background check and should wear a badge on the job, and that ex-felons shouldn't be allowed to work in this industry. Well, what if a guy gets out of prison and he needs a job? Is he not allowed to work in this industry? Yeah, he shouldn't be allowed to work in the trucking industry. Why, he might kill somebody on the highway or who knows what. But anyhow, you know, I was a vineyard manager once upon a time in Napa County, and I hired all kinds of people. I don't remember the sheriff coming out doing background checks. Maybe Midra may have come out, but wasn't the sheriff. Anyhow, I'm a little concerned about this, that this is what the sheriff is talking about is pretty much an extension of the drug war. And that's already failed. I mean, that's why this is up here, is you already have this industry going, and you're talking about regulating it rather than waging war on it. And I think that's what you should do. Thank you.
This will be short. Susan Morris, Angels Camp. When you consider your vote today, keep in mind that there were over 3,500 of your constituents who signed a petition so that the marijuana issue would be on the ballot in November. Their voices were stifled by a technicality in the registrar's office. Today I speak for each of those 3,500 signers and urge you to cast your vote to place the ordinance on the November ballot so all the voices can be heard. Thank you.
Public comments?
Bill McManus, Sanford Hill. I listened carefully to what some of the proponents were talking about, and again, there's a lot of confusion, maybe misstatements. One that particularly struck me, and one that kind of ties into what a lot of us are feeling, was that the proponents had so many meetings with county council. I've been told that county council is the attorney of record for the government of Calaveras County, for the board and other people. When I have asked county council for information, I'm told that they can't respond because there's a conflict of interest. There's an attorney-client privilege between county council and the board, for example. So I'm a little taken aback by that there's been so much consultation, and you know, the appearance of it doesn't exactly give me a warm and fuzzy feeling. To go along with that, in the Calaveras Enterprise of June 14th, Mr. Maurer, who is our planning director, decided that all records in the planning department regarding the marijuana applications and all that would not be public record. I have asked for citations to back that up. I have some citations on public records, and it does mention things like trademarks, patents, intellectual material, anything that would give someone an unfair advantage in the business world can be withheld from the public. It can be shielded for good reason, and I understand that. Nowhere else in any of the code can I figure out what the basis is for providing this shield so the public can't access it. Over the last 2 years, I've done a lot of work with the dispensaries. I've gone into the planning department. I've been able to access on demand every single application that's been made for a dispensary in this county. I prepare them all, and I have them right here. All 13 files that I got directly from the planning department because there was public access allowed. We don't know what's going on over there now. When the proponents talk about the sheriff mentioning an increase in dispensaries, the sheriff was absolutely correct. This proposal wants to move dispensaries into the M4 zone, which is an expansion. It's not going to be just in CP. They've taken the urgency ordinance, which is, believe me, nothing to brag about, poorly written, hardly provides anything for enforcement or to give the sheriff the power to do what he needs to do, and they've made it even weaker. Now, I know we're not here to debate each ordinance or the merits or anything else. I think county council's made that clear. I think the one thing we need to do, though, is go back, like almost every member of this board has said, almost every member, that this should be decided by the people. And I'm not ready to concede that a majority of the people out there are ready for this ordinance. And I'm definitely not ready to concede that this county is ready for prime time with this ordinance. It's been stated by the sheriff that he has problems with enforcement. If you think that fees are going to bring more sheriff's deputies into this county, you're sadly mistaken. You try to hire a sheriff's deputy based on a grant program. They don't want any part of it. When the grant goes away, they go away. When the fees go away or drop off, they will go away. The problem in this county is not a lack of money. It's the way it's being allocated. Public safety needs to come first. There's plenty of money to provide for the sheriff's department. They are way below the levels, the staffing that they need and have had going way back, long before this problem. They have been neglected, and if you want to do something as dangerous as this, to endanger the citizens of this county, you need to plan ahead and have the sheriff's department to a point where you can ask the sheriff straight up and down, are you ready for this? Do you have enough people?
30 seconds.
Do you have the access? Do you have the enforcement power? Is it all laid out? Or do you just jump into it and tell the sheriff to figure it out? Well, that's what you're getting ready to do. And I think both initiatives should have been on the ballot. That's an argument for another day. We're going to take care of that. We're fixing that now. But I think it's time for the people to be heard from. And that's what you told us you wanted to do. And I just hope that you do it.
Any other public comments?
Kaz Tomaszewski, Calaveras Campus Alliance. You'll be happy to hear that my computer's working fine today. So As many of you guys know, CCA's political approach is a collaborative one. We've worked hard to build a rapport with our government and county departments, and have been a grateful part of the conversation about the right way to move forward with effective cannabis policy in Calaveras. As such, despite the many serious challenges presented to growers by the urgency and permanent ordinances the county has crafted, we support these policies for the betterment of our county as a whole, and out of solidarity with the government that has taken the considerable political risk of engaging us in those conversations. When the proponents of C3 began putting together their measure, they were kind enough to open up lines of communication with CCA and ask our opinion on how the initiative should be written from our point of view. We were clear at the time that our primary concern was that the initiative was consistent with policies that had already been vetted and passed by county government, and for which CCA had already declared support. Thankfully, the C3 authors agreed with this outlook, and an initiative was produced that was nearly identical to the draft of the urgency ordinance that was considered by the board on May 10th. Based on this consistency, CCA supported C3 throughout its development. However, due to the timing and circumstances under which C3 was written, there was a limit to how closely C3 could mirror the county's policies. First was the fact that translating an urgency ordinance into a form that would be viable as a permanent ordinance requires some interpretation. Second was the fact that the timeline governing the submission of C3 allowed precious little time to edit the initiative to mirror the changes made to the urgency ordinance at the May 10th meeting. As a result, C3 now contains certain inconsistencies with the county's policy direction that have concerned various county officials. Many of these inconsistencies are small and have debatable impact. Others are more serious and may represent potentially significant issues for the enforcement of the ordinance. CCA has paid close attention to these concerns, and we have put much consideration into the potential impacts of these inconsistencies. This has been a difficult process for us, for undoubtedly the adoption of C3 would solidify the safety of growers in Calaveras in a way that we have craved for years. However, it is also irresponsible and immoral to ignore the concerns held by county officials, especially our sheriff. And marrying these imperatives has represented a challenge for CCA leadership, one which we've wrestled with at length. In the end, we have settled on a compromise. Although CCA will continue to support C3 today, we now do so conditionally. We support the adoption of C3 only under the condition that the board can pursue a method to repair the potential enforcement issues of C3. We heard from a lawyer representing the proponents today that perhaps this could be done by the board via provision in the initiative. If this is for some reason not possible, perhaps it could be possible to put an amendment on the ballot that would fix these issues. Whatever the method of repair, the fact is that at the end of the day, we are unwilling to pursue the betterment of growers at the expense of our greater community, and we are going to stand by that commitment. So there it is. We do support C3, but we also acknowledge the concerns. And moving forward, if it is to be adopted, it would be with the condition for us that these concerns could be addressed. Thank you for your time.
Anthony Worcer from McCullough Hill. I haven't been following these issues regarding marijuana closely, but I did have a concern I don't think has been taken care of. And I thought that every commercial grower should at least post a bond, and that bond would take care of any damage that would be damage to the roads, to the streams, any kind of damage, or damage to the land itself, pollution, that sort of thing. And I'd just like to say once more, I think that everyone should post a bond. A lot of developers in other states are required to post a bond before they start their development. And I think if you look at all the negativity that's surrounding some of the illegal growers, not the guys who were probably here 20 years ago, who you met in the grocery store, your neighbors, but owners who live in San Francisco, who may be doctors, attorneys, other wealthy people who have hired people you wouldn't want for neighbors to take care of growing their crop. I think that is the big problem. Posting a bond would at least require them to take care of any damage done, and maybe the county could do an annual inspection to find out if there's damage to the roads, the streams, etc. Okay, so it's just a kind of standard business practice, as I understand it, and a government practice to require a bond. If you folks have just put one in, and I don't know about it, forgive me. I didn't read everything before I came here, but I just wanted to share that with you folks. And another thing that might, not recommending, but might be a good requirement, would be that the property owner live there and be responsible for the workers. And that's really all I have to offer. And I hope you understand that I offer it with very incomplete knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Oh, you're going to make it quick today, huh? Wow. Okay. What's next? Back to the board. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board at this time. And for questions from the board.
I'd like to address the attorney, please. Sir, how are you? I just want to clarify a couple of things. Are you the attorney of record for the initiative group?
There's no official attorney of record, but I'm the one who principally made the edits trying to conform the document to the county's ordinance. So I'm the only attorney involved.
So that's a pro bono work for you then?
That's right.
Or you're
Well, I have no, it's not pro bono. I have clients here that have registered and registered for cultivation. And
so you're representing those clients, not the initiative?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Are you representing your clients or the initiative group?
I'm representing my clients, and I am the person who assisted with drafting the initiative. And I also have clients.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question, which probably is for county council. Can we, the sheriff brought up a lot of additional points, and we may even have some other points, like making sure a fire marshal is part of this, and electrical inspections on site, or, there might be a whole pot of other things to throw into this. Can we vet our own initiative to accompany this on the ballot?
Legally, yes. Obviously, the board can sponsor its own initiative, whether it mirrors this with modifications or it's a completely different initiative. Certainly, the board has the ability to sponsor its own separate initiative. The board needs to be aware that if the board were to do a county-sponsored initiative, it would be subject to CEQA, and there would be also time restrictions. So legally, you could do it. Practically, it would not be, from what I've been told by the elections official, practically, it would not be feasible to get on the November ballot, especially if we had to do CEQA, depending on what any changes would be.
Okay, well, then if the initiative were to pass on the ballot and it, comes back to us, are we able to make amendments to it in county code the sheriff brought up a lot of points that need to be addressed.
Just so I'm clear of the question is that it's placed on the ballot and it passes in November.
Right.
And what is the process of amending it? Is that the question?
Well, or can we add additional code that addresses some of the things that are deficient?
Modifications to an initiative would have to go back to the people.
But what about modifications to the code?
I'm sorry, this would be the code. That's the thing, is that if this is passed, this would be the code. So unless there is something that this is silent on, we could look at that. But if it would modify the language of the voter initiative in any substantive way, any change to the voter initiative would have to go back to the people for approval to modify.
But there are invitations in this initiative that, lead to the enforcement. So we can develop some of those. And I can't tell exactly what it is at this moment. But if you read back through it, it will say things, about enforcement, but it doesn't actually identify the enforcement.
If the language gives the county the ability to add, for instance, what Mr. Hodge indicated, operating procedures or measures as may be imposed as conditions of approval, that is something that the county would be able to do. But if they are not operating procedures or conditions of approval, that would not fit within this restriction. So we would have to look at it on a case-by-case basis as far as all of the concerns that were brought up by the sheriff are a wide range of things. So some of them may fall within this provision, some of it may not.
Can we amend our current urgency ordinance to address some of his concerns now?
Not today. It's not. The urgency ordinance is in front of the board.
In the near future.
Certainly, if there is an urgent reason, an urgency ordinance could be brought back for modification if necessary.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have one other question. I'll wait till council gets done. Council, I have a question. I'm still unclear on the release of information from the planning department for purposes for the general public. Can you give us a direction on that? What is actually our limitations, if so, and what they are?
That is a question about the Public Records Act, and any Public Records Act would go to the planning department. My assistant county counsel is here, David Sirius. He can address it more in detail if you would like. However, any request would be responded appropriately and meet the requirements of the Public Records Act.
Okay. Could we have Attorney Sirius comment on that, just to make sure that I understand? I'm a little confused. That's not uncommon for me.
Your question is what is public and what is not?
Correct. From the planning department regarding applications for the cultivation.
For the commercial, for the provider and patient registrations, virtually all of that is not public because it involves medical privacy. For the commercial applications, yes, much of it is public, but some of it is not because there's some concerns about the privacy of certain growers who grow on their own residence. So we've received multiple public records requests, and all the requesters thus far are quite content with waiting until the planning department finishes their database. Their database, which will have basically a spreadsheet describing where the grows are, what types, basic data without waiving privacy. And so that should be done within the next 6 to 8 weeks, that's my understanding. And all of our press inquiries, all of our public inquiries are quite happy to wait for that because they understand that for planning to actually do an undertaking where copying, redacting would be exponentially expensive. Okay. And so most everyone is just going to wait till the database is done.
Just to be sure that I have the correct and accurate information, when questioned by my constituents, if you would compare that process to a process existing now for our permits, say, for building, is that fall in that same category as far as the releasability of the information?
Building has many different rules.
I understand.
Yes, so it would be essentially the same thing. If somebody wanted to see all the building files, there's a lot of things in the building files that are not public record, such as the engineering plans, and so there would be a great expense to take that out and remove it from the production. And concealed carry, same thing. It costs a fortune to actually do concealed carry because you'd have to take out all this information that's private, such as your address.
Absolutely.
So it's just a routine request, and the way we're dealing with it is we're simply giving the choice. You can pay us, slow down the machine, or just wait, and then you get it for free.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. Any other questions?
Some clarifications. Is Rebecca here? Rebecca, I just want to make sure I heard you right in regards to this initiative. So if we approve it today to go onto the ballot, it cannot be pulled later on by the proponents. Is that correct?
Correct. So the only option that I'm aware of in the code that allows for an initiative to be withdrawn is if it was withdrawn by all the proponents prior to it being filed with my office.
Okay. So, and even though it's here today, we still could not, or the proponents could not pull it today before we approve it to go to the election.
No.
That would have had to take place once it was certified. Is that correct?
It would have had to occur prior to today, yes.
Okay. And did I read somewhere where once it comes before the board, there's like a 30-day open window for further review and study?
You have 10 days from the date that it's brought forward to the board to act. So act could be putting it on the ballot or adopting it as is. So today you could request a report, and then within 10 days of requesting that report, you could either act as in stating you're going to put it on the ballot without alteration, or you're going to adopt it as is without alteration.
Okay. All right.
Sorry. I'm getting phone calls. There's a fire across the street from my house, and I think the school wants me to come get my kids.
Oh, okay.
So
I think that was it for clarification on questions that I had for you.
I have real quick. But if we did nothing at all, would it still go on the ballot?
The code really does not allow you to do nothing at all. It gives you the option. You can put it on the ballot, you could adopt it as is, or you can ask for a report, wait 10 days, put it on the ballot, or adopt it as is. You don't really have the option.
We have to vote for that.
Yes, you have to do one of those three options.
If we don't do anything, then what happens?
If you don't do anything today, you have 10 days to bring it back.
What if we don't do it in 10 days? I'm just wondering.
I think there's repercussions that you probably don't want to deal with.
I would just like to clarify the third option about asking for a report or additional information from staff. That provision allows for the report as noted in section Elections Code 9111, and that report under 9111 has to be presented to the board no later than 30 days after today. So if the board were to adopt it without modification, you could do it today or within 10 days of today. If the board were to opt for the third option, option C, which is to ask for this additional report with additional information, staff would have to bring that information back to the board within 30 days of today. Or the board can obviously, the second option, just direct staff to place it on the ballot today.
Any other
So
comments?
the issue with doing the report at this point and doing 30 days especially is you have to call the election within 88 days, and I'd have to look at the timeline if the 30 days would even allow you to do it within the 88 days. And then we are back in the situation of arguments and having the arguments and the rebuttal arguments. As soon as you act, it opens up the period for filing the arguments, which once that period started, it takes 30 days to complete, and we need that time to send our information to the press, or to the printer. So the longer you wait to act on this, the longer it holds off printing our ballots on the end, which then brings risk to our department, because if we don't send that information to the printers, we get put in kind of a waylaid mode that we can't act and we can't print our ballots. And we do have to have ballots printed and sent out to the military and overseas voters within 60 days of the election. So by 60 days to the election. So that does cause issues. And to put that much stress on the printers, just say they don't have to operate to the same code we have to operate. So telling them 58 days before the elections, we need our ballots right now, we should have had them 2 days ago, isn't going to work. And I know this last election with Amador and several others, they did have issues with their printers. They didn't get their ballots to constituents before 15 days before the election, and that included UOCAVA voters, military overseas. So that is an issue to put that stress on a printer because they are not held to the same laws that we are. So that's my concern with not acting on it today.
And clarification too, so by including it into the general election, then there's no cost to the proponents in regards to having this on the ballot?
There's no cost to the proponents regardless if it was with a general election or a special election because it's a voter-initiated initiative.
Okay.
So regardless, there would be no cost to them. It would be roughly, I estimated $6,000 additional to the cost of our general election for having this on
And
the
if
ballot.
it's a standalone special election,
If it's
is
a
there a cost?
standalone special election, it would be significantly more, and it would depend on whether it went to an all polling place election or an all mail election. So if it was a polling place election, it potentially 15 to 20,000, depending on if there's other jurisdictions that want to participate in that election. If it's a vote by mail, it's more like 8 to 12,000. And again, that depends on the participation from other jurisdictions if they want to.
And who pays for that?
The county pays for that,
Okay.
for a voter initiative.
Okay, all right. And then, Megan, maybe this is a question for you. So if we're passing or being asked to consider to pass this, is it a 3/5 vote or 4/5 vote?
It's a majority.
Majority.
Rebecca?
Yes.
This is off subject.
Mm-hmm.
The fire's on the other side of the Calaveras from your house right now.
It's right across from my house, yes.
It's on the other side of the it's out near Milton Road. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to
It's
get off
moving
subject,
towards
but I know
Calvert.
you're concerned. I can tell you're concerned, and it's,
It's 120 acres at the moment.
How big?
120 acres.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
All right. Any other questions for Rebecca?
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. So, any other board discussion? Okay, good. Let's make a choice. You want to go first?
well, I mean, I believe that the voters have spoken and they want it on the ballot, and that's my.
Okay.
I concur. Do we need a motion for that?
We are going to need a motion to put it on the ballot, yes.
Okay. I move that we put this issue on the ballot.
Okay. Do I have a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No opposed?
I'm going to vote for putting it onto the ballot. I do have some concerns, and I was hoping that we would be able to address some of those concerns before it got to the ballot, but I guess we'll have to deal with it after the fact. So I'll vote yes.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that I understand what the intent of the motion was. The recommendation was to adopt a resolution certifying the sufficiency of the county initiative measure. I would just ask that, is your motion including adopting this resolution as presented by the election staff?
My motion includes putting the initiative on the November general election ballot for this year in lieu of adopting it by the Board of Supervisors. Let the people have the voice in this.
Is that good enough for you?
So what Becky brought to you is the certification. That's all she brought to you, but based on that certification, you have to make a motion either to send it to the voters or pass it. So you did.
We're good. Okay.
It's all on video. The intent is pretty clear.
All right, so basically what we have voted for is that the initiative will go to the November ballot, right? Now, let me read it to make it clear. So adopt a resolution certifying sufficiency of county initiative measure to regulate cultivation of cannabis for commercial and non-commercial activities within authorized zones in unincorporated areas of Calaveras County, ordering election and consolidation with November 8, 2016 general election. That's what we voted for. Okay?
That's what was before the board, but Supervisor Oliveira made it clear that that was not what his motion was. His motion was just to place the initiative on the November ballot. That's why I wanted to clarify what his motion was and what the board actually voted on.
Do you need another motion to certify the signatures? Is that what you want?
That's what I would ask for, yes.
Okay. I so move. Would that work?
Thank you.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. All right.
Council, can I point out just one quick note as a matter of record keeping? The documentation presented on the agenda indicates on page 31, fifth paragraph, last sentence, arguments shall exceed 300 words in length, Election Code 9162. I think that should read, should not exceed 300?
I
Whatever that
believe
means.
so, Rebecca. This is your staff report. I believe that it is shall not exceed 300. I think it was a typographical error.
There may be a typographical error on
The resolution?
on the
No,
face of
it's
the
just on
agenda.
the staff report.
On staff report. Referencing 9162.
Shall not exceed 300.
I would have to look at it. If it's not on the resolution, I suppose I'm not that concerned. So.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up right now just to clarify, but I believe it is shall not exceed.
Yeah, I think it's a typo, Rebecca.
And just to make it clear, they did close the Jenny Lynn School because of the fire. So.
I would like to point out, since we're looking at this right now, there's a little thing about John Buckley suing the county. John Buckley, I don't always agree with him, but he does a great job. He's bent over backwards, working in Tuolumne County especially, to compromise with a lot of people. So, don't always agree with him, but he's done a lot of great work. So, there's my John Buckley defense for the day.
All right. So, shall we move on to?
We're moving on to item 5.
Yes.
Adopt a resolution approving the third amendment to the Professional Services Agreement, PSA, between the county and paratransit services for an amount not to exceed $37,076.
Hi, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. Just a quick update, 120 acres on Hunt Road, winds blowing toward the northwest, Cal Fire's on it. Anyway, on a happier note, this item deals with a contract amendment with our transit operator, Paratransit Incorporated, for expansion of service. This item was initially suggested in the short-range transit plan. It is one of the suggestions in the short-range transit plan that we felt was reachable within our current budget and our current grant funding. So consequently, a lot of work has gone into the planning of this route, and I'm going to bring Deborah Mullen, my transit manager, up to give you the background, the history of this item for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Deborah Mullen, Public Works. The item before you is to approve the amendment to our operating contract, but I thought I would take advantage of the moment. Sorry, the room is clearing, just to tell you a little bit about the Saturday service that is, with your approval of the amendment, set to launch on July 23rd. And it will go from stops at Valley Springs, starting with La Quintana Plaza, and then come up 12 to San Andreas, and we'll have it stop at the Government Center just because it's a great parking place on Saturdays. And then from San Andreas, go to Angels Camp, stop at in front of the Save Mart, also a good parking lot, and then to World Mark, where there are visitors that would like to get on transit, and then to the Visitor Center, downtown Angels Camp, and then up 4 to Murphy's, and then also to the parking lot at the Black Bart Players parking lot across from Murphy's Park. In this, setting up for this program, we've got some stupendous collaboration with the business associations in all the towns going forward, and they're all help put together some material, and they're going to help promote the project. And they're coming up with all kinds of ways that it can serve both tourists and visitors, and things like, things for young people to do, get on the bus and sample the pizza restaurants in all the towns, go to the movies. So we're pretty excited about it, and I would welcome you on the maiden voyage on the 23rd. We'll make something of a party of it. And I'd be happy. I have put together some flyers for it, the rider's guide that you can see. I'll put some more outside, and we'll be posting this and advertising this in every way we can. So any questions, or wonder if I'm forgetting something? Well, we're looking to see a really good, as Jeff mentioned, effect on the fare box recovery ratio. The way we have it structured with anticipated ridership, we should be getting about a 14% fare box recovery ratio on this. It is funded by the Low Carbon Transit Operations Program. This is Air Resources Control funding from sales of carbon credits. And it's the funding that we used for the Green Ticket program this last year. And now we'll use it for this, and it gives us the opportunity to put this forward as a pilot program. If it's well supported and kicks off, we see it as growing, maybe being able to branch out towards some of our more wonderful destinations in the county, maybe move on and up the hill more to Arnold. We'll see. We'll see where it goes, and we've kind of built some flexibility into the schedule so that we can beef it up when we anticipate good ridership, when there's some exciting events going on in Murphy's or Valley Springs, car shows and concerts. There's all kinds of things on the weekends. We can beef it up, or if it's dismal, dreary part of the year that nothing much going on, we can tone it down a little bit. So try to keep it running efficiently and responsive to the activities going on in the county on Saturdays. Schools will be in on it. We'll be able to take people to the events at the performance centers in both high schools, athletic events in high schools and Toyon. So, hop aboard. We're calling it the Saturday Hopper. So we'll be using electronic means to publicize changes in the schedule. Everybody should like us on Facebook and check it often. Any questions?
No, thank you very much.
I have a question. So, Deborah, in this I see that this program is funded through basically next year, through June 30th?
Through the end of June, that's correct. So about 46 Saturdays, all the Saturdays except Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, and Thanksgiving Saturday.
And I see where the grant was for like $44,235, but we're spending $37 on this?
No, we're spending $37,000 on the amendment to paratransit services. The rest of it is for maintenance, fuel. It's to support the program as a whole.
This program, okay.
It'll even support a bit of marketing, so we'll be able to purchase some structures for the signage where we don't already have signs, some advertising and such.
Okay.
So-
Thank you for that.
Sorry about that. What's funded by the $44,000 grant?
It's the operations, which is the drivers, the dispatch, paratransit services, that's what the amendment is for. But, they have to staff their dispatch office for the Saturdays, and they have to hire drivers. So it pays for that, and it's at the same rate that they charge for their regular service. So then the balance is for fuel. Maintenance will have a factor that's maintenance wear and tear will, spread it out.
I apologize. I must really be backwards on this. So we're spending $37,000 an additional 44?
No. The 37 comes out of the 44. There's a little, in the staff report, there's a little.
Well, it adds
table.
up to 44 when you add, but I just showed them what you're spending the money on.
Yeah.
It adds up to 44 when you add in the revenue. So
Yeah, when you subtract the revenue from fare.
It's sort of confusing, the apples and the oranges.
Now I see where the 37 comes in. That's a minus $7,728
yeah.
in revenue that we're not going to get. Right?
Well, we're going to get it from fares. People are going to buy tickets to, and it's going to be the same fare structure as on the regular bus. So going the full length of the route be no more than $2.50. For somebody who is 65 or older, $1.50.
And this is one of our fixes we have for our revenue problem in the transit system.
Oh, no, this isn't a fix. This is, well, maybe it will be. Who knows, Maybe it'll be a way to introduce people. It doesn't get us off the hook by any means. No, we still need to fix the other routes that we'll be bringing that.
Step in the right direction.
It's getting such huge support. The reason it was in the short-range transit plan in the first place was because that's what people said in response to the survey that was conducted by the consultant doing the report. But what I'm hearing now from the Visitors Bureau, the Chamber of Commerce, the Valley Springs Area Business Association, San Andreas Merchants, Angels Camp Business Association, and Murphy's Business, they're very excited about this and see it and are bringing to my attention all kinds of ways to use it and to get businesses, local businesses involved. There's all kinds of good opportunities.
Especially if you can put it on Facebook.
And we will.
Great.
Tie it into all these community events and.
Good luck, Deborah.
Thank you, sir.
Any public comments?
Colonel Brown. Just listening to this, that's 44 weeks at $44,000. That's $1,000 a weekend. That's pretty expensive traffic. At $1.50 a fare, well, this makes really good sense to me. I know I was involved with Santa Cruz Transit down there, and they didn't take in enough money in their cash boxes to pay the fuel, let alone pay their drivers and the operation of the buses. So transit to me is kind of funny when we're going to spend this kind of money for this kind of ridership or this kind of return. That's it. End of comment.
Any other public comments? All right, bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Wright to approve.
I want to second the motion, and I will, but I want to say before that goes on, we have to remember, this is part of the plan of the ongoing fiscal year. It's not going forward, and Public Works is looking at how to bring transit into a more financially effective program than they have now. So for what it's worth, I do understand what you're saying. And there are many people that, if you're sitting up there, you saw a lot of heads going up and down. So there are a lot of people that believe that also. But we have to remember this was already ongoing. What happens after the fiscal year begins is another whole story for the next budget that we're working on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I second the motion.
Okay, got a second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
4 ayes, 1 no. Okay. Number 7.
Item number 7, Provide staff direction regarding the board's participation in the National Association of Counties, NACO, and possible appointment of a board member to act as the county's representative and alternate to NACO.
Okay.
Thank you. This is brought forward to the board at the request of Supervisor Oliveira at the last board meeting. NACO, the National Association of Counties, is basically the only organization that represents counties governments across the United States. It was founded in 1935 and provides some essential services to the nation's 3,069 counties. It's an advocate for the counties with a unified voice at the federal government level and to improve the public's understanding of county government and assist counties in finding and sharing solutions to problems that we all face. It's a pretty full-service organization. The county has been a member of NACO for many years. Health and Human Services pays the dues, annual dues for NACO, in order to get the benefit of the dental discount program for the uninsured and underinsured. But until this time, the board has never appointed a representative to NACO. Normally, the representative on the board that serves for CSAC and the alternative are the appointees for NACO. This year, it seems to be a real concern for CSAC. They are asking all California counties to make sure that they are participating, have an appointed member that is a credentialed voting member and registered for the conference in Southern California. Even if the board member does not attend the conference, there is some provision that we've heard from the president of CSAC that they will help counties with the deferral of the cost of the registration for the conference. So if the board chooses to appoint a member, they can follow the guidelines in the CSAC rep on the board, which is Supervisor Oliveira, and the alternate is Supervisor Wright. We can do so, and we would seek approval to make sure that they are in fact registered and credentialed voting members for Supervisor Oliveira.
Okay.
What's the membership fee annually?
The membership fee, I would have to go back, it's paid by Health and Human Services. Okay. The conference fee, I believe, is $515 or $545. It's moving very slowly.
I see the $540 for the conference.
Okay.
For the fee, and now seeing the CSAC paying that, and but we would be responsible for travel and such.
That would be the case if the board approved the travel to the conference for.
So we're a member through Health and Human Services because it benefits the dental program.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Got that blocked off in your calendar?
I'm sorry, what?
You have it blocked off in your calendar?
Sure do. Guess you're not going, huh?
Well, I was hoping he was going to go.
All right. Can I have public comments, please?
That's what I was asking.
Public comments on this? None? Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. And do we need a motion on this or just a recommendation?
Because it's a board appointment, I would recommend that you make a motion appointing a board member.
I would refer to the board to make that recommendation.
Do we have?
Or I will.
Chris or Mike going? Interested?
Mike says he's signed up. That's why I was asking him again.
And before we entertain a motion, I'd like to make it known that our participation recently, especially with CSAC, especially with various state organizations like the Tree Mortality, has brought Calaveras County, if you will, into the spotlight, where we're able to grab the ears of folks that they're noticing what's happening in our county. Now we have the opportunity to do this to a membership we've entertained for years for other purposes, to get Calaveras on a national level and put that light a little bit brighter. So that was my desire to get this program going and have a representative
I'm grateful for the comments of the board and support.
Yeah. And plus, I mean, it's helpful right now, the CSAC president is Richard Forrester, who's the Amador County supervisor. So he's been trying to get us to appoint somebody for a while, I think for the last year now. So I'm glad that you brought this forward.
Okay. So, can I have a motion? Motion.
I move to approve an appointment to the National Association of Counties.
And that appointment is?
And that appointment is?
Michael Oliveira with Chris Wright being the secondary.
Alternate. Okay. All right, you have a second on that?
I'll second if I can.
Sure. Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney and a second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Pack your bags.
We want one of those large checks to come back, you know. I'm taking a bus.
Not the picture, but the chair. Okay, number 8.
Item number 8, appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas.
And you have before you two proposed appointments. One is for Children and Families First by Calaveras. It's for one vacancy for a term ending 12/31/16. Representative of recipient service, and the applicant is Stephanie Zinos. The other one is for the Park and Recreation Committee. It's for one vacancy for a term ending 12/31/16. It is the District 5 representative, and the applicant is Judy Allen.
Okay. Judy Allen is District 1.
They both are.
Yes, they both are. By the way, just thought I'd mention that.
Diane prepared the packets. I can look at the applications. Maybe it's just a typo then on Parks and Rec.
District 1. So they're both District 1.
Well, Children and Families First is not a district. It's she's representative of recipient services.
I know.
And that was
I'm just
Stephanie.
throwing that out there from District 1. So, can I have a motion to have public comments on this, please?
If you would like, we can hold the appointment to the Parks and Rec Commission, and I can verify with Diane when she returns. Then, but I don't know whether the opening is District 1 or District 5.
It is 1.
It is 1? Yeah, I remember it says here. I just want to make sure that that's the typo was on the staff report and not on.
Okay, so should we take them separately or together? So we'll do them together.
So,
Make a motion to approve.
Well, we need public comments on it first. Can I have public comments, please, on this? If anybody's willing to comment on it. Okay, so we'll go back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Wright.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Glad to see Stephanie step up for that. That's great.
Okay. Item number 9. Conduct a public hearing for the purpose of soliciting citizens' views regarding the potential submission of a 2016 Community Development Block Grant application in the amount of $1,100,000 for food bank services, dental services, and single-family rehabilitation. And number 2, approve the attached resolution authorizing submission of the CDBG application to the state.
Good afternoon, Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. I want to preface my comments by saying that written comments regarding the county's Community Development Block Grant Program can be addressed to the Health and Human Services Department, and I do have a sign-in sheet for anybody that's attending this public hearing. It's voluntary. Now, as you just mentioned, the 2016 round application for the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program, is for 3 different activities. The total grant request is $1,100,000. So food bank would be $233,750, same for dental services. Single-family rehab is $588,148, and $74,360 would be administration for all 3 activities. Now, they all benefit lower-income persons. The food bank would serve an additional 410 people. The dental program would be 120, and it would be 14 households that would be primarily Butte fire victims for the housing rehabilitation. The 2 public services, the food bank and dental services, would run through the resource connection. These are existing programs. And housing rehabilitation would be implemented by Adams Ashby under an existing 3-year agreement with the county. Now, there is no local match for this. This is entirely grant. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about it.
Any questions from the board?
This is the public hearing, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure. I got a little confused when she asked for a sign-up sheet.
Okay. Any questions from the board? No? Any questions from the public?
Yes, I'd like to know more of how the state office, the State Housing and Community Development, they have a different name, how that office works with Calaveras County. In other words, I'm used to working with HUD, through HUD, because I'm from Hawaii. So I found out there's this, seems like extra layer of bureaucracy, but apparently it's not. I'm not too sure of that. But I'm not really sure how the process works. I was very surprised to find that there's new regulations in effect for the affirmatively furthering fair housing, among other things, yes, and a new tool, a data tool that must be used by everybody who gets $500,000 or more in CDBG money. And I was just surprised that there wasn't more information available. Sure.
Yeah, they're just like many federal programs are passed through to the state, Caltrans, State Water Resources Control Board, all administer federal funds. It is the same with the State Department of Housing and Community Development, that they administer funding from federal housing and urban development. So it's there are programs within the state that are for larger population jurisdictions. They are called entitlement ones, so bigger populations, counties of, I think it's 200,000 persons get to have their money directly from HUD, but smaller counties like Calaveras have to compete for their funds, and so they go through the State Department of Housing and Community Development.
What I would like to know is, there's no one at the county who is responsible for the CDBG funds in a day-to-day way of looking at what changes are coming up in the federal regulations, what are the benefits, and what are the dangers of being in the program. Because since the U.S. Supreme Court decision, July 2015, we now can be punished severely for disparate impacts. And in other words, you don't intentionally discriminate. It just turns out that one of your policies, like, say, having a certain area zone for single-family housing, is a disparate impact. So, to me, this is really big. This is huge. So, I had thought that at a public
Excuse me,
hearing,
ma'am.
there would be
Speak into the
something.
microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I didn't expect to be up here this long. Sorry.
You're doing a great job.
But Okay, so I'm probably coming in really late in the game as far as being able to have a voice or asking for understanding, but all I think is the County Board of Supervisors and the general public both should be here. I mean, the room should be packed with people. Everybody who represents any of these organizations should be here. And all I can think of is, well, I'm coming in late, and I guess everybody else already knows everything. But I don't think everyone is aware of the possible problems that we may have with HUD since that Supreme Court decision. And that's really why I'm here today. I've been trying to give information to the supervisors, but what I found is there seems to be very little knowledge here in Calaveras County at the Department of Health and Human Services as to what is actually happening, what has happened, and where it may lead us. I used to be in charge for several years of Title VI and environmental justice for the Department of Transportation Highways Division. So I took care of it for the whole state. And in taking care of it, it was pretty easy. We asked the district engineers to, well, I helped train them. And we just asked them to use their heads. So if you're in an area where the road is junk and there's potholes all over the place, don't have your guys put down herbicides along the side of the road just before the kids get out of school because they come home barefoot or wearing rubber slippers. So it was a whole different approach. It was like, this is a nice way to do things. Here, you know, have you helped out a low-income area recently? Are you repaving the roads in this area, you know, at the right time? Or are you only doing it where the rich people live? That kind of thing. So it was a whole different approach. When you get into disparate impact as a requirement, all of a sudden you have HUD deciding what we should do, where the housing should be, and if it's enough. And there's absolutely no way in the regs, because I've read them, that you can ever tell as a county that you have done enough that you will not get sued. And that's my worry, that's my concern. It's not like you say, we're going to fix up 18 houses and you do it, and HUD says, good, everything turned out fine. It's not like that. Any nonprofit, NGO, housing group, or HUD itself can come down on the county and say, you did not affirmatively further fair housing enough. We want our money back. Or we want our money back, plus you got to do X, Y, and Z that we're decided, and we're telling you where to do it. Now, this is my concern. That's why I'm here, and I won't say any more, but I'd like to hear, does the public know anything about this?
Thank you. Thank you, Anton.
Okay, disparate benefit. The whole CDBG program is focused on the needs of lower income people. And you don't even get any money unless that's what your activities do. These activities, the food bank, the dental services, and the housing programs are all income screened. Every household is individually screened to make sure that they meet those income thresholds. So I'm not sure in what way that this could negatively affect the county relative to the concern that the citizen raised.
So I guess, you know, from what I'm hearing is the rules of HUD changed in 2015 to include more restrictions and regulations, or more tentacles, basically. And so they'll put us on the hook, or you know, put us into a situation where it could be detrimental to our. Is this a part of that?
Well, of course, HUD overlay requirements affect all grantees. So in that respect, yes. But this sounds like an urban generated issue that, you know, maybe they cited some facility that had negative environmental impacts on a low-income community. I mean, who knows what the particulars of the case were that generated this? But I don't think that there is any risk of that with the application that's before you.
So the changes in HUD rules of 2015 do not affect us negatively in this application?
No.
It's certainly a very needed program, that's for sure. Food bank, housing for people who lost their house in the fire, as well as dental services. I mean, this is 3 critical programs, and although I think we should always have a certain respect for the power of the federal government and fear in some cases, it's also important not to hurt the people that need it the most here. So I would certainly make the motion to approve if that's the will of the chair at this time.
Okay.
I would second.
We have public comments still. More public comment, please.
Good afternoon. Sheila Neal, Director with the Resource Connection. I just wanted to thank you for your consideration and support of the dental project with this program. We have many underinsured and uninsured low-income families and individuals in this county that cannot access dental care. So this will be a huge impact on our county, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
So is Joanne Motsu still doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Susan Morse, Angels Camp. I don't want to say I'm familiar with this as far as what the new rule is, but I will tell you that if you haven't looked into HUD and the tentacles, and if you haven't looked into this new rule, I urge you each to do that, and I think maybe Anthony said the same thing. Be familiar with it, so when you vote on things, you understand what you're voting on. Because the bottom line is, once you're into HUD, you're into it. Unless you're willing to give the money back if you don't want to do what their requirements are. And then usually the money's spent. So it's a huge deal. If you look into other counties in California and you look into other regions in America, Denver region, New York, the Rochester area, I think down in Florida, Tennessee, it's all over America. You see what's happened with HUD and you see what's happened with these new rules, and you will see that the local governments actually start losing their power. What they're doing is they're forfeiting it and giving it over to the federal government. And so I'm not in, as I said, the details, but if you're going to vote on things and let them have an implication on us here, probably be a good idea to look into some of the stuff. And I'll be happy to send you things because I get things in email, but you get hundreds. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Any other public comments? Wait, only one. Sorry. Any other public comments?
We do have one minor change to your resolution because at the moment you don't have a Director of Health and Human Services. So for purposes of submitting the application, it would allow the Deputy Director at the moment to do that. So I have copies of the change here.
Okay. All right. Any other public comments? All right. I will now close public comments in this public hearing. And I'll bring it back to the board. Can I have comments from the board, please? Other than your motion.
There are motions. Do they need to amend them?
No. One. No comments?
No, I just have to say that, earlier today we heard how federal government was good, and now I'm hearing federal government being bad. So I'm just glad that locally we can do what's good for us. So I do second that motion that Supervisor Wright made.
And I'll just say that I think we should probably pay attention to whatever that we're dealing with, because it seems like every day our personal rights, freedoms, and our local government gets challenged, and people want to take things away from us all the time. So I actually would like to, since it's been an issue before, we've heard about HUD before and issues around it. I would like to learn more about it, and maybe it could be a discussion that we could bring forward to the board, so that we can be aware of some of the, because we get a lot of different grants and things that we approve, and if there's some tentacles in there or some language in there that may be harmful to our county, we should know about it and at least be able to discuss that. And if it's coming to us and we don't quite know about it, then I think it's not a bad idea for us to learn, and also for the public to learn about it. So, if you guys are okay with that, I'm good.
If I could just make some clarification that the motion is to approve the resolution as amended, so that the Deputy Director of Health and Human Services.
Make the motion again.
Did you want to include the motion at study session going on?
No, we can do that later.
Okay. And I'll make the motion with the amendments.
All right. Have a second, please.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Fonte. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 10. Adopt an ordinance calling a special election and consolidating it with the November 8, 2016 statewide presidential general election for the purposes of enabling the people of Calaveras County to vote on the question of whether a commercial cannabis cultivation tax of $2 per square foot of a licensed outdoor/mixed light canopy area, increasing to a maximum of $45 per pound, and $5 per square foot of licensed indoor canopy area, increasing to a maximum of $70 per pound, and a gross proceeds tax of 7% on the manufacturing of cultivated cannabis, and a gross proceeds tax of 7% on retail, medicinal, or legal cannabis storefronts, collectives, and dispensaries for general governmental purposes.
Okay.
Well read.
All right. So this is just calling the special election, but it'll be in November, right? Mm-hmm. Right. So I have public comments on this, please? Or you want to comment on it, David?
This is the ordinance. This is the ordinance adoption. You already introduced it. So you would be adopting the ordinance. If you didn't adopt, I'll talk about 11 and 12 together. If you didn't adopt them, then there would be no tax going to the voters in November. If you adopt both ordinances, it's tax. So the tax ordinance has to have 4 votes. The other one doesn't. But I would imagine that if you're going to adopt one, you're going to adopt both. And so, legally speaking, this is a routine decision just to adopt the ordinance, which would send the taxation measure to the voters in November. Another measure for the voters to decide.
For the voters?
For the voters, yes, sir.
And it's a 50 plus 1?
50 plus what?
General.
General tax, you can do whatever the board pleases with the revenue. I'm sure people will be asking you to do this and that with the revenue, but if this does come to pass, it's board discretion as to what to do with the funding and where to direct it as needed.
All right. Thank you. Can I have public comments, please?
Just Kaz Tomaszewski, Calaveras Campus Alliance. Just an opportunity to give our support for this tax. This is our route to supporting the community. This is something that we've asked for a long time. It's our opportunity to put our money where our mouth is. By and large, the numbers involved therein we find to be very workable. We think it's something that the industry can give, and we hope very much that this goes to the voters, and we're going to be happy to pay it and happy to be finally fully a contributing member to our community. Thank you.
Hello, Mark Bolger, Mountain Ranch. It's pretty exciting to have a meeting where cannabis is on the agenda and we're going to get to leave with the sun still out, so I think we can all be thankful for that. I'd like to also express the sentiment that Mr. Tomaszewski had that our industry fully supports this tax. On agenda item number 4, our industry members kept mostly silent. I can say for myself, I think the main goal right now is passing this tax, making this work for the community, making this industry beneficial to all residents of Calaveras County. I would like to add that I hope that the county continues in the direction they're going, working on this environmental impact report, which the industry is or has paid for through registration fees, and with the end goal of finalizing this permanent ordinance. So thank you very much.
Any other public comments?
Okay, so this tax could be used for anything the county wants, right?
Yes, it's a general tax that will go into, it will be a discretionary revenue source that the board can allocate to different departments or as they see fit.
That means that using that tax, you could fund those great programs that you already have going, like the food bank, like the dental service, like transportation. It could go to help out the low-income people, and you would not have the danger that you have with your present source of funding. So something for you to think about. And it would be a wonderful thing. My God, every marijuana grower could say, I helped the food bank because the Board of Supervisors is using part of that tax money to support the food bank. And I'm not trying to be silly up here. I testified before you once before that the programs are great, and I totally support the food bank and the dental care and rehab houses. I think it's wonderful. I just was not happy with the new hooks because you have nothing to hang your hat on. There's no more, we have these objectives, this is what we're going to do with the money, we did it, we're fine. It's not like that anymore. That's what I was afraid of, but with this tax, you could escape that. So I'm asking you to give very serious consideration to that. And it could be a marvelous way out where you can still do good without having the danger of the feds telling you what to do, and you didn't do quite enough or you didn't do it quite well enough, therefore we're fining you. Give us the money back. Okay. Thank you for listening, and I hope you will think about what I've just said and take it very, very seriously.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Bill McManus, Hanford Hill. Going through things like this, I'm reminded of some of the old language from yesteryear, which I'm old enough to remember and some of you aren't. Schemes like this used to be called a bunco scheme, where it was meant to be one thing and it's really something else. When you have a tax, first of all, this thing is tied to AB 266, MRSA. We see that in track and trace and all that. AB 266 is not within spitting distance of being done or even started, other than filling up offices with bureaucrats. So a lot of it is going to depend on the implementation of MRSA 266 with the all-encompassing track and trace program, which will have an individual tag on each plant. We'll track it from seed to ashtray. If you believe that is going to happen, I think you ought to consider investing in the high-speed rail train, because it's just about as likely. Taxes like this are a pay-to-play bunco scheme.
And the abuses of the Board of Supervisors, I'm not talking about anyone here, yeah I am, but I'm not going to point anyone out. Going back years and years and years, the problem has not been money, it's how the money's been allocated. Even to the point where you had grants and all sorts of stuff, you found out, oh my God, we have to do something for the money, we spent it. How long ago was that when everyone was jumping through the rear end trying to cancel grants because you were so far in the hole of money you had to pay back for things you didn't do? When you do things like this, you got to make sure that it's going to work. And one thing, I think it's way premature to do this now, waiting for 266 to be ironed out, and surely it's going to take a lot of ironing. Maybe let it come out. Let some other county be a crash test dummy for 266. Why does Calaveras County have to go first? Why do we have to do this? Just let it happen. Follow what other counties have done. If it's a good program to get into, by all means, jump into it. But this is a rocket sled directly into AB 266, which is not operable at this time. Why you would want to base a tax and commit the county to a program like this without even knowing if it's going to work or whether it's ever going to be implemented is beyond me. You have time to wait. You have time to consider. You have time to observe other counties. And I hope that you'll keep that in mind rather than codifying something now that is absolutely not needed now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Vivian Seichu, District 1. I'm a grower, and I'm also a business owner, and I fully support this tax initiative that you will be voting on today. I'd also like to echo what Tom and Mark had said as well. We look forward to putting forward our contribution as well to helping our county. With regards to what Mr. Bill McManus had mentioned about track and trace, we do full cultivation only, and we currently use BioTrack THC. And I would be more than happy to present it to you to show you an example of how it works. It doesn't just track from seed. It tracks everything from nutrients to water usage to everything. It's the full life cycle end-to-end of the plant itself and where it goes to. It is barcode tagged, and that's something that the county could definitely look at. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area of District 1. I'm a little concerned. I don't remember if it was in 10 or 11 that I saw something about the fees. And I think it went from $5,000 first year, $2,500 second year, with a $500 RIM fee. Could somebody please explain that to me, how RIM fees get stuck in on these people? Because I'm looking at this and going to this number 11 talks about having to wait on the Department of Food and Agriculture. So if cannabis is going to be looked at an agricultural product, how are you going to do a RIM fee on it without doing RIM fees on all other agricultural products to include all the beef that's out there on the hoof that gets put into big trailers and shipped? That's what I'd like to know. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, just for clarification purposes, the RIM fee was in the initiative that was in item number 4. It's not in items 10 or 11 that we're on right now.
Okay, so that was in the, I should have set it up earlier. Well, I didn't remember what thing it was.
It was in the voter-sponsored initiative, not the county.
Okay, so they're taking it upon themselves to put a RIM fee on themselves. Then again, I bring back, if that gets adopted that way, how soon before you get the idea you can pick up more money off the cattle industry? Thank you.
More public comments, please, if there's any. None? Bring it back to the board. Any comments?
No, I move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, a second by Supervisor Pondy. I'd like to make a couple of comments before I call for the vote. I know Mr. McManus said this is a bunco scheme. I don't see it as a bunco scheme. I'm looking at I'm looking at, the Bunko scheme and pyramids and all that stuff. What I'm looking at right now is what happened in 1920, in that era when they had prohibition and the illegal activities that were definitely around all of that. Black market, and it just kept festering. It got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then, the comment was made that we should just wait and see what other counties do. That's what Calaveras has been doing for the past 50 years or 60 years. We've been waiting to watch what everybody else does. And, our economy here is in the toilet. And so, not to mention what brings it, what brings illegal activity here is the fact that we have no money for enforcement. We've been, systematically taking apart our sheriff's department so that we can't build the enforcement to even protect ourselves in many cases or give the comfort to the community that it needs to feel like the safety involved, or our fire, or many of the other the things that we go without, our roads and everything else, because we just keep chasing every industry out of Calaveras County. And so this is not a new problem. This is an old problem. And even if, the taxing of it is a way to control it. It helps control it because it also reinvests back into the control of it. And I'm thinking of, the enforcement. The enforcement off of the fees for the application, that's short term. It's year to year, short term. Those fees will, continue. There will be an application fee every year, but we don't know what that is yet until we do a nexus study on it. Secondly, to be able to continuously support our enforcement, we need a sustainable opportunity. This is a sustainable opportunity right here. And this will give us those opportunities, many opportunities. We have, take a look at our schools. For the past 5 years or longer, school's been going down, programs been going away, and we have, many folks that have been in poverty for a very long time here, alcohol and drug-related issues, kids in school that are very challenging for their teachers, and we need to break that cycle somehow. This tax can, if the board chooses, help to provide good programs in schools, social programs in schools, to be able to break some of those cycles that we're having right now, so that children can grow up and learn to make good decisions and not pick up the things that are bad for them. That's where you beat it at, right there, at the elementary level. So the way I see it is, by putting a tax on this industry is a positive thing. And I believe that, I think the board's hopefully is going to make a right decision here. And so with that, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? So it's 5-0. Yes. And number 11?
Item 11, adopt an ordinance submitting to the vote of the electorate a measure to impose a commercial cannabis tax on outdoor/mixed light cultivation at a rate of $2 per square foot of canopy area until the Department of Food and Agriculture has established and implemented a track and trace program under Business and Professionals Code Section 19335 at SEG, at which time the tax rate shall be $45 per pound of dry weight flower and bud, $10 per pound of dry weight trim, and a commercial cannabis tax on indoor cultivation at the rate of $5 per square foot of canopy area until the Department of Food and Agriculture has established and implemented a track and trace program under Business and Professions Code Section 19335 at SEG, at which time the tax rate shall be $70 per pound of dry weight flour and bud, and $15 per pound of dry weight trim, and a gross proceeds tax of 7% on the manufacturing of cultivated cannabis, and a gross proceeds tax of 7% on retail, medicinal, and legal cannabis storefronts, collectives, and dispensaries for general government purposes.
This is the ordinance that has to have 4 votes, because this is the actual tax ordinance. If this ordinance would apply to the provisional ordinance, it would apply to any successor permanent ordinance, whether it's approved by the voters or approved by the board. So it's designed to work seamlessly regardless of what happens in November with the other measures.
Any public comments on this?
Bill McManus, Hanford Hill. I wish you'd listen to yourself for a while, that you want to approve an activity that is a problem, then you want to tax the problem, the activity, and then spend the money to train kids about how bad the problem was, or not to get involved with it. Seems a little around the corner here that, maybe you could shortstop that a little bit and just get rid of the offending activity. But I still maintain that no matter what you do, you can't tax yourself out of bad budget management. You're eventually going to run out of other people's money. And looking to every little thing to tax to cover bad decisions made, spending the money that you have, that you know of, is not the way for governments to become sustainable. Can't go on very long doing that. Eventually it's going to catch up to you. So I would ask that you consider that. I know you're going to approve it. I mean, you can't turn down money. It just seems to be too enticing. It's the shiny object that gets dragged in front of everybody. I don't blame you for that. You got problems. You got money problems. I maintain it's not a money problem. I maintain it's an allocation problem. So I know that's going to fall on deaf ears, but I wanted to say it so that I wouldn't regret not saying it. Thank you.
Joe Kelly from the unrepresented area of District 1. In the pontification about money in schools, when did it become the responsibility of the county to provide money to schools? I thought that was a state project. So this means you're now going to take on a new responsibility and spend this money on schools if they come to you and say, we need more money? I'd like to know how the money is going to be spent. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Kaz Tomaszewski, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. In regards to money issues, my understanding is discretionary budget of this county is approximately around $40 million. My understanding further is that the amount of money it requires law enforcement to eradicate a grow in a time of a ban is between 5 and 6 figures a grow. Now, there was a time where our estimates as the number of grows in the county was doubtful to certain people, but I think now that we have 700 and counting commercial registrations, that everyone knows now that that's a fact. If you do the pure math, if you're going to try to deal with this problem by reallocating out of a discretionary budget of $40 million, it is physically impossible to deal with the problem. It is not simply a matter of allocation, although maybe there are some allocation issues in this county, I don't know. But this tax is the only way that there can be made a division between the good players and the bad ones in a definitive way that distinguishes this county as being a place where cannabis is treated correctly, incentivizing the correct people and putting the bad guys out of business. And the dollars and cents in that, the math on it's pretty clear. And we do support the tax for this reason as well.
And just for clarification, although the county budget, general fund budget may be about $42 million when you take out the Butte Fire, the discretionary funding is really only about $21 million.
Okay. Any other public comments? Comments from the board?
Make a motion to adopt an ordinance submitting to the vote of the electorate a measure to impose a commercial cannabis tax on outdoor mixed light cultivation, et cetera, as noted here.
Okay. Second, please.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great.
Was that a 5-0 vote?
Yes.
Oh,
5-0.
thank you.
We're going to take about a 5-minute break or so as requested.
David, can I see you before you leave?
Okay, so we're back in session and on number 12.
Okay, item 12, adopt RCD resolution of organization and provide direction regarding appointment of initial directors.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Julie Moss-Lewis, Deputy County Counsel, and I laid out most of what you guys need to know in the staff report, but I will just summarize the stage that we're at with respect to the Resource Conservation District. As you know, the voters approved the formation of the district on the June 7th election. The election results were certified by the board at the June 28th meeting. After certification of the election results, the Public Resources Code requires the board to declare the RCD duly organized by resolution and then to provide the resolution to the director of LAFCO. So all this is a resolution acknowledging that all the steps that were required by the county to form an RCD have been completed and announcing the next step in the process. John Benoit, the LAFCO director, did review the resolution that's before you today, as did Rebecca Turner from Elections. And Mr. Benoit informed me that he did have a short deadline under Cortez, Knox-Hertzberg, and the Government Code to record a certificate of completion for the formation of the resolution. And he intends to attach the board's resolution to his certificate of formation. So in order to meet LAFCO's deadline, this resolution of organization did have to be scheduled for today. As a separate matter, which technically doesn't need to be dealt with today, but I made the assumption that the board would want to deal with it at the same meeting, is the issue of preparing for the appointment of the first board of directors of the RCD. The formal notice of vacancy cannot be posted by the clerk of the board under the Public Resources Code until 20 days before the meeting at which the directors are appointed, but the board does have discretion to determine the contents of the application or to generally speak to the application process, and we wanted to give the administrative office time to begin the recruitment process and to basically know from what applicant pools you wish to draw from. So the plan right now that we have is to agendize the appointment of the first board for the September 27th board meeting. That would be 60 days after LAFCO's resolution, or after their certificate of completion is filed, and that would therefore get past the deadline for any of the primary challenges that could be made to the RCD formation at the LAFCO end. So there has been, for example, some discussion among the board members or between, a couple of board members at the prior meeting when we've talked about the RCD about having one representative from each of the 5 supervisorial districts and one from the agricultural community as an industry representative, one from water, either a water board or wastewater board, or from a public water agency as another industry representative. And so if that were the direction that the board wanted to go, then direction could be given to the administrative office to direct their recruitment accordingly. There is no actual legal requirement that there be any particular district-by-district appointee. The board does have the authority to appoint at large. There's no requirement that there be industry representatives. The only requirements that are imposed on the board right now, either from state law or through the LAFCO resolution, is that there have to be 7 members of the board. The directors will have to take an oath of office and adhere to the Brown Act and conflict of interest rules, and none of the directors can have a direct interest in the sale of equipment, materials, or services to the Resource Conservation District. So obviously, once the board does appoint the initial RCD, Board of Directors in September, after that, the board will have its first meeting, and it will then be up to them if they want to continue to have their membership appointed by the board to fill vacancies, or whether they want to have elections instead, which of course would cost them money. So
that wasn't my understanding of it. My understanding is the board would choose if they were going to be elected or if they were going to be just reappointed by the board.
Oh, well, we covered that ground in some of our prior board meetings about the RCD, and this was actually covered before we went to LAFCO with the resolution. There is no authority for Board of Supervisors to actually make that choice for them. This definitely was discussed at prior meetings and has been discussed in staff reports and packages before.
What Walmy does.
Okay, so that's, again, that's my understanding. So.
Okay.
I'm happy to look in the Public Resources Code to talk about it.
Fine, it's,
Okay.
election's probably better anyhow, so. Election's the way to go, though, anyhow, so. My concern, my whole concern is to make sure that we have a balanced representation on RCD. One from each district, one member from each district, and one member from a special district, water or sewer, and then one member from property owner within the ag community, so ag something, right? Because I believe that's what basically the RCD should be doing for our county, is increasing our ag possibilities and protecting us from, hopefully helping us to be protective of our water rights. The water companies, the water districts can definitely use it for their benefit as well, and also for vegetation management and that sort of thing. So it is a very great vehicle for many programs that we can do in our county, including flood issues and things like that. So
I think that's what they have in the staff report, right? Is that make a recommendation to 5 board members and then 2 at large, one from the water district and one from.
That was discussed before. The only actual requirements, I think, from the LAFCO resolution is it has to be a 7-member board, but I believe that the board has discretion to determine where those 7 come from.
So that's my suggestion for us to adopt, and that's what I would ask the board to consider.
Yeah, it's in the resolution that is here.
That each district would have a representative. And each district would have a representative.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 director from each of the 5 supervisorial districts within the county.
Yeah. I'm trying to get to that part here.
Is it loading up right?
I'm having a great time.
This thing. Perfect.
Seems pretty fair to me.
Yeah. So I'd like to also acknowledge Supervisor Wright for this RCD, because he's the one that introduced me to it, and I certainly appreciate that.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, and he knew more about it than I did, I'll tell you that. So there's a lot of people that worked on it, and I'm glad that we're here at this point. This is really good for Calaveras County. Okay, any board comments right now?
Chair, I have comments, and I would concur with your position on the RCD and would support the changes that we stated in this discussion.
Changes?
Actually, it's already been changed. It looks good just the way it is. Okay. Now, public comments, please.
Hi, Barty Crane. I'd just like to suggest that we consider the fact that we always talk about the biggest things, I mean, aside from our seniors and our fragile folks, the biggest things always seem to bubble to the top are ag, our forests, our water, and our tourism. So I think we want to bring to this RCD board people with expertise and high interest in those areas, and then maybe have 3 at large. I always worry that if we have someone from each district, then we end up dividing ourselves again, and we end up with board appointees from, unless they're elected, of course, from the individual districts, and we have all these dividing lines all the time, and it's not a regional thing. And this RCD has to be county-wide. So I just don't like the idea of dividing us up again. 5 people, 1 from each district, and, a token this and that. When we have 4 big areas of concern, and maybe there's 5, but I'd like to see those 4 and then 3 at large from wherever they come from, based on what expertise they bring. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Joe Kelly, still from the unrepresented area, District 1. I'd like to see Bob Dean on it, number 1. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments? All right. So, can I have a motion?
I so move.
Okay. We have a motion by Supervisor Oliveira. Second. Second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Any members of the public wish to remove an agenda item?
I would like to, Janice Bassett, I would like to pull number 16 off the consent agenda, please.
Okay.
That's the recall.
Okay. Anybody else would like to, any other public member would like to pull an agenda item? Consent agenda item. Any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm, the public pulled item 16?
Yes.
I'd like to pull item 15.
Make a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda, minus 15, 16.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
when you get to 16, please, you're going to hear it last. Please give me a moment to recuse myself from the room.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, number 15. Karen?
Item number 15 17, adopt a resolution authorizing the consolidation of Calaveras Consolidated Fire Protection District, Measure B, with the November 8th, 2016 presidential election.
Okay.
Calaveras Consolidated, Rebecca Turner, Calaveras County Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters. Calaveras Consolidated Fire Protection District passed a measure on their board to take to the November election, and now they're requesting us to add that to our November election. So at this point in time, we are consolidating or requesting that it gets consolidated with the November general election.
Question for clarification, County Council. Most recently, the Calaveras Consolidated Fire District came to the board and received authorization to impose a tax or a fee, if you will, on buildings. If you remember that, 4 months ago? Do you recall that? My question would be, if they do consolidate with this issue on the ballot, would that still also remain in effect?
Actually, what they requested was an ordinance that would allow fire districts to go through a process where they could do a fire mitigation fee on new construction. That board passed that ordinance. At this juncture, Consolidated Fire has not finished going through the process to come back to the board to bring that fee for the board's approval. They still have to, there's an exit study that's involved, there's approval of their capital improvement plan at the Planning Commission, and then those fees can be brought forward to the board. So those fees are completely separate from what they are putting on the ballot.
Yeah, that actually, we're meeting with Calco tomorrow on that, and that is a fire mitigation impact fee.
But just to be clear, so Ms. Supervisor Calaveras, and I'm very close to this code, we did not pass a tax for Calaveras Consolidated.
No.
Correct. We passed an enabling code so that any fire district can take it and run with it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, so then nothing's been given to them at this time.
Okay.
No.
And that issue will be readdressed
when they bring it forward.
Before the board.
When they bring it forward.
Okay.
As well as any other fire district that ever wanted to jump on it and do something with it.
And I just want to clarify that enabling ordinance is to allow for them to do a mitigation fee, not a tax. This is a tax, not a mitigation.
I understand that. Thank you, Council.
Okay. Public comments, please. None? Okay, how about board?
I move to approve.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Done deal. Great.
Item number 16, adopt a resolution certifying sufficiency of recall petition of Supervisor Steve Kearney and order a special election to be consolidated with the November 8, 2016 general election.
Okay, Rebecca?
A petition to recall Supervisor Steve Kearney was submitted to our office. They had the valid number of signatures, and we checked those signatures. You can see the certificate is attached to the item. We did have to do a full check of this petition every time we do a initiative or recall initiative or any other. The first step is to do a sampling of 500 or 3% of that. And if that sampling leads us to believe that there's an adequate number of signatures, then we stop. In this petition, the sampling was roughly 60% accuracy rate, and so we applied the 60% to the entire petition, and there was only a 95% a 95% valid signature rate. So based off of that, if it falls between 95 and 110%, we have to do a full check. So we did do a full check of all the signatures. There was 1,832 submitted. There was 1,245 required. We stopped checking valid signatures at 1,255. And that's because once we met the threshold, we are not required to check signatures further. Do you have questions specific?
Any questions from the board?
A question, Ms. Turner. So we qualified with 1,255 signatures. We required 1,245.
Correct.
Out of the 1,800, and I know we stopped counting at 1,255. Is there any estimation how many of the remaining signatures were, want of a better term, invalid?
I would statistically apply the 62%.
466. Is that?
The 62% valid to the remaining 66 signatures, and I would say that whatever the 62% of 66 is what we would roughly estimate to be the number valid.
Just so I'm clear on this, 832 signatures submitted,
1,832.
547 deemed, actually 466 termed invalid, and then there's invalid because of duplicates, 75, for a total of 547.
No, the invalid due to duplicate is within the 466. The 466
so
is
the
the
75
total.
is included in the 466?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That was my question.
Okay. Any other board comments here or questions? Public comments?
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair, I did have one more question. I've been provided with some information, I don't know if it's accurate or not, that some of the signatures, some people supplying those signatures had requested the clerk's office to remove their signature after they found out or alleged that the pretense that that signature was obtained was under false pretenses. I don't have any verification of that. Is that an issue that the clerk considered, or is there anything to do about that?
If the signatures, the individual who signed this...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry.
I'm getting old.
If the individual who signed the petition requested that it get withdrawn prior to it being filed in my office, then they could have withdrawn it. We did have requests after that it had already been filed. The issue with that is if it's filed and we've already certified, it takes us back to it's already been certified, we can't. So once it's past the point of being filed in our office, we can no longer withdraw signatures.
So that it did in fact occur. We did have people go into the office
after
after they were certified, requesting they remove their signature from that petition.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a number of people that did that? Was it 4, 5, or 25? Or do you
I
know?
did not keep a count, but I'm sure it was under 3.
Under 3?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, public comments.
Janice Bassett from Valley Springs. I was glad to see today that all the decisions made were based on information presented in open hearing. Very good. Unlike the hearing in August where something was learned at the very last moment during a short break that changed some people's vote, and that is the only reason why we have an EIR being demanded by our county, is because of that one critical moment last year. And we still don't know what that information was. But anyway, so that's the only reason why we're having an EIR being demanded instead of it being approved with a ministerial process. I'm talking about the asphalt plant. Okay. So this recall is happening. Yes. This recall is happening.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair, are we talking about this item? Yes, Paul.
No, we're talking about the recall, right?
Right.
Yeah.
What part of that is the recall?
Well, that is one of the main reasons the recall was implemented, because residents felt their backs against the wall of indifference of their elected. And so, but I do have one question regarding the recall, and that is, will the official being recalled, will he have an opportunity to put another statement on the ballot than the one he used on the petition? We don't know.
Yes, he will have the same opportunity to put a statement on the ballot as any other candidate on the ballot.
So it'll be different. It'll be a different statement than maybe, or potentially. Is that what you said? Okay. Okay. So then we would have an opportunity to put a different statement on the ballot. Or any other comments? Or the...
Explain the process.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I think I have my question answered. Thank you.
Well, the public doesn't know, so maybe you could explain it, Rebecca.
Supervisor Kearney has the ability to put a statement on the ballot justifying his reasons for staying in office. And the deadline to do that is the 88th day before the election, which is August 12th. It does happen that anyone else who's running for that seat actually has up until 75 days before the election to put a statement on their statement. So I would like to make it clear that Supervisor Kearney's deadline is shorter than any other candidate that does file for that office. Does that
And the
answer
proponents
the
of the recall, do they have an opportunity for a statement?
No, the proponents of the recall will not be able to put another statement.
Explain that, the whole process around the recall, what's going to happen.
What's going to happen from here? From here on out, once today, basically the board has the option to put it on the ballot, or you have to look at it again. You have a limited number of days from the date that I told you. So 14 days from now, if you haven't put it on the ballot, it comes back to me and I have 5 days to put it on the ballot. My recommendation today is to go ahead and put it on the ballot because the candidate filing period for all other offices opens on Monday. And if they could align, it would ease confusion for everyone overall. Otherwise, the filing period doesn't open until the election's been called. So at that point, the supervisors have the option to put it on the ballot. If they don't, I will be putting it on the ballot myself. So, and then from that point, there'll be a ballot question that states, basically, do you want to remove this officer from the supervisor District 5 seat? And then below that on the ballot, there's going to be space for other candidates. So if there's a vote yes, then the voters would vote for another candidate to put on the ballot. And then there's a candidate filing period where candidates have to come in and go through the same process they would for any other. So they'll need to collect their 20 nomination signatures and fill out all the candidacy paperwork to be a candidate on that ballot. And if a majority votes yes that they want to recall, then whoever gets the majority of the votes automatically is put into the seat.
When would that person take office?
As soon as the election's certified. So I would believe that would be the date that I bring the election forward to the board to certify.
Before the new year?
Before the end of the year. So the date that it's certified, whatever that date is.
Good. Can you tell me how much this process is costing?
I think I estimated it's going to be $8,500 in addition to the general election cost.
$8,500.
And did I hear you correctly? If we do not approve it today, then it becomes your responsibility?
Correct.
As the election coordinator?
Yes. So if you do not approve it within 14 days of today, then I have 5 days to go ahead and call the election on my own.
Sure, I have a question. I didn't quite understand the comment made regarding changing a statement. Could you review that for me, please, Mr.
I wouldn't refer to it as changing a statement.
No, I'm bringing up the issue brought by the young lady.
Right. So what I think that's coming from is on the notice of intent when the notice of intent was provided to Supervisor Kearney, he had the ability to make it a statement to go on the petition, and basically responding to that notice of intent. And I think what they're referencing is that what's going to go on the, or does he have the ability to put something else on? And that wouldn't go on anyways. It's not going to be his statement that goes on in the sample ballot. He has the ability to now have no statement or to put a statement on, and that would be a new statement. It wouldn't be the same one necessarily. He could use the same one, but it wouldn't necessarily be the same one.
His choice.
So now he has the ability to respond to the voters in a similar format as you would do a candidate statement. When you run for office, he has the ability to do a candidate statement.
But the statement used on the initial petition, are we talking about that language versus what the ballot language is going to be? Is there a change on that?
That will not change. Yeah, whatever language was already on the notice of intent will not change when it's published.
So whatever on the petition will appear on the ballot?
It will not all appear on the ballot itself, no. There'll be a question on the ballot that states, do you want to remove this officer from office? And then there'll be a separate sample ballot information. And I'd have to verify if that petition information is going in there. I'm not sure offhand. But Supervisor Kearney would have the ability to put a statement in the sample ballot.
Okay, I'm referencing the request that, the question made by the young lady that we can change that statement. That's what's confusing me.
No statements can be changed at this point in time.
Then maybe I misinterpreted the question.
Okay. The statement he made previously was in response to what was on the notice of intent. The statement, the candidate statement he's going to make for the sample ballot is basically a candidate statement stating why he's the best candidate for office.
Okay. So that had nothing to do with the statement made by the young lady about changing something. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I fully understand the
That's
question.
okay. I'm just as confused as you sometimes.
Any other public comments? Board comments?
I'd just like to make a comment. I dislike recalls. I don't think it's healthy for the community, and certainly not healthy for the individual. And I'm not going to get into the, if it should be done or not, but I am not going to be supporting this recall to go onto the ballot. I think there's other avenues, and I'm saddened that it's gotten to this point, but I just can't, in my heart, support this recall.
Okay.
I share that same position. I think it's an embarrassment to some of the residents in this county. A wise man said, it's better to keep your mouth shut. So I think I'm going to take that advice.
Chris? No comments or? Okay. I don't support the recall. I believe the people elected the supervisors and for a term, and through that term there are many difficult things that go on. This is not the first recall in District 5. I think this is like number 4, 5, or 6. This has just been, if you're going to be a supervisor of District 5, you're going to get recalled. And so, times $8,500, by the way. It's not good for the community. It divides it. It drags a person that's trying to do public service and a good job through the mud. And there are many different reasons why I just can't. I also cannot support this recall. So I guess I could make a motion.
Well, this is not about whether the board supports the recall or not. I just want to clarify, this item is just merely certifying the sufficiency of the signatures. The elections official has received the application, has counted the signatures, and has deemed that there are sufficient signatures, and she's bringing it forward for certification by the board that there's sufficient signatures. It's not whether the board actually supports the recall or not. It's whether there is sufficient signatures to certify it.
Okay.
And place it on the ballot.
I didn't see one of them signed, so. Could I have a motion to certify the significant signatures?
I will make a motion to the resolution certifying the sufficiency of the recall petition of the signatures, but I don't believe on putting it forward on the ballot.
So, sorry. The board does not want to take action, and so the process, as I understand it, is either the board takes action within 14 days, the board chooses not to. So you want me to call the election? Is that where we're going at you? Because that's an option, but
The law requires you to do that, right, Ms. Turner?
the law requires if you do not call the election that I'm required to do so. I do think it's somewhat of an inefficient manner because this would be public record that you called the election, and it would be a more efficient way to go about it for the public to be aware. However, if that is what is to be done, that is what I will do because by law I'm required to do so. For efficiency purposes, which is how I look at this, it would obviously be more efficient if the board called the election and it was publicly known that the election was being held. So I would think that it would just add to the cost because now I will have to do a separate publication letting public know that the election's being called, and I can't do it for another 20 days. So just want to clarify that that's the constraints it puts on us. So it's additional cost to the election. In the end.
So if we don't call it, that's the public notification, then it falls into your responsibility, and you have to then...
Regardless, I would do a legal notice of some sort, but this would be the formal way of calling the election. The board generally is responsible for consolidating any additional items to the election and calling the elections for any other jurisdiction, so this would fall under a typical board. So I imagine the reason they added the 5 days for the recorder is because in general, board members don't want to feel like they're sponsoring a recall election. Mm-hmm. So it's obviously an option for you guys. I think it's a less efficient option, that's all. So,
do you need the board support to certify the signatures?
I am required to bring those to you, and so yes, if you would certify that you were presented with the signature certification, that would be good. So.
Well, the issue I have with that is I just heard, so many things that, how the signatures were gathered, mm-hmm. that I'm not really comfortable with that, so I don't know about what is and what isn't. And, so I have a concern about that. So how am I supposed to agree to something that when I hear from many of my constituents, and I'm not talking about a few, I'm talking about a lot, that the way they were gathered. And I have a question about that. So I cannot ratify something or even that if I feel like it wasn't done right.
I don't know how to answer to that because when they come to our office, we do manually check each signature, and they are signing a sheet of paper that says they want to recall the supervisor. So I really don't have a response for that.
You get a petition with a piece of paper that says, "I'm signing this because I read this."
Yes, you get a sheet of paper that says the reasoning for. What the intent of the sheet of paper is, the petition, to recall a supervisor, the reasonings why, and so many signatures below that, and the voter has to sign their name and their residence address, and then we check it against the voter registration database that the signature matches what's currently on the database and that they're registered at the address that that they wrote on the sheet of paper.
Right, yeah. I
So-
think, I've seen a lot of people sign a lot of things that were falsely given to them. I'm not saying this was, but I wasn't there to verify that, so I'm just going by what I heard, in by many people. So I can't in good conscience do that.
Well, for me, when there's petitions or recalls or whatever, if, people read the statement because it's stated there and they sign it, then that's the way it is. So I personally don't have a problem with the certifying of the signatures. I just feel a recall is divisive. And so if we can separate the two out, for me, I can okay with the signature part of it, but I'm going to look to you to call the election.
I can support that. I'm going to stand by my, keep my mouth shut right now. Does that need a motion?
But then your mouth shuts.
I changed my
It's just gonna, it's 2-2, and it's gonna go to Rebecca to call the election, or that recall. Thank you, Rebecca. I know it's a difficult position, sorry.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Okay. Supervisor announcements. Should we bring Supervisor Cooney back in here? Yeah.
Where did he go? We didn't vote.
We didn't vote.
There's the poll, I guess.
We'll ask when they get back.
Okay.
Good thing we only have one.
Supervisor announcements, please.
Can I ask for clarification on item 16? Do we need to take a vote one way or the other for the record, or doing nothing, does that?
There is no motion, so it does not move forward.
Okay.
There's no action taken.
Okay.
I have no announcements today.
Okay. Supervisor Olvera.
I had the distinct honor and pleasure of attending the Meadowmont Homeowners Association Annual Barbecue at White Pines Lake. Great group of folks up there. They allowed me a question and answer period regarding a variety of subjects dealing with bark beetle tree mortality issues, to our fire dangers, to our condition of our issues in the county. I really enjoyed it. I hope we can do that more often. I am making appearances with most of the homeowner associations in my district. I am going to be touching base with the folks in Vallecito, due to their issue today, this morning. I did attend the Governor's Task Force meeting regarding the tree mortality in Sacramento yesterday, and I hadn't had a chance to brief Supervisor Wright, but there's some very, very positive things came out of that meeting. One of the things that are really interesting is the fact that PG&E announced verbally that they are removing trees, the bark beetle tree mortality trees, at their expense by removing them and falling the trees. Now they've stepped forward and removed the slash, and they will remove trees at their expense starting July 18th in the original 6 counties, starting with Tulare moving south. They anticipate a date of August to continue the 4 counties, which Calaveras is now included in that task force. That was very good news. They are doing some movement on developing locations where we can stockpile trees due to the fact that we cannot get rid of our trees in our wood processing capabilities. We're finding different ways, but they're stepping forward to find an immediate relief to get those trees to at least a somewhat fire-safe area off private property. They're allowing the homeowners to do that. Those are huge steps. I'm sure Supervisor Wright will concur that those things seem to be just roadblock after roadblock. They did form a subcommittee to deal with the removal of bug-dead trees on private property, indicating that hopefully they'll convince FEMA that this is a national emergency for the private sector and providing those abilities to remove those trees and assisting the homeowners with that cost. This is just a committee. I want to make sure the folks understand that there is no hard program yet for that, but that's the goal of the committee that we're looking at right now. That's about all I have, other than the fact that if you're going to be around on Saturday in the area of Murphy's Park, I really need your help. Apparently, I'm going to be taken into custody and placed in the Murphy's Park jail from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock under the watchful eye of a sheriff's deputy. And the only way I can get out is you got to bail me out. So if you can send money, I don't care if it's $1 or a dime, because it gets awful hot in there. And now all the proceeds go to the Murphy's Park Maintenance Fund, I believe. So I'll be there. I won't be wearing my striped suit, but I will be there. So I'll take a cake with a file, if you will.
Maybe I get a dunk tank there, Mike.
No, that's probably next year. Thank you, Supervisor Edson.
Okay.
Not too much to report. The Tree Mortality Task Force is a really good thing. It's slow motion, but things are moving forward. Unfortunately, they're not moving forward as fast as the trees are dying out there. I swear that when I drive home to and from this meeting, there will be additional trees that died in the time this meeting took place. And I'm not really exaggerating that much. I mean, some of them go insanely quickly. So it's one of those ongoing disasters, slow-moving disasters that anybody who has ponderosa pine trees, especially ponderosa pine, other trees are affected too. I mean, we just got to plan for it. We really have to put it in our plan, and we may even have to put it into our kind of more than just short-term planning. You know, we may need to be looking out 5, 10 years, like Director Krovitz said. So I will be attending the meeting here on Wednesday morning, our local task force with Mike, and hopefully we can continue to work with everybody in the county to really get a handle on this. There is some money that's going to slowly start to go through the fire safe councils, and some of that money can be used on private property. So hopefully we can start to get that out sometime this year. So that's just it's a huge problem.
You guys meet tomorrow morning?
Yeah. Over at the sheriff's building there. And then I also attended the Mental Health Advisory Board meeting, and a few other things. So that's all I have for today.
Okay. I only have one thing. I'd like to make sure that we schedule the HUD informational meeting so that we can have maybe some kind of a study session to allow us to learn a little bit more about it and prepare us for, because we get a lot of grants through the year, and I want to make sure that we have some pretty good knowledge of it, especially since there's some changes as of 2015. And other than that, I have nothing else. Thank you.
And I just wanted to let the board know that I will be out of the office starting tomorrow. I will return on the 20th. Brian Moss will be in charge while I'm gone, but as always, I'll be checking emails, etc., when I have the opportunity.
We should make that illegal.
Mr. Maurer.
Mr. Maurer?
Yes, Peter Maurer, Plan Director. Shirley asked that I may make a brief presentation, just sort of a status of the cannabis registration process. We have received 733 commercial cannabis registration applications, 147 for personal grow, and 60 for caregivers, for a total of 940 applications. The registration fee receipts are almost $3.7 million. The next step in the process will be doing a database upload of the location and basic information of the registration applications, so that when we get a call from the public that says, is this a registered grow, we can do a quick check to see whether or not they submitted their application. It will obviously take us some time to review all those applications, working closely with code enforcement, the sheriff's office, environmental management, a lot of other departments, to verify the information. I really don't know, but I'm guessing probably a good 25%, perhaps more, will be rejected because of they falsified information, they did not start their cultivation prior to May 10th, any other number of things are also maybe rejected because of the background check requirements of the sheriff's office. They're beginning that process right now. We're sharing the information with the SO so they can start the background check process. So we've got several months worth of work ahead of us. We will not be able to completely stop all the illegal cultivators in the county this year, but we're getting a start on it, and this is a multi-year process to go through this and develop a program that will work and hopefully be a successful program for this county. As I've mentioned before to you, that we want something that works for the industry as well as for the community, and be able to find a way to weed out those people that don't want to participate the way we want them to. But we'll get a start on it and work closely with the sheriff's office and code enforcement to go after those that are clearly violating the process. So that will be our top priority. I've got 4 additional staff on board, extra hire staff, to help process these. We've got 1 more person coming on in a couple of weeks, so we'll be focusing our attention on that. But at the same time, we've got all the other work we need to do in our office. So we're trying to re-gear a little bit after a month of nothing but cannabis cultivation registration. Do you have any questions?
Vacation.
And a little vacation, yeah.
The Planning Commission meeting this week is on community plans?
Yes.
Good. Mr. Mauer, where do we stand on the community plan? I know the Planning Commission is looking at it, but are we making progress the way we thought we were?
Yes. So we have gone through all of the text of the general plan. The next 2 steps would be to review the community plan text will be the last section of that, and the maps for the communities. We may get through all of it on Thursday, I'm hopeful, but if not, we'll need to continue it over to the next meeting. Once that is done, the last step in the process will be to review the request by individual landowners for a different land use designation than what was presented in December 2014 on the draft land use map. That may take some time. I'm in the process of cataloging all those, developing a spreadsheet so we can see what they've requested, what the current zoning is, what the old general plan, and an analysis of that. We will notify each of the property owners directly that this will be coming up, so they have an opportunity to present their case to the commission, and then ultimately they will make a decision on the land use map. Once that is done, the whole package will be forwarded to you for your consideration. You have the ability to make additional changes if you wish. You could say, thank you very much, Planning Commission. We like the work you did. And then we can start the EIR.
And when do you think that will be coming to us?
I would hope that we could do it in October. It just depends on how long it takes to go through all the land use requests.
One closing note, I understand FEMA maps have been formulated now. Do you want to update on that?
Yes, we're working with FEMA. We've been working with them for the past year plus to revise the maps based on new updated information, more accurate information. We've done internal review, working with their engineers and my staff. They are about ready to release the draft maps for public review and comment. There will be, I believe it's a 90-day public comment period. That will be this fall sometime, but I don't know the exact date. We're waiting on FEMA for that. There's actually two different changes going on. One is a more generalized review of, and I will get the technical terms mixed up, but there's called a letter of map revision, which is changing some of the maps, and then there is a different terminology that the federal government uses for a more generalized revision of the maps. I'm going to say PMR, something map revision. But so there's two different processes for different sections of the county that they're looking at in a different way. They want to have those run concurrently, and they have two different time frames. So at the end, the revised maps will become effective at the same time, probably next June.
Okay. Mr. Mauer, I understand that your department is doing an outstanding job with all these issues.
Well, I definitely am very proud of my staff, and I couldn't ask for a better working group.
Good job, sir.
Thanks.
I would agree. Thank you. Good job.
I concur.
Thank you.
Megan?
Okay. All right. Susan, you got anything? All right, thank you very much.